Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku had wings like hawks. Here is short summary. Well, Hawks stammered, his wings puffing up a little as he worked himself up. I might have convinced the commission to let me stay here for a bit to boost my ratings. Boost your ratings, Izuku echoed, frowning thoughtfully. How? I told them I was scouting for interns, Hawks admitted. And that being in the same city as the #1 hero would increase my presence. Hawks, Kacchan was shaking with repressed laughter, did you lie to the commission? Hawks, Izuku squawked incredulously, noticing the guilty expression on the hero's face. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. July 15th, Ms. Midoriya, Inko looks up, tears streaming down her cheeks. This was the first time she would ever hold her baby. Little Izuku. That's what Hisashi wanted to name him. Inko's nurse stood just inside the door, holding Inko's little bundle of joy. In a way, the mother was jealous. She wasn't the first person to hold her child, but it didn't matter in the long run. Izuku was about to be in her arms. The nurse walked up to Inko, gently holding Izuku. She leaned down, and Inko outstretched her arms slightly, allowing the nurse to carefully give Izuku to her. He's beautiful, Inko murmured, tracing a thumb gently over his cheek. As her thumb skimmed across Izuku's face, she felt a weird hole where his ear should be. Inko's brow furrowed, confused. She turned Izuku into her chest to check the side of his head. He didn't have ears. Inko's breath hitched. Izuku was going to be deaf. He didn't have ears. Inko's breath sped up, and tears of fear spilled out of her as she turned Izuku's head side to side, trying to believe there were ears on his head. Ms. Midoriya, the nurse called worriedly, rushing forward and grabbing Inko's hand. Inko's gaze jerked up to meet the nurse's. What's wrong? Is everything okay? He doesn't have ears, Inko gasped, her breath hitching to the point that the sentence was near incomprehensible. He has no ears. Oh, my darling baby boy. What happened? Why? What? The nurse interrupted, her voice conveying the clear confusion she felt. She gently turned Izuku's head to display the hole in it. Ms. Midoriya, those are his ears. What? Inko breathed, staring at it in disbelief. Yes, the nurse affirmed calmly. Those are bird-like ears. They don't have outer ears. It's his quirk. Does your husband not have a mutation quirk? No, Inko answered, tears still falling, but less distress in her voice. My husband breathes fire. Both of his parents have emitter quirks as well. Well, we don't know a lot about quirk science yet, the nurse hummed, but your husband most likely has mutation aspects with fire breath. He must have some kind of resistance. If he has a mutation aspect, somehow, it could have made it to your son. Inko had stopped crying now, but she was still confused. Will he have wings, or is it just the ears? She asked. No, your son has wings, the nurse replied, gently taking Izuku and flipping him over. Look, they don't have feathers right now, but they'll grow in eventually. On Izuku's back were two wing-shaped nubs, spread out carelessly. Oh. Inko stared at the oddities blankly, her tired mind trying to understand what was in front of her. So he's going to be all right. Yes, Ms. Midoriya, the nurse smiled patiently, your son was remarkably healthy and will likely continue to be. Thank you, Inko sighed, relieved beyond expression. Thank you so much. It's my job, Ms. Midoriya, the nurse assured her. Would you like to rest before holding him again? Yes, please, Inko agreed, slipping down from her seated position. Thank you. Of course, Inko didn't even hear her, though. She was already fast asleep. 3 months later, Inko felt her heart warm in her chest to the sound of her little boy's laughter. He was playing with an All Might-themed rattle, shaking it and giggling at the noise it made. As she shook the rattle to a rhythm for Izuku, she noticed a weird spot on his cheek, up near his ear. Inko set the rattle down and pulled Izuku closer, ignoring his impatient whines. She cupped his face and turned it to the side, allowing his cheek to catch the light. Black spots dotted his face, too small and too dark to be freckles. They looked more like pinpricks of color. They were on both sides of his face, almost symmetric in nature. Inko scooped Izuku up and checked his arms and legs. The spots weren't there. Inko caught a glimpse of his wing, though. There were more spots on it. She gently took one and stretched it, ignoring the increasing volume of Izuku's complaints. This was too important. What if he was sick? The spots were all over the wing, and there seemed to be no spot untouched on it. Wait, only on the wings and a little on the face. What if they were feathers? Izuku was sniffling now, at the brink of tears because his mom wouldn't stop messing with him and turning him this way and that, albeit gently. Inko quickly remedied this by taking the rattle and shaking it to a spontaneous, bouncy rhythm, effectively distracting Izuku from his grievances. Izuku was fine. It was just his feathers growing in. If the spots proved to not be feathers within the next few days, Inko would take him to the doctor. Izuku was okay, though, and that's all that mattered. 1 month later, Inko rushed to the door as the knocking got louder and faster. Mitsuki was getting impatient. "Inko, you in there?" her friend shouted, knocking louder. Izuku whined in Inko's arms, clumsily pressing his hands against the side of his head. Izuku had figured out quickly how to muffle noise, even if just a little. His little ears were so sensitive, it was hard to keep him happy when Inko was doing anything that made noise. She could hardly cook without an episode. However, that was before he grew his feathers out. They seemed to help with the noise complaints from her little sunshine. Maybe they were designed to. Mitsuki was just exceptionally loud all the time. Inko opened the door, a friendly but strained smile on her face as Izuku squirmed in her arms. "Mitsuki, long time no see." "Hey, Inko." Mitsuki greeted Inko loudly, her own child in her arms. "Ah, please try to be a little quieter," Inko requested, wincing as Izuku whined louder. "He's very sensitive to noise. His quirk gives him heightened senses." "Will do," Mitsuki nodded, her voice significantly quieter. That was a relief. "Sorry. You didn't know," Inko assured her. "It's all right. Would you like some tea?" "Of course," Mitsuki agreed. "We can let our brats get acquainted while we catch up." "Sounds good," Inko nodded. She led Mitsuki to the playpen and set Izuku on the other side of the gate. She set Izuku on his stomach, and he held up his torso with his little arms to look up at her better. Mitsuki followed suit, setting Katsuki, her child, next to Izuku. Inko was a little worried since Izuku was so small compared to him, but Katsuki didn't seem to have any intention of bullying or playing rough with her son. "Your kid's got feathers now," Mitsuki commented, her eyes trailing over the smooth, flowing gradient of greens on Izuku's wings and face. "They're pretty." "Yes, he's beautiful," Inko agreed, hints of pride and warmth in her tone. "He has the prettiest quirk I believe I've ever seen." Mitsuki snorted a laugh and said, "I think Katz agrees." Katsuki was leaning over, fascinated by the feathers' color. He reached out a tiny hand and ran it clumsily but gently over Izuku's wing. Katsuki scooted closer, barely keeping himself upright, but balancing in time. Izuku relaxed, allowing himself to lay out completely, and began to fall asleep. Katsuki didn't seem to mind the lack of attention. He was too enthralled by the wing on his lap. "I think they'll be fine," Mitsuki huffed with amusement. Inko nodded and led Mitsuki to the kitchen to start the tea. Neither boy moved until Mitsuki and Katsuki had to leave. 4 years later, pop, 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 Izuku paused as he heard the crackling of sparks. Was there a fire? The caretakers had taught them about how fire starts because one of Izuku's classmates got a fire quirk. Pop, ho pop, pop, Izuku put down the blocks he was building with and stumbled to his feet. What was that noise? Pop, crackle, ho pop, whoa, Kacchan, that's so cool. Izuku turned and saw all of his classmates gathered in a thick ring around something, probably Kacchan. He waddled toward the circle, identifying it as the source of the weird noise. Katsuki will be someone great someday with a quirk like that. Certainly, he might give the top 10 a run for their money as a hero. Izuku ignored the caretakers' idle chatter. He wanted to see what Kacchan was doing. He stumbled through the thick crowd, grateful for a few nicer ones who moved out of the way. He had trouble walking because his wings were really heavy, even though they weren't that big. Kacchan, Izuku called as he broke through the last of the group. Whoa. Kacchan turned and noticed Izuku next to him. Ha, isn't this cool, Izuku? He asked, displaying his hands in front of him. Pop, crackle, ho pop, boom. A little explosion lit up in each palm, amazing the smaller boy. That's so awesome, Izuku agreed, sitting in front of Kacchan. You're gonna be such a cool hero. Really? Kacchan asked, surprised. I mean, of course I am. Yeah, Izuku affirmed. Maybe even better than All Might. Nah, disbelief colored his voice as he shook his head. No one's better than All Might. He's the greatest. Then you'll be the super greatest, Izuku argued. No way, Kacchan huffed. He's the #1 hero. Maybe you'll be the #1 hero when you grow up and get real strong, Izuku suggested, grinning excitedly for his friend. And I can be your super cool partner. We'll be, the Wonder Duo, Kacchan filled in, also excited now. There's already a Wonder Duo, silly. Izuku giggled. He didn't notice the kids wandering off one by one. He was too busy coming up with a duo name. What about the Super Friends? That's really cool, Izuku, Kacchan agreed. We're gonna be the best. Yeah. 1 year later, Izuku whooped as he touched the sky with his feet before swinging back in a wide arc. He clutched the chains next to him with a death grip, cheering and laughing as his stomach swooped and dived. It was a funny feeling. He leaned backward again, his legs sticking straight out, and he pretended he was kicking off the clouds in the sky as he swung back again. Izuku looked down and saw Tsubasa with crossed arms and an impatient look on his face. Izuku let go of the swing and kept himself in the air with his wings as it swung without him. He quickly moved out of the way so he wouldn't get hit by the wild thrashing the swing was now doing. Hey, Tsubasa, Izuku greeted him, grinning. I was waiting for Kacchan. Do you wanna play too? No, Tsubasa huffed, pouting a bit. I have something super duper important to tell you. What? Izuku asked, leaning forward a little bit. What is it? Tsubasa trailed off, his wings folding a little tighter into himself nervously. He took a deep breath and looked straight at Izuku, his wings relaxing with his burst of courage. I challenge you. Challenge, Izuku echoed, excited by the idea. I love challenges. What is it? You won't love this one, Tsubasa declared. I challenge you to a duel. A duel, Izuku gasped. What? Why? I don't wanna fight you. Not a fight, idiot, Tsubasa corrected. I wanna have a competition with you to see who flies better. Oh, Izuku nodded, understanding now. That's a great idea. Who's gonna be the scorekeeper? Kacchan, Tsubasa answered. He has to say yes. I don't have to do anything, Kacchan grumbled, walking up to them. Izuku grinned and waved at him. What am I doing? You're gonna be the scorekeeper, Izuku chirped. We're gonna have a cool contest to see who's better at flying. This better be cool, or I'll be mad at you, Izuku, the newly appointed scorekeeper reluctantly agreed. Izuku cheered. This was gonna be a lot of fun. First, Tsubasa started, pacing between the two stones that marked the start and end line. It's an obstacle course. We're gonna test how good we are at flying with stuff in the way. Izuku nodded seriously. He had to focus so he knew the rules. Do you see the tree with the black bark over there? Tsubasa pointed to a tree charred slightly by Kacchan's quirk deeper into the forest. We have to fly to that tree and back. Are there any rules? Izuku asked, raising his hand. Yes, Tsubasa nodded. You can't fly above the trees, and you're not allowed to land. If you touch the ground, you're disqualified. Also, you have to touch the tree for it to count. Okay, Izuku agreed, grinning eagerly. Kacchan, please count down from 3. Kacchan sighed, but he stood to the side of the start line. 3. Izuku hurried behind the start line and took the position runners did before a race. 2. Tsubasa began flapping his wings, hovering slightly above the ground. Izuku followed suit, a dull hum filling the air as he took flight. 1. Izuku nearly started, but Kacchan didn't shout, so it wasn't time yet. Go! Izuku shot forward, weaving between trees and under branches. He made special care not to touch the ground, but he really wanted to win this. He saw the tree come into view, and his hand touched the charred bark, leaving ash on his palm. Izuku immediately turned around, racing back as quickly as he came. Izuku raced across the finish line in a flash, a green blur against the brown trunks of the forest. You won, Izuku, Kacchan cheered, grinning proudly for him. Wow. Thanks, Kacchan, Izuku grinned. Did you see how fast I was? Yeah, you were super cool. Tsubasa landed on the other side of the finish line, a few leaves on his head and clothes. His wings were really bad for small areas like the trees made. He did super well, though, in Izuku's opinion. Good job, Tsubasa complimented flatly. You won the first race. How many are there? Izuku asked. There's 4, including this one, Tsubasa answered. Speed, which is the next one, Mavi, navigation, which is this one, strength, which is the one after speed, and AGI, agility. That's the last one. Well, Kacchan huffed impatiently. Let's move on. Okay, Tsubasa whined. We've just gotta move the rocks. Tsubasa quickly adjusted the rocks so they were positioned at the end of a long field. He explained that they'd be racing across this instead, and tapping a tree at the end of it before flying back. Same rules as before, just with no limit as to how high they can fly. Kacchan counted them down, and Izuku flew as fast as he could. However, Tsubasa's wings were a lot bigger and stronger, so he went a lot faster than Izuku. Izuku wasn't slow, but he wasn't fast enough to win either. Izuku thought it was awesome that Tsubasa won that race, but Tsubasa was super grumpy, which was a little weird. Why wasn't Tsubasa happy that he won? Next was the strength contest. One of them would lift something, and the other would try to lift that same thing. Then, they'd switch so that the other would lift something, and the first would try to lift it too. They'd go back and forth until one of them couldn't carry the thing the first person lifted. Izuku chose what to lift first, so he picked a branch that looked pretty big and tried to lift it. It was super hard, but he managed to lift it into the air. Tsubasa lifted it with ease after Izuku set it down. Tsubasa chose a big rock that looked really heavy. He managed to lift it pretty easily as well. Izuku had a bit of a struggle, but he also managed to take the rock into the air. Izuku chose one of his smaller classmates, hugging him from behind and lifting both of them into the air. His classmates squealed excitedly and laughed at the fun experience. Tsubasa followed suit with a little struggle, but he did manage to fly with the same classmate. Tsubasa chose Kacchan to lift next, but he couldn't manage to do it. Kacchan was big for his age, and he was pretty heavy. Izuku couldn't lift Kacchan either, though, so the contest continued. Tsubasa got to go again because his last choice was too heavy for the both of them. He chose a really big tree branch that was lying on the ground and barely lifted it high enough to count. Izuku tried everything he could to lift the same branch, but he just couldn't get it to do anything but roll. Tsubasa won the strength contest. The last competition tested agility. The goal was to catch the most pillows. They were initially going to throw rocks because they're easier to throw up high, but the caretakers said no. So pillows it was. Tsubasa and Izuku would each have their own partner. A few classmates would throw the pillows into the air for Izuku or Tsubasa to catch. After a pillow was caught, they had to throw their pillow down to their teammate, who would set it aside to represent a point. Whoever had the most pillows in their pile at the end won. Kacchan counted the game off, slowing it down for suspense since there were so many people watching. He would make a really good game show host in Izuku's opinion. When Kacchan shouted, "Go!" Izuku darted through the air, zigzagging to intercept the pillows. He easily caught the pillows and tossed them down quickly to his teammate. When Tsubasa missed a catch, Izuku would swoop in and catch the point instead. While Tsubasa could fly faster than Izuku, he had to travel in wide arcs to make up for a missed pillow. If he swooped low to catch a pillow, he couldn't stop and hover if he missed like Izuku could. Izuku would usually end up snatching it before he could turn around anyway. Izuku won the agility contest by several pillows. He had over thrice as many points as Tsubasa did. So they both ended up with 2 points. It was a draw. Yay! Izuku cheered, glad that no one lost. We tied. We both win, Tsubasa. Ties aren't for winners, Izuku, Tsubasa grumbled. Everybody loses in a tie. That's not a nice way of looking at it, Izuku said, his smile falling. Nobody loses because everyone was just as good as everyone else. We all win. Okay, Izuku, Tsubasa huffed, turning away. I guess. Izuku grinned, satisfied with Tsubasa's agreement. Tsubasa was really pessimistic sometimes. He usually talked about his grandpa when he said stuff like that, though. He didn't like being on equal terms with someone else. So competitive. Kacchan, Izuku called, shaking the thoughts off. He could think about it later. Kacchan, did you see? We tied. Everyone wins. That's great, Izuku. Kacchan agreed, turning away. Come on, Auntie's waiting for us. Coming, Izuku chirped, running after his friend. Tsubasa watched Izuku follow Kacchan out of the playground. He frowned at the dirt, sulking over the outcome. A tie. Tsubasa shouldn't have tied. He wasn't a loser. Grandpa always said that ties were two-way losses. There wasn't a winner in ties. Maybe Tsubasa wouldn't hate the results of the contest so much if Izuku was also upset. Izuku thought everyone won, though. One day, Tsubasa will challenge Izuku again, and next time, he'll win. He'll train super hard so that he's the best flyer in Japan. Yeah, that's a good idea. He'd get his rematch one day. One day. 3 years later. Tsubasa, Ms. Curran repeated thoughtfully. No, I haven't seen him. It was summertime, so I wouldn't have. But, Izuku protested with worry in his voice. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she apologized. I'm sure he's fine. Have a good first day. Why would I know where he is? Fingers asked with a little sneer. He's your friend. Are you so useless that you lost him? Sorry, Izuku murmured, turning away. I don't know where Wings is, Izuku, Kacchan answered. I thought you hung out with him yesterday. Is he sick? No, Izuku replied. He was fine yesterday. Where did he go? I'm sorry, Zuku. His best friend sounded genuine. You'll find him. You're cool like that. No one knew where Tsubasa was. He just disappeared. None of the people in Aldera Primary had a clue about his whereabouts. Izuku had even asked some of Tsubasa's other friends. When he asked the teachers, he was shaken off and told he was being dramatic. When he asked the students, he was told to bug off and find Tsubasa himself. It was scary being alone in this. Mama thought he was being dramatic too. She thought Izuku was exaggerating and making something out of nothing. Izuku knew something was wrong, though. Something had to be. He'd show everyone that he wasn't imagining or overreacting. Tsubasa was missing, and no one cared. It was frustrating. Izuku had even cried a little bit, it was so frustrating. He waited for a little bit, just in case Tsubasa really was sick, but after a week of school and no sign, Izuku was convinced. Tsubasa was officially missing. The police looked for him for a day before giving up. Izuku snuck out to ask why one evening, but the person behind the desk didn't listen to him. She thought he was being dramatic too and called Mama. Tsubasa's case was cold, which meant that they had no leads or evidence, according to Mama. But wasn't that too fast for all the evidence to go away? On the crime shows Auntie Mitsuki watched, it usually takes months or years for a case to go cold. So Izuku had to take this search into his own hands. He formed a plan. He watched a lot of shows with kidnapping episodes, like episode 41 of season 3 of Mighty Adventures, where All Might saves a boy from a kidnapper. He learned a few things about kidnappings from it. The people who go missing are usually kept in big, dingy warehouses. They're usually taken by big, strong people with potato sacks. They are put in a cold, metal chair and tied with rope and duct taped over the mouth. Izuku knew so much about this stuff now. He would wait until Friday, when Mama usually works late, and leave daycare early. He'd say he saw his mama out there to one of the caretakers who doesn't mean she sees someone when she says she does. So, When Izuku points in a general direction with lots of people, she'll say she saw Izuku's mama when she really didn't. He'll fly away once he's out of sight from the daycare, and he'll go to downtown Musudafu, where there are a few big warehouses, hopefully. Once he gets to a big park, Izuku will take a break before looking for big warehouses to peek in. Then, he'll look in each warehouse until he finds Tsubasa. The plan is foolproof, he was sure. On the Friday of the third week of school, Izuku initiated his plan. Miss. Izuku tugged on the caretaker's sleeve to get her attention. My mama's here. Do you see her? He pointed to a woman with green hair in the line of parents waiting for their kids. She was the mom of one of the kids in the grade below him. The caretaker narrowed her eyes as she looked into the line. Yep, I see her. Go ahead, Izuku. Izuku thanked her and walked into the line, walking right by the woman he'd pointed at. He left the building and shot into the air, quickly rising above the building. He would be a regular bird to anyone looking up now. He followed the road he knew led to the highway and flew on that same path. If he followed the highway, eventually he'd see the big buildings and find Tsubasa. Izuku had to watch the highway carefully, making sure he wouldn't get lost. He'd have no landmarks to go off of, and he'd be stranded. Bad idea. Mama would be super worried if he got home after she did. As he stared at the road beneath him, Izuku realized that he was almost faster than some of the cars. Izuku gaped at the little red truck he was keeping pace with. He was fascinated by this. A lot of heroes couldn't travel this fast. For what felt like hours, Izuku flew over this truck and followed it. He lost track of where he was, but he didn't mind. The journey was so interesting to him. Izuku eventually looked up, barely noticing the sunset, and noticed the large city in front of him. Downtown Musudafu. He sped up with an energy he didn't know he had, and he scouted the city out for a park to rest at. Izuku quickly spotted a green square amidst the grays and blues of the city. Izuku landed, stumbling to a stop in front of a big fountain in the middle. He looked around, shocked by how tall everything was from the ground. Everything looked so much smaller when he was flying. How was Izuku supposed to search a whole city if he couldn't believe the size of the park? Izuku was too small and too slow and too tired to search for Tsubasa now. Maybe the police would pick up the case again. Surely Tsubasa was just really sick, right? Maybe he took a long vacation. Surely. Izuku felt around in his pocket for a few coins. He remembered bringing some just in case he got stuck. Izuku finally found a couple 100 yen coins to use a payphone with. He sighed, relieved. Thank goodness he could get out of here. Izuku just wanted to go home. As he walked through the bustling evening crowd, Izuku couldn't help but feel unnerved. There were so many people here, yet no one he knew. He couldn't recognize a single face or voice or quirk. Izuku wanted to go home. Maybe little kids like him shouldn't be looking for kidnapping victims. He had been so sure of his plan, too. As he neared the gate, he noticed a green payphone to his left. He altered his path toward it, eager to escape the throng of strangers. A hand brushed against his wing, and Izuku grimaced. He didn't like this park at all. There were too many people and not enough space, even in a place as large as this. Finally, he reached the phone and took refuge in the personal bubble he now had. He slipped the 100 yen coin in and typed in Mama's number. He knew Mama's number because she wrote it on his hand at an amusement park in case he got lost. Now he had it super memorized. Brr, brr, brr click. Hello. This is Midoriya Inko. Mama. Meanwhile, Hawks, you absolutely cannot leave this park without supervision, K-Hawk's handler, Gemupasu instructed sternly. You will not be allowed to leave again until you become a fully fledged hero. If you do, understand? Yes, sir, K-Hawks agreed blankly. I understand. Good, Gemupasu nodded. Enjoy your reward now. Thank you, sir, K-Hawks replied before walking into the park. The park, Keigo, no, it's Hawks now, found, was far more colorful than anything he'd seen for a while. It had all sorts of colors. The trees were so green, and the sky was a beautiful gradient of color. It had purples and pinks and reds and oranges bleeding into one another so smoothly. It was indescribably beautiful for someone like Hawks, someone who had been surrounded by muted colors and grays for much of his life. And that's not even mentioning the people. Quirks of all kinds colored the crowd along with clothes and styles and hair colors. Street vendors and benches and carts lined the pathways that led the people in and out and around the park. It was so chaotic. This place had no order to it. Kago had never seen something so beautiful in his life. He found a bench and sat down, admiring the park in all its glory. There was someone with claws similar to a lobster's and another person with bubbles floating around them aimlessly. The air was filled with the noise of conversation and footsteps and eating and laughing. It smelled like specially prepared food and sweet treats. This was the happiest place Kago had ever seen. Eventually, one person caught his eye, which Kago hadn't even thought possible in a place with so much to look at and experience. A kid who looked to be around 5 years old was weaving through the crowd, looking a little worried and very tired. He was sweaty, his shirt stained from overexertion and his shoulders trembling. He was clutching something in a little fist which was held to his chest. However, that's not what Kago was fixated on. The wings on the child's back and the feathers on his face were what had captured Kago's attention. The kid was capturing everyone's eyes, if even for just a moment, with the beautiful, shifting colors in his feathers. It almost made Kago jealous that his own were a dull, solid red. Kago watched the kid until he disappeared into the crowd, but Kago found that he wanted to find him again. He wasn't done looking at the colors and trying to discern each and every one. Maybe he was nice, too. Maybe there was something about the fact that both of them had avian quirks. He'd never seen someone else with wings, much less bird-like ones. Either way, Kago found himself getting up and following the kid. He weaved through the crowd until he caught a glimpse of those feathers again. He eventually ended up leaning against a tree near the payphone booths where the kid had stopped. He shoved a coin into the machine before picking up the phone and punching in a few numbers. Kago could see when whoever the kid was calling picked up, because his face lit up, relief evident in his expression. Despite the distance between them, Kago heard the kid cry, "Mama." Izuku felt so happy and proud of himself. He remembered Mama's number right. "That's Mama's voice." "Izuku," Mama replied. "This isn't the daycare phone. Whose phone are you using?" "I'm at a payphone," Izuku answered. "I had to pay 100 yen to use it." "Why are you using a payphone?" Mama asked. "There aren't any near the daycare or our house." "Izuku, where are you right now?" Izuku trailed off, looking around the park. This wasn't Musudafu's park. He knew what that one looked like, and it wasn't this. "Oh. Don't know, Mama." "What?" Mama exclaimed. "Okay. Are you in Musudafu still, Izuku?" "I don't think so." Izuku's voice wobbled, tears coming to his eyes. Where was he? Why did he think this was a good idea? "Oh, don't cry, sunshine," Mama comforted him after a big sniffle. "Can you find someone who does know?" I can try," Izuku promised, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. Izuku looked around, scanning the park. There was a blond boy with big, red wings staring back at him from a tree nearby. The boy looked away, seemingly embarrassed by getting caught staring. "That's okay. Izuku sometimes stared at people too." "Hey," Izuku called, waving his free hand wildly to get the winged boy's attention. "Hey, can you help me, please?" The boy looked around for someone else that Izuku could be calling for with wide eyes, but he quickly realized that he was the one being talked to. He walked over to the payphone, curious as to what Izuku wanted with him. "Do you need something?" the boy asked nervously. "I'm sorry for staring. I know it was rude." "It's fine," Izuku assured him. "I'm Izuku. What's your name?" Call me Hawks," the boy, Hawks, answered. What do you need help with?" "I don't know where I am," Izuku explained. "Mama needs to know so she can come get me." "Where are we?" "We're near the HPSC building," Hawks informed Izuku. Izuku leaned into the phone and told Mama, "We're near the HPSC building." Izuku looked up at Hawks, who nodded, confirming that Izuku got the letters right. "Yeah, that's where we are. I'll be there in 30 minutes, Mama replied. "Who helped you?" It's a boy named Hawks. Izuku chirped. He's right. Hey, where'd he go? Izuku looked around, but the boy called Hawks was nowhere to be seen. He just disappeared. Poof. Just like that. Just stay on the phone, Izuku, Mama instructed Izuku. Don't stop talking, alright? Yes, Mama, Izuku agreed. He was good at talking. So, Kacchan showed me this new trick with his explosions yesterday. Izuku, Mama called, looking through the crowd. Izuku, where are you? Mama, Izuku shouted, waving his arms from the payphone area. Over here. Izuku, what were you thinking? She exclaimed, bursting through the stream of people to rush toward Izuku. That was so dangerous. Did you fly here yourself? Yeah, Izuku affirmed. I flew super fast. That was scary for Mama, okay. Mama said, kneeling in front of Izuku with his hands in hers. Please, please, don't do that again. It was really scary, Mama, Izuku admitted. I won't do it again. Promise. You were in so much trouble when we get home. Mama's voice hardened, and Izuku knew he was really in for it. A cold sweat broke out on his neck. Do you have any idea how stressful it was to hear you weren't even in Musudafu anymore? You're lucky that Hawk's boy helped you. I'm sorry, Izuku yelped, his feet scrambling to keep up with Mama's pace. I'm sorry, please. You'll be lucky even to see the computer before you get into secondary school. No, Mama, please. Izuku would never forget about Tsubasa, and Tsubasa would never forget about Izuku. And later, they will meet again, both much older and different than before. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Chapter text. 8 years later, Izuku fluttered down the sidewalk, his wings buzzing fast enough to boost his speed but not much more. He flew over people and ducked beneath arms and through tiny gaps as he weaved through foot traffic. There was something happening at Tatooine Station. He saw an update on his phone from one of his favorite hero analysis accounts he followed on Hero Space. Izuku zipped over the crosswalk after the pedestrian light turned green, smiling eagerly. He might visit these fights often, but each one was different from the next, and they were fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to break down the heroes and villains and quirks in between and analyze them to their core. What strategies could be used for one side to win? What about the other? What if there was a quirk malfunction on the hero's side? Could they recover? Why? How? What would the malfunction even be? Questions like these were what flew through Izuku's mind when he saw a fight on TV or in person. As the station came into view, Izuku gaped at the sight on the rails above it. That's a huge villain, he breathed, amazed by the sheer size the man's quirk helped him reach. Izuku ran headfirst into the crowd, pushing and shoving his way through to the front. He broke through just in time to see Death Arms save a group of civilians by catching a falling electric tower. Before Izuku could get any closer to the scene, a stream of water shot in front of his chest, spanning the entire length of the crowd. Izuku followed the water's source back to the hero Backdraft, who warned them all to stay back, away from the danger. Suddenly, a shadow crossed overhead, and the screams of smitten girls alerted Izuku to the presence of Kamui Woods, who'd just arrived at the scene. It's Kamui Woods, he exclaimed, amazed by how many heroes were there. Izuku hadn't seen much of the new rising hero yet, so this was a golden opportunity. He reached into his messenger bag, a bright annoying yellow because Kacchan hated it, and pulled out his notebook from the front pocket. Izuku didn't wear a regular backpack because he felt trapped when he wore something that pinned his wings down. He couldn't fly with a backpack on, hence the unintrusive replacement. It slipped between his wings instead of crushing them against his back. Kacchan notes, someone commented. Izuku glanced up from his entry to see a shorter, older man with 3 spikes on his head staring at him mirthfully. You must be a real fanboy. Hardly see anyone taking notes anymore. Ah, a little bit, Izuku admitted, his face heating as his habit was called attention to. I find these kinds of things really interesting. I like the action, the man shared. The monologues are a waste of time. Izuku opened his mouth to agree that, yes, monologuing was a waste of time and to add that it was an opening for the enemy, but he was interrupted by Kamui Woods, monologuing. Dignabbit. Illegal quirk use, theft, and assault. Kamui Woods listed in a large, bold voice, allowing everyone to know what the villain had done. Truly, you are the epitome of evil. Epitome. The man echoed, taken aback by the grand exaggeration. Hardly. Izuku silently agreed. People had committed worse crimes since before the dawn of quirks. Honestly, the things heroes would say to get on the next headline. After an impressive battle of acrobatics, recovery, and strength, each move dissected and mentally countered in Izuku's notebook, Kamui Woods spread his hands in front of him, preparing for his finishing move. Izuku looked up from his notebook and grinned, bouncing on his toes excitedly. Preemptive, Kamui Woods began, his arms growing longer and sturdier, increasing in size as he prepared to unleash the final blow. Izuku's prepubescent voice easily blended in with his, slipping in sync with the hero's. Binding, Izuku's smile grew eagerly, and he leaned forward in anticipation for the big attack. Lacquered chain prison, canyon cannon. The crowd froze in disbelief as a new hero dived in, kicking the villain off of the tracks and down to the police. Cheers rose up quickly, though, unperturbed by the unjust nature of this win. Don't worry, you won't have to worry about this bum anymore, MT. Lady, the new arrival, quipped, posing flirtatiously for the cameras. Izuku felt nothing but annoyance, though. How was this fair? Mount. Lady did little to none of the work and received all of the credit. The things heroes will do for recognition. Now, Izuku gets that the hero industry is hard for a lot of people to make a living in. If you're not popular, your life goes down the drain or you work under a popular hero as a sidekick. It's a rough system. But still, stealing the credit, Mount. Lady probably wouldn't even be called out for it. She was a new, rising, female hero who was conventionally attractive. That's going to be the focus of the news stations and the observers, not the fact that she stole the glory from someone else. Regardless of Izuku's disdain for her, he had to commend her on not damaging the city more than the villain already had despite her quirk. She flew in, but she didn't break up the pavement or tear down any buildings. She would be relatively useless in a city, though. She has to constantly watch her surroundings, making sure she doesn't destroy people's homes or businesses or roads. Mount. Lady would be more effective in a rural area, but that's not where the spotlight was, so she was in the city. Before Izuku knew it, he was standing alone at the crater where the villain had landed and scribbling his thoughts down in his notebook. Well, almost alone. Wow. Still jotting down notes, fanboy. The old man from before chuckled. What? You want to be a hero? Izuku perked up, and he turned to face the man with a huge, eager grin. More than anything. What's got your feathers in a twist, nerd? Kacchan asked with a quirk of his lips as Izuku plopped down in the seat next to him. The latter had made it just before the bell rang, so he wasn't technically late, thankfully. Mount. Lady, Izuku grumbled, glaring at his desk. Sure, he was holding a grudge for someone else, but he was allowed to feel upset about this. It wasn't right. A hero. What did she do to set you off? The blonde exclaimed, his eyebrows raising. For her debut this morning, she landed the finishing blow on the villain, who was already about to be defeated by Kamui Woods. Izuku explained, his voice rising as his irritation grew. Thankfully, Izuku wasn't capable of getting all that loud. She took all of the credit. No one batted an eye. Kacchan led on, his mouth twisted into a smirk. He was always amused when Izuku got worked up. Yeah, Izuku affirmed, his brows furrowing even deeper. No one paid any mind to it because MT. Lady is conventionally attractive and fresh blood. She's big and flashy and perfect for doing well in the hero industry. Tell me more. Kacchan grinned wider, and a foolish person might even be convinced it was nice. It looked more feral in Izuku's opinion, but Kacchan hardly ever looked truly nice. All right, settle down, class, sensei interrupted, looking annoyed with the noise level. The chatter continued to fill the air, but he continued regardless. As third years, you need to consider your future more carefully. I've got these career forms for you guys to fill out, but, Izuku frowned as Sensei trailed off. Where was he going with this? You all want to be heroes, don't you? Sensei smirked as he tossed the papers into the air. What do you need these for? The class went wild, everyone showing off their quirks. Fire and boulders and all sorts of dangerous stuff rose into the air like flags as though they were cosmetics and not weapons. Izuku blinked at his teacher's carelessness. He knew at least one of the people in the room wanted to be a doctor. Another of his classmates wanted to work in welding. Those forms could have been important for them. Izuku huffed, ignoring the pandemonium around him as he glared daggers at his desk. Pop, ho pop, boom. Izuku slowly looked up, and a drop of sweat rolled down his friend's neck. Hey, he murmured, low and angry, what are you doing? Kacchan did not fire his quirk off again, no matter how badly he wanted to show these extras that he was the best. Don't loop us in with these guys, sensei, the blonde sighed, settling for this as he leaned back in his chair in a show of arrogance. They're hardly good enough to be sidekicks. Kacchan, Izuku squeaked indignantly, they're not all bad. Not all of them, Kacchan echoed. That's pessimistic of you. What happened to the optimistic goody two-shoes, huh? Hey, Izuku grumbled, directing a glare at him again, but this one had no heat behind it. Midoriya, do you have something you want to share with the class? Sensei sneered, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He knew what he was doing. No, Sensei, Izuku answered, embarrassment tinging his cheeks pink. I was just mumbling. Last warning, Midoriya, he said sternly, as if Izuku had committed a disrespect greater than the kids still showing off their quirks in the classroom. Well, I said not to group us in with these losers, Teach, Kacchan interceded, scowling. I said they're a bunch of hero wannabes who'll do nothing more as heroes than become some D-lister's sidekick. Midoriya, Sensei admonished, causing Izuku to suppress a large sigh. How could you think of yourself so highly that you'd berate your classmates like this? Are you deaf, old man? Kacchan retorted, standing up now. His palms were pressed against his desk so that irritated sparks wouldn't fly and hurt someone. I told you I said that. I know we're going to Ua, and that these nobodies will be left in the dust. Bakugo, Sensei started patronizingly, staring at Kacchan as if he was someone to be pitied. You don't have to cover for Midoriya. You know that, right? Ha, Kacchan exclaimed, a few more pops sounding from his hands. The janitor deserved a pay raise. Cover. This feathery nitwit wouldn't speak derisively if his life depended on it. Sensei took a deep breath and leveled an even look at Kacchan. We'll speak after class. Kacchan plopped back down in his seat frustratedly, scowling openly at the man. Izuku leaned over and whispered, thank you. His friend averted his gaze out the window, but Izuku saw his ears turning pink. He knew the boy far too well to miss that. Hey, Birdie, a nasal voice called out as Izuku shoved his things into his bag. Izuku turned, apprehension and dread causing his feathers to fluff up and the hair on his arms and neck to rise. What's that? A diary. A group of 3 boys, all known for being generally unpleasant, stood in front of Izuku's desk. Their intent was clear. They wanted to pick on him. You writing stalker notes or something in that? A different boy, dubbed Boulders by Kacchan, scoffed, staring disdainfully at the notebook in Izuku's trembling hands. Might as well fact-check it, the third boy, Fingers, suggested with a cruel smirk. Give it here, Glass Bones. That particular nickname came from when Izuku had been shoved down the stairs in his first year of junior high. His arm had snapped as all of his weight fell on it when he tried to catch himself. Anyone's arm would have snapped in that situation, but birds were known for having particularly fragile bones due to their light and hollow nature. Izuku's bones weren't even hollow, save for his wings. What? Izuku clutched the notebook to his chest protectively, leaning away from the trio. No. Has Bakugo made you cocky, or are you just plain stupid? The first boy, Weedle, scoffed. Hand it over, or we'll make you. No, it's mine, Izuku refused, backing up. He wasn't fast enough, though, because before he knew it, Fingers was holding him in place while Boulders yanked the notebook from his grasp. Izuku's wings flared out, but a hand on one of them made all movement stop. Wouldn't want to break any more bones, right? Fingers sneered, squeezing the wing in his hand painfully. He'd do it. Izuku knew this instinctively. Izuku watched helplessly as the other 2 flipped through his notebook, jeering and laughing at its contents. He was too distressed by the threat to his hard, meticulous work to notice the fearful tension growing in their shoulders as they scanned the well of information. Freaking weirdo, Boulders spat, slamming the book shut and tossing it out the window. The only thing that book was good for was fish food. Izuku felt fingers grip loosen on his wing as he cackled, and he took his chance. He ripped himself away from the boy and dived after his prized possession, speeding to intercept it before it could hit the water. Izuku felt his fingers wrap around the spine before pulling up from his dive, flying away from the water that nearly harmed his notebook. He glared at the pond, at the fish swimming carelessly inside it. Lucky them, unbothered by the fleeting issues of human life and bullies. He huffed, staring up at the classroom window. He can't say that his stunt was the first time he'd dived out of that room, but it wasn't usually for something so pressing as preserving his book. Izuku fluttered up to the closed window, glaring at the closed and latched frame. He couldn't actually see the glass, a fun part of his quirk, but the frame wasn't up or loose like it was when it was open. It hardly mattered that Izuku couldn't see glass when the windows were all stained or cracked in some way. Gotta love public school. After he noticed that the window was closed, he saw the state of the classroom. Izuku's bag was empty and thrown into a corner haphazardly. His things were strewn about the room, books lying across chairs and desks and pencils scattered on the ground, waiting for someone to trip on them. But that's not what Izuku really focused on. His desk lay unmarked and unassuming. Well, it would, if it wasn't for the bright flower on it. A spider lily. Izuku nearly dropped his notebook when he realized what it was. He tapped hesitantly on the glass, his eyes wide and unblinking, staring at the red flower. No one heard him. Tap, tap, tap. Izuku felt tears dripping down his face, and he didn't think to wipe them away. He was too stricken by the entire situation. Tap, tap, tap. Izuku jolted away from the window when he heard the door slide open. He relaxed when he recognized his best friend on the other side of the room. It was Kacchan. He tapped on the glass louder, catching his friend's attention. Tap, 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 tap. Kacchan rushed over to the window, anger and sorrow swirled in his eyes, but only the former in his expression. The aggressive boy didn't tend to show sadness a whole lot. What are you doing out there, you idiot? Kacchan hissed, opening the window to let Izuku in. He slammed it shut once Izuku was clear of it. What happened? Izuku couldn't help but notice the way his gaze flitted to the flower on Izuku's desk when he asked that. I guess there aren't any lines, Kacchan, Izuku answered with a surprising calmness. It didn't last long. There's no more boundaries or too fars. It's all just. Who did this? Kacchan asked, glaring at Izuku's scattered belongings and the flower. Who? I'll tell the old hag, and they'll get their just desserts. Izuku just shook his head in response, tears falling once more. He'd get dehydrated at this rate, but he didn't care. Why should he? Stupid bullies. They threatened to break my wings. His voice was quiet, squeaking on every other word. Why do they hate me so much? Why do they hate my wings? You're scary, Izuku, Kacchan answered in a short bout of sincerity. You're able to rip each of them to pieces without lifting a finger because of those notes of yours. Your wings are flashy, so there's no doubt that when we become heroes, you'll be the center of attention. However, Izuku, you're kind. That's the scary part. Kacchan looked up from the flower to meet the smaller boy's gaze. You're so determined to be a hero that even in the face of cruelty you can still find a way to love. Izuku gaped at his friend, who was steadily turning pinker as the seconds ticked by. Don't make me say it again, fluff for brains. Izuku wiped his tears and nodded, cheered up by his friend's praise. Kacchan never praised people, ever, not even Izuku. Thank you, Izuku rasped, his voice rough from crying. Whatever, nerd, Kacchan huffed, shoving a yellow bag at him. It might not be organized to your liking, but your stuff's not all over the classroom now. Izuku began crying again, but this time, it was out of gratitude and happiness. Thank you, Kacchan, Izuku sniffled, hugging his friend, who tensed at the sudden contact. Get off of me, you clingy jerk. Kacchan grumbled, but he made no move to actually escape the hug. Well, for about 5 seconds. Then he shoved Izuku off. Come on, we've gotta get to Auntie's before she flips out worrying 'cause we're late. Izuku followed silently, a smile tugging at his lips and a small skip in his step. Sure, this is one of the worst days Izuku's ever had, but with Kacchan, maybe it won't be so bad. It never is. You know, they could get arrested for pulling that, Kacchan said with a fake nonchalance. Izuku could hear the bubbling anger beneath. Only if I went through with it, Izuku hummed. There's no way I'm doing that. Are you going to press charges? Kacchan asked, glancing at him. You get your hands on some footage, and they're screwed. Quirkism's bad, but not to the point that you'd be disregarded entirely. Izuku shook his head. No, it's not worth it. Mom would get stressed out and learn that I lied about the bullying. Izuku realized that there was another reason and continued, besides, if they don't snap out of it, they're going to pick on the wrong person. They'll be their own downfalls. Is that what you meant by, not all, in class? Kacchan huffed. While being a hero doesn't make you good, Izuku started carefully, rolling over his speech in his mind, not being one doesn't make you bad. We're just people. There are corrupt heroes and good villains. People who were slapped with labels and don't live up to them, for better or worse. Aspiring to be a hero doesn't make someone good either. Nearly everyone in that classroom wants to be a hero, but some of them just aren't cut out for it. Ha! Kacchan exclaimed, surprised to hear Izuku say such a thing. Izuku glanced up at his friend and chuffed mirthfully. Yeah, I said that. It's like how people have to be patient and have a gentle touch to play the violin. Or how people have to be able to build muscle to participate in certain sports, especially the quirkless ones. People can build these skills, but there's a certain kind of person meant for each job in this world. Kacchan stared at Izuku for a second before lowering his gaze to his shoes. They were red, matching Izuku's own clunky ones. What kind of person does someone have to be a hero? To get the job, Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Anyone can get the job of being a hero, I think. But to be a hero? Well, Izuku looked over to Kacchan with a small smirk on his lips. I think everyone has to find that out for themselves. I think the best place to start is why, though. Kacchan nodded, considering Izuku's words carefully. Sometimes, people may look at the two of them and see a gruff, mean bully with a smaller, weaker victim, but they don't see these moments. The times when things are too serious to play up certain traits or pick on or tease each other. Izuku remained quiet, taking in the city around them. Sometimes things didn't need to be said. As they came upon a familiar underpass, Izuku was assaulted by the smell of danger, 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 something's wrong, turn back, run. He stumbled to a stop, staring warily at the dark tunnel. Stop, he gasped, covering his nose from the bitter scent. Kacchan stopped in his tracks immediately, frowning in his confusion. What is it, Birdbrain? Kacchan asked impatiently as Izuku tried to recover. Let's go a different way, Izuku suggested, staring at the underpass with ruffled feathers. We can come this way tomorrow. Come on, we need to leave. Calm down, nerd, what's going on? Kacchan demanded, but the danger was getting closer, and they needed to leave. We have to go, Izuku ground out, taking a step back from the tunnel. It's dangerous down there. What danger? Kacchan sighed, staring at the underpass and seeing nothing. It's the same as it's always been. Come on, idiot. No, Izuku shouted, grabbing the sleeve of his friend's Gakurin. Don't go in there. Didn't you hear me? Something's going to happen. You're being ridiculous, Kacchan huffed, ripping his sleeve out of Izuku's grip. There's nothing. As the blonde began to complain, the manhole cover slid to the side, releasing whatever it was that Izuku had sensed before. Kacchan turned and saw sludge inching its way out of the sewer and backed up instinctively. Izuku resisted shouting, I told you so, as they both turned heel and ran. There was no need to shout at each other to do it. They both knew this wasn't good. 2 new skin suits, a rough, sinister voice hummed, too quiet for Kacchan to hear. Just my luck. Izuku didn't slow down or look back. Have you perfected that aerial technique? He panted, glancing over at Kacchan. He got a nod in response, to which Izuku shouted, then fly. The sound of explosions let Izuku know that Kacchan had taken to the air too. Right under them, the villain monster sludge thing crashed into the ground where they'd been moments before. Izuku sighed a breath of relief, relaxing marginally at their safe spot in the air. "What now?" Kacchan shouted, his voice barely audible over his explosions. "How long can you stay like that?" Izuku yelled back, his voice straining to reach an even greater volume. "A minute and a half." Izuku chewed on his bottom lip nervously, staring at the villain below. If they touched down anywhere, the slime would easily catch them, even if it was on a nearby building. He couldn't send Kacchan away and distract the slime himself, it would follow Kacchan because he's the weaker target. "How long does it take you to recover?" Izuku asked. "I don't know. Half an hour, maybe," Kacchan answered. Izuku let out a distressed whine at the extended length of time. "I can only hold you for 2 minutes." Kacchan paled, his eyes blowing wide open. If they got out of this, Izuku would not let this be an issue again. He would train like there's no tomorrow. Even that wasn't assuring given their current predicament. Kacchan's explosions were growing weaker, stuttering and failing. He wouldn't admit to it, but Kacchan was going to fall soon. Before the blonde's arms could give out, a blur of red, white, blue, and gold slammed into the villain, splattering it across the road. Izuku shielded his face from the slime and wind released from the collision. He was fortunate not to have been blown away entirely. Kacchan, however, he plummeted, unable to sustain his flight in the forceful wind. Izuku's only warning that his friend had fallen was the shocked cry preceding his sudden descent. Izuku opened his eyes and moved. He'd never flown so fast, his surroundings blurring as he collided with Kacchan. He began to pull up, trying to slow or stop their downward momentum, but a strong arm wrapped around them both, securing them. A boisterous and familiar laugh prompted Izuku to open his eyes. When had he closed them? To see the face of everyone's idol. All Might. All Might had saved them. Oh my goodness. All Might saved them. All Might, Izuku whispered, staring up at the hero in shock and awe. Whoa. Ha. Kacchan murmured, still disoriented from his fall. What are you talking about, Featherbrain? All Might works in Tokyo. Izuku stumbled as he was released, moving to stabilize Kacchan the next moment. The number 1 hero had it handled, though, with a large hand supporting Kacchan. Izuku could see the moment Kacchan realized he was right. The normally grumpy face of his friend lit up, and his eyes sparkled with wonder and shock. He startled, a few sparks flying as shock overtook him. He jolted away from the hand and toward Izuku, staring wide-eyed at the hero. You weren't lying. Oh my goodness, it's All Might. Izuku squealed, grinning widely. All thoughts of nearly dying left his mind as he stared at the hero. An autograph. I need. Where's that stupid book? Izuku rummaged through his bag, searching furiously while Kacchan pulled out a booklet he kept on him since the Knuckleduster incident. They'd met Knuckleduster, and Izuku had to get 2 autographs from him since Kacchan didn't carry around a notebook. Kacchan decided that he didn't want to be caught by himself without something to sign, so he began carrying around a booklet. If there was a card in the front cover of said booklet in an everything-proof cover, then only Izuku and Kacchan would know. Either way, Izuku pulled out his notebook and a pen just as All Might finished signing Kacchan's booklet. PP please sign my N notebook K, All Might. Izuku requested louder than intended, though still not very loud. Ha ha ha, of course, young man. All Might chuckled, accepting the book graciously. He signed Izuku's book in large, bold letters, and even drew his own face on it. Izuku barely refrained from screaming to release the giddy energy filling his very being. Instead, he settled for letting his wings flap furiously but not fast enough to fly. It was similar to how Kacchan bounced his leg or popped a few explosions to release nervous, not that he'd ever admit it, or bored energy. Neither of you are hurt, are you? All Might asked, scanning both of them. Izuku nearly answered, bringing up the fact that Kacchan had used his quirk to the point of it giving out, but a calloused hand covered his mouth before he could speak up. We're both fine, All Might, Kacchan huffed. Some extra like that villain couldn't hurt us if he tried. All Might laughed again, amused at Kacchan's attitude. Good to hear. I must go now. Justice waits for no man. Not even fans like yourselves. Izuku grinned, getting the hint that Kacchan didn't want to bring it up, and waved the hero off. Bye, All Might. The hero took off, holding a hand over the bottle the sludge was stored in to ensure that it didn't fall out. Kacchan gave a little, reluctant wave before turning on his heel and walking down the road where they'd been taking to get to Izuku's house. Come on, Zuku, we don't have all day. Wait, Izuku called, staring at the sky. He'd watched All Might jump away, and the hero had touched down somewhere in sight. However, he never jumped again, which struck Izuku as odd. Was there another fight or issue so close to him and Kacchan? What? Kacchan groaned, walking back to Izuku. I just want to eat spicy curry and watch those stupid dramas Andy likes to put on. I need to check something out, Izuku said, taking off. Ha! Kacchan exclaimed, staring incredulously at Izuku. Take me with you, dimwit. We were just attacked by villains. Izuku blinked, gauging how long it would take to get to where he'd seen All Might land if Kacchan was with him. It was too far. He really needed to do some weight training, especially if he was aiming to be a hero. Wait here, Izuku repeated, much to his friend's indignance. If nothing was wrong, Izuku would be quick to return. If something was up, Izuku would also try to return quickly, but it wouldn't be guaranteed. He shot into the air, his eyes scanning the rooftops for the familiar hero. There, the moment Izuku identified the hero, a plume of thick fog erupted from somewhere, obscuring the hero from view. Izuku's eyes widened, and fear for All Might, as irrational as that sounded, drove him forward. All Might, Izuku cried, racing toward the fog. A thin, lanky shadow became visible as he landed on the roof, stumbling to a stop. What are you doing here, young man? The fog dissipated as swiftly as it had come, revealing an emaciated figure, hunched over and obviously confused. You're not, Izuku gaped, trying to compare this man to the great hero that had saved them earlier. Are you? The man tensed, his posture straightening, if only slightly. His eyes were wider, though still shrouded in shadow, and he shifted nervously. An imposter, Izuku exclaimed, backing up from the man and reaching for his phone. You're a fake. You can't be All Might. What happened to him? The man blinked, taken off guard by Izuku's outburst and subsequent panic. He sighed, looking up to the skies as if silently but visibly praying for patience. No, young man, I can assure you that I am not a fake. Then how would you explain it? Izuku asked, blunter than he'd like, but it was a bit late to fix it. All Might is large and strong and tall. Though, you are pretty tall, and he's brave. He's fearless and saves everyone with a smile. Fearless and brave, huh? The man chuffed mirthlessly. Allow me to show you something. The man lifted his shirt, revealing a large scar warping nearly his entire midsection. It was a hideous, sickly purple, and it looked like a crater left behind from a large impact. What could make such a mark? Before Izuku could start muttering theories about possibilities, the scar was covered again. Yeah, maybe that's what you see. I got into a fight 5 years ago. It left me without several organs that are essential for living a normal life. If that wasn't bad enough, during my recovery, I lost so much muscle mass that I became the figure you see right now. Toxic chainsaw, Izuku guessed. He quickly shook his head, discarding his own answer. No, he was powerful, but you didn't take a hit that could do that. Good guess, All Might. Huffed. No, this fight wasn't released to the public. After all, if Japan knew that their #1 hero was this, pathetic, the entire structure of this country would go down as we know it. Izuku mulled over the hero's words, realizing that they were true. While Izuku wouldn't use the word pathetic, the shape All Might was in now would alarm any who knew of it and cause a public outrage should it get out. I don't think you're pathetic, Izuku blurted, jerking his gaze up to meet the hero's shocked one. If anything, I think you're stronger for taking such a hit and continuing to be a hero by profession. Izuku chewed nervously on his bottom lip, the train of thought he'd been set on leading him to a question he'd asked himself and others his whole life. He didn't want to ask it, fearful of what the answer would be. But this was important. I must go, All Might said, contemplative. Don't go sharing this around, understand? Of course not. Izuku yelped, slightly insulted that the hero thought he might do such a thing. But All Might turned from the door leading to the staircase from the roof and motioned for Izuku to continue. The small boy stammered, tears coming to his eyes. Dang it, why'd he have to be such a crybaby? See, can I be a hero too? I know I'm small and weak. I've been told that all my life. Izuku took a deep breath, shoring up the last of his resolve to finish. Even if all I have are these little, fragile wings, can I be a hero? All Might's expression softened, and he turned to face Izuku fully. Those wings you call fragile, young man, are just like every other quirk in this world, All Might chuckled. They have their weaknesses and downsides, but they also have their power and strength. Your wings allow you to fight in creative ways and maneuver through areas impossible to navigate otherwise. You have a gift, my boy. So, you, too, can be a hero. Izuku let the dam break, allowing all of his frustrations and anguish of the day to mix with his joy in this moment and express itself in tears. He was smiling, overwhelmed with pure joy that All Might himself said he could be a hero. It felt like all of the stress was melting beneath the pure certainty of being affirmed by this idol of his. I really must be off. The door is locked to the stairwell, though I doubt that is a problem for a boy like yourself, All Might informed the still crying Izuku. He puffed up, grinning widely. But like I said, I must go now. Goodbye, young man. Izuku wiped his tears and watched as the hero flew away. But something was wrong. All Might's pockets were empty. Chapter text. Izuku felt his heart beat faster, speeding up to a hum instead of distinct pulses. The villain wasn't with All Might. Where was he? Was Izuku seeing things? Was he just being paranoid? But not once during their conversation had Izuku seen All Might adjust where the villain was. Was it lost before Izuku even got to him? What happened? What if it found someone else? What if it found a helpless, grounded person? The sky had been Izuku and Kacchan's saving grace, but few people could fly. Kacchan couldn't even fly for long. Especially now, since he'd exhausted himself to the point of his own quirk giving out. Oh, what if it found Kacchan? What were the chances of Kacchan stumbling upon the villain a second time? Not zero, which wasn't low enough for Izuku's nerves. What if, this time, All Might wasn't there to save him if and when he fell? Kacchan probably couldn't even lift himself off the ground after earlier. Boom. Ba ba boom. Boom. Izuku felt his blood turn to ice, freezing in his veins and stopping his heart. That was Kacchan. Izuku was sure of it. Izuku's mouth ran at the speed of his wings, which were moving at an incredible pace towards the source of the explosions. No, 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 no. He didn't feel the air around him as he raced to find the inevitable fires, hoping it wasn't the sludge villain. Anyone but the sludge villain, please. Izuku's hopes were dashed as he got an all-too-good aerial view of the scene. Kamui Woods, Backdraft, Death Arms, and MT. Lady were all there, doing crowd control, fighting the fires the explosions were setting, and saving people. The shaken boy dived down onto the roof nearest the crowd, observing and taking in every inch of the scene. It would do no one any good to rush in recklessly with no information. The sludge villain was in the center of the commotion, holding on to someone, who Izuku hoped wasn't Kacchan. Please, let it be someone else. A selfish hope, really. They were using the civilian's quirk to cause damage for the heroes to fix. Speaking of, there were 4 heroes on the scene. Why was the villain unapprehended? Izuku's question was answered when Death Arms rushed forward thoughtlessly, an arm raised. He punched the sludge villain with all of his strength, but it wasn't enough. The villain wasn't even affected. Death Arms' fist sunk into the villain, and he reared back, retreating to his partners. Mount. Lady said something about the road being too narrow to help. Izuku had never felt so angry before. The heroes were doing nothing. They were just waiting for whoever it was in the villain's grasp to die. His hands curled into tight, shaking fists, and his wings puffed up with his indignance. The sludge villain turned to face the heroes, taunting them about their inability to save a single person. Izuku could hear the underlying fear in his voice. He didn't want to get caught. However, Izuku paid no mind to it. The only thing he saw was red eyes, filled with a swirling mixture of anger and terror, and "I don't want to die." Izuku knew those eyes. He knew those explosions. He knew that hair and that vigor to live and thrive. He knew Kacchan better than Izuku knew himself. And his body moved before he could think. Izuku dived, going faster than he'd ever gone before, but it felt like the world was moving by so slowly. Every second he was in the air, rushing to save Kacchan, was a second of oxygen his friend was deprived of. This was a nightmare in which his legs and arms and wings were dunked in thick tar, and all he could do was push as hard as he physically could. His mind flew even faster than his body, thinking up and discarding strategies as quickly as they appeared. Grab Kacchan. No, Izuku's not strong enough to pull him out of the sludge fast enough to not get caught himself. Sneak attack. No, too risky. Izuku would get caught, and then there'd be two civilians trapped. Hit and run. There's too big of a chance that the villain would suffocate Kacchan before Izuku could effectively distract him. He scanned every part of the villain of the scene. The two parts of him that didn't ever shift or move like liquid were his eyes and mouth. That, Izuku remembered page 53 in his newest notebook. Weaknesses. Target his weaknesses. He reached into his messenger bag and pulled out a pencil he never used. He didn't want to blind the villain, so he turned it so the eraser side was facing away from him. Izuku barreled forward faster than the villain could react, causing the eyes to widen somehow as Izuku brandished his pencil like a mighty sword. He swiped it across the eye closest to him, digging it in far enough to hurt but not enough to permanently impact. Izuku pulled up, out of reach of the lashing, angry tendrils as the villain cried out in pain. He saw Kacchan's head bobbing, but he snapped out of it and pulled his mouth and nose free of the sludge. He could breathe. The sense of relief that swept over his body threatened to ground him before the villain could. Kacchan took a deep gasping breath and glared up at the blur that was Izuku. It told of a promise to discuss this later. That's never a fun promise. Izuku didn't care at that moment. He was busy trying to save Kacchan from this stupid sludge villain. He would probably never eat Jello again. Get down here, you pesky fly. The villain roared, his lashing more intentional now. Izuku rolled out of the way of another attack, feeling the breeze it left behind. I'll suffocate you and leave you to rot in front of your weeping mother. Izuku scowled and dived again, causing the villain to rear back further, shielding his eyes. However, he changed course, diving down and tugging Kacchan up and away, freeing his chest and shoulders before the villain recovered. He noticed the shadow over his head and dodged out of the way, recoiling as a few droplets of slime landed on his wings and arms. Izuku was going to take like 15 scalding hot showers tonight. And ask Mom to preen his wings after just to make certain. Thankfully, Izuku's wings shook off the slime easily, moving too fast for it to cling. His arms were less fortunate, but Izuku shook the sludge off of them as well. You brat, I'll kill you, the villain shouted, lunging at Izuku and leaving the restricting anchor that was Kacchan. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Kacchan was safe. Izuku flew out of the way of the tendril of slime that was shooting at him. It was a lot easier to dodge when up and down was an option too. A wordless, furious cry erupted from the villain, and he attacked again and again. Izuku got splashed a few more times, but he didn't get directly hit. The stakes were too high to lower his guard for even a second. Now that the fires were put out, Backdraft was free to join in the combat efforts. He launched a stream of water, giving the villain more fuel to work with. Izuku frowned and dodged out of the way of another attack, but he let up on his judgment when he noticed what the water was doing. Backdraft was diluting the sludge villain. Izuku would definitely jot this fight down later. He could see a reporter in the crowd, filming the whole thing. He could see it later, even if it was the censored version. He finally relaxed as the sludge villain was spread so thin he couldn't control himself anymore. He was a wobbly lump of slime at that point. Izuku was safe too. Izuku drifted over to Kacchan, who was glaring venomously at him. He had a shock blanket around his shoulders, but Izuku didn't see any injuries on him, thankfully. What? Kacchan started, his voice painfully quiet and a little scratchy. It made this scolding that much worse. Was that? Izuku gulped, his hands clenching nervously. You absolute numbskull, Kacchan shouted, ripping off the blanket and walking up to Izuku, who wilted under his friend's furious and worried gaze. What were you thinking? You're not a pro, idiot. You might be smart, but you sure as heck aren't a hero yet. We haven't even graduated from Aldera yet. Izuku stopped, realizing that he wasn't sorry. He couldn't apologize truthfully. But, you're right, I'm not a pro or something. It was a little bull-headed of me to rush in like that, but, Kacchan, Izuku raised his eyes to meet his friend's, you looked like you needed help. My body moved before I could even think. Kacchan sighed, an exasperated thing, and slumped over, his forehead thunking against Izuku's shoulder. You worried me, Izuku. I know, Izuku murmured, hugging Kacchan. It wasn't reciprocated, but that was fine. I'm sorry I worried you. Scared the life out of me, Kacchan huffed, shoving off of Izuku and acting aloof once more. I didn't need saving, you hear me. I would have been fine if I hadn't been flying for so long. Izuku grinned, glad to see his friend back. Hey, a gruff voice called. It was Death Arms. He looked quite angry. What was that out there? Huh. We had this handled. Izuku recoiled from the harsh scolding he could feel coming on. He felt fear, mainly, of the consequences he'd face. But, oddly enough, there was a burning stone sitting in his stomach. Anger. Indignance. This wasn't fair. Izuku had done what the trained heroes weren't doing. He saved Kacchan. No, not even that. Izuku had acted. Izuku felt vitriol on his tongue, but he couldn't talk back. He was a coward. So Izuku just lowered his head and accepted the criticism, allowing the hero's anger to roll over him. He didn't listen to a word Death Arms said, though. Maybe Izuku wouldn't be so upset about this if Kacchan wasn't getting praised while it happened. You've got a super powerful quirk, kid. Kamui Woods praised. You should intern with me once you get into the big leagues. I'd love to have you. Oh, shove off, Kamui. Mount. Lady huffed, pushing the other's head to the side. Turning to Kacchan, her eyes sparkled with intent as she purred, intern with me, Blondie. I'll treat you well. Kacchan, to his credit, looked unimpressed and a little more than slightly disgusted by the interaction. However, that was usually his default expression. Izuku zoned out, waiting for Death Arms and Backdraft, who joined in after the villain had been detained, to stop chastising him. Maybe he would have been more receptive if they weren't shouting at him. Kacchan turned, noticing Izuku's non-reactions to the words he was being subjected to, and sighed angrily, glaring at the heroes. He stalked towards the trio and positioned himself just in front of Izuku, his left shoulder barely blocking the view of Izuku's right. What do you think you're doing, huh? Kacchan spat, glaring venomously at the affronted heroes. This idiot did more than any of you. He didn't hesitate for even a second to jump in while you jerks twiddled your useless thumbs. It wasn't until he jumped in that any of you did a lick of work to help me. A stunned silence fell over the group, including the new additions of Kamui Woods and MT. Lady. Kacchan was unaffected, though, as he grabbed Izuku's arm and half-dragged him away. Izuku was in awe of his friend's willingness to stand and fight against any injustice he saw. Kacchan wasn't scared like Izuku always was. You're a hero. No matter what those useless extras say, Kacchan huffed, letting Izuku walk on his own. You acted faster than any of those numbskulls, even though it had to be terrifying. Thanks, Izuku grinned, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Kacchan. Don't start now, you crybaby. Kacchan ordered, deliberately looking away from Izuku. You're such a leaky faucet. Kacchan. Izuku blubbered, tears rolling down his cheeks. They were happy, odd ones, but they were still tears. You're so amazing and brave. Shut up. Kacchan barked, still not looking at the teary boy. Auntie's going to grow white hairs at this rate with your stupid, reckless shenanigans. Kacchan. Izuku exclaimed, still crying. Kacchan let out a loud, angry shout, frustrated beyond words. Mom's katsudon, made with lots of spice for Kacchan, helped wind him down, though. For the first time since this morning, the boys relaxed. The next day, I spent all night looking at spots we could train, Izuku explained, staring out over the chosen spot. He was proud of his choice. It was nearly perfect. I'm doubting that, nerd, Kacchan replied flatly, not seeing the same value in the beach that Izuku did. This is a junkyard. It's not supposed to be, Izuku retorted, pulling up an image on his phone. It was a wedding picture. Mom and Dad were smiling widely at each other, smitten looks on both of their faces, and the beach, clear and pure, was the setting. What's this, huh? Kacchan spat, glaring at the sappy photo. Why are you showing me Auntie's wedding pictures? Izuku's cheeks puffed out indignantly, his facial feathers splaying a little as a result. No, Kacchan, look at the beach, it's clean. Kacchan squinted skeptically at the picture, comparing its background to the beach in front of them. Okay, why here, though? I checked this place out, and I couldn't find any better places, Izuku elaborated. I had 3 criteria for places. 1, it was cheap. Affordable. 2, it was effective. I don't want something to happen like the incident yesterday where neither of us had enough stamina to help each other for long. 3, it somehow supported Musudafu. If we're going to be heroes, we should actively encourage helping others. How much sleep did you get last night? Kacchan asked lowly, glaring suspiciously at Izuku, who shuffled sheepishly under his friend's gaze. 2.5 hours, Izuku admitted, his face heating up. It's not that bad, he squeaked immediately after, but it didn't assure Kacchan at all. Okay, it's a little bad. But it was worth it. Now we can get started almost immediately. Not today, Kacchan stated. It was a fact to him. They wouldn't start today. At least, you're not starting today. I'm not letting you work yourself to death, dimwit. What? Izuku exclaimed incredulously. But, no, Kacchan refuted, not even listening to what Izuku had to say. We are not, under any circumstances, working when we can't handle it. Got it. Izuku huffed, pouting angrily at Kacchan. When his friend proved immovable on this resolution, Izuku sighed and nodded. Okay, how are we going to do this? Kacchan asked, more open to suggestions now. We can talk about it later, Izuku said urgently, piquing Kacchan's curiosity. If we don't run, we're going to be late to class. Why didn't you say that, idiot? Kacchan exclaimed, taking off on a sprint with explosions boosting him. I'm sorry, Izuku squeaked, keeping pace with his wings. Izuku threw the door open, rushing inside to avoid being called out for tardiness. The bell hasn't rung yet, thankfully. Kacchan would wring his neck if he was late because of Izuku. He hadn't heard the snickers behind the thin door, too preoccupied to focus on it. Move it, Kacchan hissed quietly, shoving Izuku forward. Izuku pouted at him over his shoulder before hurrying to his seat. Well, he would have, anyway. But about halfway to his desk, he noticed some alterations made to it. Izuku froze, stopping so suddenly that Kacchan bumped into him, his chin smacking into the back of Izuku's head. Gah, why'd you stop, nerd? Kacchan grumbled, confusion and irritation in his voice. Izuku didn't hear him, though, too focused on the things on his desk. A red spider lily sat innocently in the center, its color reminding Izuku of fresh, thick blood. Its petals dipped onto the desk itself, taunting Izuku with every point of contact. Around the horrid flower was a sea of equally cruel words, scribbled carelessly onto his desk in thick, black marker. Insults and threats and baits were written in so many different styles that Izuku would be impressed by the cooperation between his classmates if he wasn't so horrified. Izuku felt his throat close up, and his breath hitched, a threat that he was on the brink of tears. He couldn't cry now, not here. They'd know. They'd pry at this show of weakness until it was so far open it didn't hurt anymore. He tried to subtly swipe at his face, but the giggles and snorts told him that he wasn't successful. He wouldn't cry outright, though, even if he was caught. He'd get in trouble for being an attention seeker, again. Izuku felt a hot hand on his shoulder, pushing him behind Kacchan. His friend stalked towards the desk, small, angry pops of his quirk firing off. Kacchan slammed his hand on the flower, squishing it flat, and set off his quirk on it, turning it to ash. After dumping that in the trash, Kacchan shoved Izuku's desk out of the way, nearly hitting the person in front of his desk's chair. Unimpeded by this fact, Kacchan yanked his own desk over and put it in Izuku's spot. He then took Izuku's marred desk and set it aggressively where his own desk should be. Satisfied with the swap, Kacchan sat down abruptly and glared at anyone who stared for too long. Kacchan looked furious, the kind of cold, seeping anger that chilled anyone's bones. It was unlike his usual fiery temper, and it was unnerving to the class. Even if he didn't admit it, Kacchan cared a lot. He never said it or gave gifts or anything, but he was fiercely protective. It would help him when he became a hero. He had always been so defensive of his friends, as far as Izuku could recall. However, Izuku was Kacchan's only friend. When Izuku brought this up with Kacchan, eyes and voice filled with nothing but concern, Kacchan brushed it off. "I'm not going to be friends with a bunch of villain extras," he spat, rolling his eyes at the idea. "Heroes don't play with that trash." Izuku cried a lot that day. Kacchan had resigned himself to being subjected to the Midoriya tears a long time ago, though. Shocked silence filled the room, but Izuku scurried to his seat and sat quietly, uncomfortable with the gaping eyes narrowed in on him. The bell rang, and Sensei entered the room. He looked around, surprised at the silence meeting him, but taking it in stride. He began the lesson, and the class slowly went back to normal. Izuku caught Kacchan's attention and mouthed a silent, "Thank you," to him. Kacchan rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the board, but Izuku could see the self-satisfied quirk of his lips. Izuku resolved to clean the desk right after the day was over. If he didn't, Kacchan definitely would. Izuku knew it as a fact. He was too kind, really. The next day, "All right, Einstein, what's the plan?" Kacchan asked, staring at the mounds of trash covering the once beautiful Dagoba beach. "Well," Izuku began, pulling things out of his bag. Gloves and trash bags and trash pickers and more came out of the seemingly infinite cloth. "First, we need to ensure safety. We've got no idea how dangerous this stuff is, so basic precautions are a necessity. Second, we're going to divide this place into sections. We're cleaning the whole thing." Kacchan interrupted, staring at Izuku in shock. "How are we going to deal with Ua and this dump, huh?" Izuku blinked at the questions. "Yeah, of course we are," he replied, chuckling half nervously. "We're going to finish this before we get into Ua, Kacchan." And they would. It was a fact in Izuku's mind. Like the sky was blue and the sun rose in the east, he and Kacchan would clear the beach before they took the entrance exam. Kacchan scrutinized Izuku's sure, confident expression before shrugging, accepting this new goal. "Okay, nerd, keep talking." "Right, as I said, this place will be divided into sections. We'll start in the middle and work our way out. That way, as we get more used to handling the trash and stuff, we become more independent." Izuku explained, grinning proudly. "Take these. They've already got that powder inside of them that stops you from blowing them up on accident. We're starting by that old, red car. Do you see it?" Kacchan narrowed his eyes, scanning the garbage piles until he saw the dinky automobile in the center. He nodded, and Izuku pulled on his own gloves. Izuku handed Kacchan a trash bag and picker and took off with his own, shouting over his shoulder, "Whoever gets the most chooses the movie tonight." "Ha!" Kacchan exclaimed, sprinting towards the piles. He was grinning widely, thrilled by the challenge. While he would have done his best regardless, the competition pushed him to go beyond that. "You're going down, Featherbrain." "As if," Izuku scoffed, a grin on his face as well. "No cheating. I'll make you pay for the bags if you waste them by only filling them halfway." "I don't need to cheat, nerd," Kacchan declared, shoving trash into his bag as fast as he could. "I'll floor you." "Good luck," Izuku taunted, also moving quickly. He was cautious, not valuing the competition over his health. If he got tetanus from one of the rusty screws, he'd be in trouble. He'd also not be able to do anything remotely useful for a while. That'd suck. Regardless, Izuku weaved between the piles of trash, scooping up cans and bottles as he went. He wanted to put on cars too. Kacchan hated that movie, and Izuku had never seen it. Izuku counted the bags of trash after they'd spent about 8 hours on the beach, including lunch and other intermittent breaks. Izuku was not about to overwork them to the point of collapse. Kacchan would have instituted them anyway. He was a lot wiser than Izuku in that respect most of the time. Izuku had 12 bags of trash. Kacchan had 13. No. Izuku cried dramatically, falling to his knees and wailing to the sky. I've been defeated. Oh, calm your feathers, theater brat, Kacchan huffed, bumping Izuku's shoulder with his hip. I'm not going to pick a horror movie. Izuku reluctantly got up from the sand, brushing himself off. He hadn't lowered his wings into it, too aware of the consequences to do so. Sand in feathers was not fun. Okay, I'm going to drop these off at the place I told you about during lunch, Izuku informed Kacchan. Can you pack up our stuff? Kacchan nodded wordlessly, taking the trash pickers and other equipment and Tupperware to Izuku's bag. Izuku, for his part, grabbed about 6 trash bags and took off, allowing himself to strain to carry them. He was training, even now. He had to be strong enough next time. It took him 5 trips to transport all of them. Izuku carried 6 bags for the first 2, 5 for the third one, 4 for the fourth one, and 2 for the last trip. He was panting, exhausted, by the time he landed, empty-handed at last. Let's go. Auntie's going to force you to scrub yourself raw tonight, Kacchan remarked, laughing at Izuku's suffering. Like your mom won't do worse, Izuku retorted, smirking at his friend's annoyed and slightly apprehensive reaction. Can I use your shower? Kacchan asked, his eyes all but begging for relief. I don't know, Izuku hummed, looking up in false contemplation. What movie are you playing tonight? Freaking! Kacchan growled, chasing after a cackling Izuku. Kacchan picked the Santa Claus. Even though it was freaking April, he still got to use Izuku's shower. It wasn't a horror movie, at least. Besides, Izuku got his revenge by giving him mild Kacchan instead of the spicy version. Chapter text. April. Month 1. Izuku paused as he hefted a microwave into his arms, feeling a vibration coming from his pocket. He speed-walked to the side of the road, setting the appliance in the bed of the truck he'd rented for delivering trash to the correct disposal areas. He reached into his pocket after removing the dirty rubber gloves and pulled out his phone. 30-minute break, it read. Ah, now Izuku remembered setting that. It was supposed to go off every hour and a half, allowing Kacchan and Izuku to rest before pressing forward. They couldn't help at all if they overworked themselves, a fact explained to Izuku regularly. Break. Izuku yelled into a megaphone he'd acquired for calling out things like this. He had a very quiet voice, so he couldn't yell loud enough to be heard if Kacchan was invested in something. Finish up and come back. Boom. Kacchan heard what Izuku had said. It was a signal between them both. 1 explosion meant he'd heard Izuku, and 2 meant he couldn't make it out. If Kacchan hadn't responded at all, Izuku also would have known to turn up the megaphone as if he'd responded with 2. A minute or so later, Kacchan came out with 2 tires over his arms, sweating profusely from the exertion. Tires weren't exactly light, after all, and they'd been working for a while. The tires were deposited, and Kacchan crossed over to take a few greedy gulps of his water bottle. Once he was satisfied, Kacchan dropped the sealed bottle back onto the sand and turned to Izuku, who was taking restrained sips from his own. I'm going to fly for a little bit, Kacchan, Izuku informed him, stretching his wings out to either side. He reveled in the painless strain that came from his muscles pulling to extend further. I'll be back soon. Be careful, nerd, Kacchan warned, sighing as he leaned against the bed of the truck he was near. Public quirk usage is illegal, so don't get caught. Not for mutation quirks, Izuku answered, a grin on his face. That's like telling someone with more than 2 arms to not use the extras in public. It's silly. Ha, Kacchan exclaimed, surely flying in public has to break some law. Not as far as I know, Izuku shrugged. I'll be fine, see you in a few. Kacchan opened his mouth to respond, but Izuku was several meters above his head before any sound could come out. He shut his mouth with an aggressive puff of air, accepting that his friend couldn't hear him right now. Izuku sped off, marveling at the way the wind flew through his hair and feathers. It was like when his mom brushed his hair or cleaned his wings. It combed through the messy locks, but instead of working out the tangles, the wind playfully threw them around, tangling them more hopelessly together. Izuku whooped, doing a flip in the air and feeling the wind follow, the currents ripping at his clothes and nudging at his wings. The wind was his second best friend, Izuku thought. No one could ever beat Kacchan, but the wind was always ready to play, and it didn't require anything of Izuku but to be there. It would happily do this song and dance with him, the rushing in his ears giving away its laughter as Izuku soared. The wind was a healing salve as well, brushing against the scratches and bruises cruelly inflicted upon him at Aldera. The gouges in his upper arms were numbed in the cold air, and the coolness soothed the burns along his back from an accident with the pyrokinetic girl in his class. Izuku was so caught up in the motions of laughing and twisting and healing and thriving like he never could anywhere else that he didn't notice the stark red wings dancing with him. "What's up, kid?" a laid-back voice called. Even though the tone was entirely friendly, Izuku's eyes shot open, and he nearly fell out of the sky when he saw who'd called him. Hawks, Izuku squeaked, staring wide-eyed at the hero. "What?" Hawks was smiling down at him, mirth evident in his smirk. He was fully aware of the effect he had on Izuku, or just people in general. This couldn't have been his weirdest experience with a fan. Izuku's body froze, and he fell for a second before he regained his bearings and caught himself. His wings moved furiously to reach Hawks again, curiosity replacing the shock that was once there. "That's me," the hero chirped, easily staying in place in front of Izuku. The wind whipped in Izuku's ears, and he could hardly hear the hero at all. "It's pretty loud up here, though. Let's land." Izuku could hardly comprehend what was happening as he numbly followed the hero onto a nearby roof. He went through the motions of diving and landing, and the wind pulled at him, reluctant to let its companion go. In the back of his mind, he wondered if it was weird that he'd personified an element of nature. If that was normal for people who were like him. "So, you want to explain what you were doing up there, fledgling?" Hawks asked, an amused quirk to his lips. Izuku couldn't sense any malice in it, but the idea of someone being amused by his being in trouble wasn't pleasant either way. That was illegal quirk usage, you know. Was it? Izuku squeaked, his wings fluffing up in alarm. He felt his heart speed up as his palms began sweating. Had Izuku broken the law so frequently? Every day, Izuku was up there, flying to feel the freedom of it. "Yeah," Hawks confirmed, his grin falling into more of a regular one than an amused one. "Flying without a license, which you can get at 16, is illegal." Izuku's cheeks puffed up, indignant that Hawks hadn't even asked for a license. "How do you know I'm not 16? He demanded. Hawks looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow, silently asking if Izuku really thought he looked like he was 16. Izuku wilted, aware of his baby face and small frame that made him look 12 instead of 14. "Don't make that face, kid," Hawks whined, averting his gaze as Izuku was overcome with disappointment. "It's fine. No one flies anymore since the last time someone got hit by a plane about 5 years ago. Planes just called for those restrictions, and you only get checked for a license if you're in a plane danger zone. You weren't, so you don't need to be reprimanded." When Izuku didn't perk up significantly, Hawks sighed at himself. "Okay, let's start over." Izuku snorted and looked up to see Hawks looking expectantly at him. "I'm Midoriya. What's your name?" "Call me Hawks," the hero replied, puffing his chest out slightly as Izuku cheered up. However, a vague memory tugged at the back of Izuku's mind, causing his face to freeze again. "I'm Izuku. What's your name?" "Call me Hawks," the boy, Hawks, answered. "I know you," Hawks blurted, his face also betraying his recollection. Where do I know you from?" "The payphone," Izuku answered, his voice quiet as usual. "You helped me, I asked where we were. HPSC building or something." "I remember now," Hawks exclaimed, a genuine grin on his face. "You were so cool to see. I'd never seen anyone with wings, and then you were there, and I was amazed." "Wow, heroing before even getting the license," Izuku remarked, looking at Hawks in a new light. Inspiring, truly. What, do you want to be a hero? Hawks chuckled, but not in a way that implied that he was looking down on that dream. Of course, Izuku agreed, his grin widening at the question. More than anything. Hawk's brows furrowed, deep in thought. Izuku waited patiently, letting the hero to gather his thoughts. He shuffled, his wings adjusting to sit more comfortably on his back, alerting Hawks to Izuku's presence again. Ah, sorry. Hawks apologized sheepishly. I was thinking, are you free tomorrow evening? Izuku's eyes widened, shocked at the implication that they would meet again. The number 3 hero wanted to meet Izuku. He was honored. Yes, Izuku replied, wincing at his own volume. Yes, I am. Why? You know the park downtown? Hawks asked. When he got a nod, he continued, at 5:30, will you meet me above that park? Izuku nodded so fast he thought his head would fall off, agreements and yeses streaming out of his mouth. Calm down, fledgling, Hawks laughed, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'll probably arrive after you. To avoid attention, that is. Okay, I'll be there, Izuku informed him. A buzz in his pocket alerted him to the time. Oh, shoot, I have to go. I am so sorry. Nah, it's fine, kid, Hawks dismissed with a lazy swipe of his hand. I've got to get back to work, after all. Villains don't sleep, and neither does justice and all that. Bye, Hawks, Izuku cried over his shoulder before he launched himself into the air, hope singing in his veins. He would be trained by the number 3 hero. He couldn't wait to tell Kacchan. Kacchan, Izuku called, a cloud of sand billowing away from him as his wings stirred up the beach. Kacchan, you will not believe what just happened. Ha, Kacchan huffed, looking up from his spot leaned up against a tree. Try me, nerd, what is it? So, I was flying around like usual, right? Izuku started, his feet rocking back and forth excitedly. And suddenly I hear a voice greeting me. So I look up and I see Hawks staring down at me. I just, died. Death by shock and internal fanboying. Then. Wait, Kacchan ordered, sitting up from his previously relaxed spot. You met Hawks. I swear you're the luckiest person on Earth or something because a couple of weeks ago we met All Might. And he's the coolest hero out there 'cause he always wins. Izuku winced at the always wins part, remembering the deep crater in the hero's side, but he continued, that's not it. He can't hear me and I can't hear him, so we land on a nearby rooftop. He tells me I can't fly without a license in plain zones, which I know, but I was panicking because he started with the no license part. Then, he recognizes me from a park 7-ish years ago, and we talk about that for a couple of minutes. And here's the part you won't believe. All of this is unbelievable, idiot, Kacchan interrupted, glaring at Izuku. You're telling me you met this guy before he was a hero? It was kind of odd, actually, Izuku mused. He introduced himself as Hawks back then, too. Ha, Kacchan shouted, still disbelieving. That makes no sense. I know, Izuku agreed. I'll think about it later. Stop distracting me. Kacchan raised his hands in surrender, amused by Izuku's annoyance. After he asked me if I wanted to be a hero, and I said yes, of course, he offered to meet me tomorrow at 5:30. So I might be getting to train with the number 3 hero soon. This is so cool. A shadow crossed over Kacchan's expression, but it was quickly followed by rage. Izuku could tell it was more of a frustration with himself than Izuku. Are you all right, Kacchan? Shove off, feathers, Kacchan spat, but he didn't sound convicted. I guess I'm cleaning this dump by myself now, though. It's fine, I don't need your help anyway. What? Izuku exclaimed, rushing forward and sitting in front of Kacchan, confused. What do you mean, I'll still help? What do you mean you'll still help? Kacchan huffed, glaring at Izuku again. You have a mentor and a place to be now. Why would you stick around when you have better things to be doing? You hardly need this place anymore. I'm not just going to leave you behind, dummy, Izuku chuckled, leaning forward. Everything I learn, I'll turn right around and teach to you. I won't be able to work here every day, but on the days I can, I'll help clean and teach you what I learned. Kacchan had an expression of pure shock on his face, taken aback by Izuku's promise. You will. What? Don't worry, Izuku dismissed, waving a hand to the side. I won't leave you behind just 'cause I got a good offer from a hero. Kacchan cut himself off, biting his lip in an uncharacteristic show of confusion and uncertainty. Whatever, nerd, I didn't need your darn help anyway. You're so gosh darn clingy that you can't get off my back, even when you have a top 10 in your corner. Izuku took the acceptance for what it was and laughed. Okay, Kacchan. Come on, it's been more than 30 minutes. Izuku couldn't help but notice the excitement radiating from his friend, though. He'd never admit it, but Kacchan was eager to learn, albeit indirectly, from someone who knew what they were doing. Month 2, ready? Izuku asked, bouncing on his toes. This was the part of training he looked forward to the most. Kacchan scoffed, glaring as if the question was offensive somehow. Of course I'm ready, idiot. 3, Izuku started, putting a little distance between them. 2, the sound of popping sparks filled the air as Kacchan's quirk prepared to support his weight, to propel him higher. 1, Izuku grinned as the explosions got larger, and he kicked off into the air himself. Go! Kacchan launched into the air like a rocket, smoke and flame trailing behind him. Izuku wasn't far from him, too nervous to leave him alone. Every day Izuku was at Dagoba, they'd try to push Kacchan's limits for how long he can stay in the air. It was too important of a skill, they'd learned, to neglect further. The sludge villain had shown them that very clearly. Izuku hovered near Kacchan, prepared to catch him at any moment. Kacchan needed a spotter to fly with, and Izuku was the only qualified person he knew. It's not as if they could get Hawks, who Izuku trains with every other day, to help out. Wow, look at how much progress we're making, Izuku exclaimed, noticing the large chunk of sand in place of what was just trash before. That's awesome. We might actually finish this, Kacchan remarked, and Izuku could hear his satisfaction as well. Of course we will, Izuku encouraged him with a grin on his face. I knew we could. Don't get cocky now, nerd. We still haven't scratched the surface yet, Kacchan huffed, rolling his eyes at Izuku's hope. Ah, okay, Izuku agreed, his cheeks reddening at the call-out. Do you want to land now, or do you want me to land for us? I don't need your stupid help, Kacchan shouted, glaring at a sheepish Izuku. I'll land by myself. Of course, Kacchan. Izuku nodded, his head spinning at the rapid movement. Izuku hovered near Kacchan, much to the blonde's irritation, as he lowered himself down carefully. They'd pushed Kacchan's limit to around 2.5 minutes instead of the previous 1.5, which had pleased both of them greatly. Izuku let out a victorious whoop as Kacchan safely landed, doing a few flips and spins in the air to vent the excited energy. Calm down, show off, Kacchan shouted at him, but he was smirking too. Get your feathery butt down here before I make you. Izuku laughed and landed as well, grinning widely. I'm no show-off. I'm just so happy for you. It's hardly an accomplishment, idiot, Kacchan huffed, rolling his eyes at Izuku. Not enough to use in hero work. But it's progress, Izuku argued. Every step's important. Kacchan opened his mouth to argue, but the sound of something vibrating interrupted him. Izuku pulled out his phone and squeaked. It was his reminder that Hawks was training him today. I've got to go, Izuku informed Kacchan, dismissing the alarm. Hawks is waiting for me. Don't have too much fun, dimwit, Kacchan snarked. You've got to take that stuff seriously. Izuku puffed his cheeks out indignantly, retorting, You're not my dad. You can't know that. You don't have a dad. Kacchan spat, but Izuku was in the sky, too far away to get a response in. Darn right, coward. Rude, Izuku muttered as he flew towards the training spot. Despite his exasperation, Izuku had an amused and eager smile on his face. He had a mentor to meet with. Hawks sensei, Izuku greeted, running into the warehouse excitedly. Hey. The hero in question turned to identify the source of the noise, wrinkling his nose at the title. Don't call me sensei, kid. What have I said about that? Izuku chuckled sheepishly, wringing his hands together. Sorry. Hawks ruffled Izuku's hair, dismissing the slight with a careless wave of his hand. Don't worry about it. A wild grin formed on his face, his gaze sharpening. You'll make up for it in training today. What are we doing today? Izuku asked, more eager than intimidated. Then again, he hadn't been labeled a nerd by Kacchan for nothing. Izuku would love school if people would just leave him to exist in peace, honestly. He loved learning. Is it new? Am I learning a new move? How long do you think it'll take to get it? Will it involve my wings? How? Hawks huffed, exasperated but amused, turning on his heel and placing his hand on both of Izuku's shoulders, silencing him. Calm down. You'll find out in, like, a minute. Izuku's face heated up, self-conscious of his excited muttering. It was so easy to launch into it. He had so many thoughts and so few outlets to release them through. Sorry. It's fine, fledgling, Hawks shrugged, setting up the mats. Today, to answer at least one of your many questions, we're going over pacing. Pacing, Izuku echoed, his mind racing. Like pacing yourself. I've been good about not overworking, I think. Kacchan keeps me in line. So. No, but I'm grateful that this friend of yours is keeping you in tip-top shape, Hawks interrupted, stopping another mutterstorm. Izuku's cheeks reddened again, but the hero either didn't notice or didn't acknowledge it. I'm talking about the pacing of a fight. What does that mean? Izuku chirped, his eagerness injecting excitement into his voice and body language. This was something completely new. He'd never heard of this before. You're a clever kid. Think about it, Hawks answered unhelpfully. You ever notice how some fights seem to go slower, almost? I don't like to use that term, but I don't think there's a better way to say it. Like the fight between Kamui Woods and the big villain at Tatooine Station. Izuku suggested. When he got a nod, he continued, well, doesn't the pacing of a fight depend on who's fighting it? Like how some fights with limelight heroes are drawn out for the spectacle. It also depends on how the hero fights in the first place. Kamui Woods needs time to attack and defend because of his quirk, so he doesn't tend to fight quickly, using the term loosely. But you tend to have quicker fights, using the term loosely again, because of your quirk and brand. You swoop in and end things as quickly as possible, minimizing civilian harm and property damage. You move as fast as you can, defending and attacking so quickly that most people only really see a blur. It sounds like you have the idea, Hawks hummed, cutting off any more insight. Yes, you're right, it does depend on who's fighting. The examples were spot on too, kid. Good on you, but we're not going to talk about why paces vary. At least, we won't today. I'm going to show you the differences between them and just how heavily they impact a fight. How? Izuku asked, walking onto the foam mats with Hawks. Hawks shot an evil smirk over his shoulder. You'll get to experience them firsthand. Hawks' feathers all floated into one of the far corners of the room, out of the way so he wouldn't be tempted to use them. No quirks. I'll let you get the first hit in. Izuku waited for some sort of countdown before remembering one of the hero's first lessons. There are no countdowns in battle. He lunged forward, swinging with a left hook and switching to a kick when Hawks went to block the first hit. That was when it went downhill. For Izuku, that is. Hawks attacked back, speeding up until Izuku was just behind, just too slow, scrambling to dodge and defend and having no time to think for even a second. It was all reflex, and Izuku's weren't very honed. Left, right, duck, left, wait, no. Izuku's back hit the mat, his mind and body reeling from the experience. He felt dizzy, already worn out from the exercise. Hawks crouched in front of Izuku, his grin unapologetic. Do you see what I meant by pacing? Izuku nodded, rising to a sitting position. He didn't feel like the room would shake beneath him, so that was a benefit. That landing wasn't nice on his wings. Or the burns on his side. I couldn't react fast enough. Izuku exclaimed, awed now instead of confused. It was like you were always one step ahead of me, and you knew it. It was all reflex, but I read you wrong and boom. I had no clue what happened. Hawks sat down in front of Izuku with an amused smirk and explained, if the pace isn't under your control, it's under your opponent's, which is a dangerous place to be. While you're readying for Ua, I'll help push your pace, speed it up until the villains don't know what hit them. Izuku grinned excitedly. Will I get to learn how to control the pace? Is it just whoever's faster? We'll learn how to control a fight later, Hawks hummed. But you'd be surprised by how a slower pace can throw you off. I'm about to find out, aren't I? Izuku asked, dread and eagerness pooling in his gut in a confusing mix. Right on the nose, Midoriya. Izuku's thoughts were just a dull screaming as he splayed his limbs on the ground, exhausted. This was a productive session, but it was taxing beyond anything Izuku had done before. It was good, though. However, now Izuku was guzzling water down like he had been deprived of it for 3 years. As Hawks knelt in front of Izuku, he paused his drinking long enough to let out a loud, suffering groan. He should know what he did to Izuku. Pain. Ah, come on, Mido. Hawks laughed, very amused by this whole situation. It wasn't that bad. You learned something, didn't you? I learned lots of things, Izuku agreed. And am very tired now. I feel pain in places I didn't know you could feel pain in. Oddly, though, the pain was different than the dull burns on his back and the scratches gouged into his arms and the bruises from rock-hard hands. He felt almost satisfied with this pain. The pull in his muscles and the aches from getting hit and falling. It was all for something better. It was beneficial. And Izuku found that they didn't hurt as much. Hawks chuckled, very amused by Izuku's exhaustion. Ah, cheer up, kid. Here, since you worked so hard today, I'll take you to my favorite cafe in the city. We'll get a little something to reward you for working through it. Really? Izuku asked, looking up at the hero hopefully. My treat, Hawks confirmed, his smile softening. But you have to get up. Izuku shoved his face into the mat and groaned again. Hawks was entirely unhelpful as he started laughing again. A minute of dramatic complaints and slowly dragging himself into a better position later, Izuku was on his feet. It was a lot better now that he was, honestly. Not that he'd admit that. Izuku felt his muscles pull as he started to flap his wings, and he stopped trying with a huff. He really was exhausted if flying of all things was taxing. I can fly us there, Hawks offered, a trace of something in his gaze. Izuku couldn't figure out what it was, but it didn't seem bad, thankfully. You don't know where we're going anyway. Okay. Izuku accepted, conceding the point. How? Hawks hummed, contemplating the question. Will your wings hurt if they're pressed against something? Not really, Izuku answered hesitantly. It'll be a little tight, but it's like having my arm trapped against something. Not exactly comfortable, but it's not painful. Hawks nodded. During their meeting, the third one, Izuku had asked all sorts of questions. Apparently, while Hawks could feel his wings, he wasn't as acutely aware of them as Izuku was. It was probably because there wasn't any actual flesh or bones in Hawks. It was just feathers clumped into wing-like shapes. All right, kiddo, let's fly. Hawks chirped, locking his arms around Izuku's midsection and taking off. Izuku gaped at the feeling of flying but not. It was odd. He felt more free yet more out of control than ever. He didn't have to account for wind and direction and flapping his wings, but he was in the air. He had no worries about anything in that regard. But he had no control over where they were going or how they got there. Odd was an understatement, honestly. In what could have been a few seconds or a few minutes, they were in front of a small cafe with Hawk's feathers stuffed into a gray backpack he had on. It was a surprisingly effective disguise. Usually people identified the hero based on the glaring red wings. Well, Hawks asked, holding the door open for Izuku. Are we going in, or are you having second thoughts? Sorry, Izuku squeaked, rushing through the door to make up for the lost time. Hawks huffed, amused, as he followed Izuku in. It's fine, fledgling, Hawks dismissed. What do you want? Do you need a couple of minutes to look at the options? Izuku nodded as he scanned the menu. There was something called the sweet sugar stir. It had a lot of caffeine, sure, but it also had a lot of sugar. Izuku kind of needed that stuff. I'm ready, Izuku told the hero. Hey, how can I? Hawks. The lady at the register began before cutting herself off. She looked around, her cheeks reddening sheepishly as she scanned for people. I am so sorry, sir. You probably don't want that broadcasted. What can I get for you? I'll get the caramel frappuccino, and what did you want, chickadee? Hawks prompted, nudging Izuku lightly. It was barely noticeable, really. Can I please get the sweet sugar stir? Izuku requested. The lady's brow furrowed, not out of anger or anything, but more out of concern. Ah, that's, got a lot of caffeine and sugar in it. Are you sure? Izuku nodded resolutely. Yes, please. Resigned, the lady rang up the order. That'll be 1,100 yen. Hawks handed over a few notes before stuffing another in the tip jar next to her. When the lady handed back his changer, he also put that in the tip jar. What's the name for your order? She asked, staring at Izuku. She probably figured that they wanted to keep Hawks' presence a secret. She was correct. Midoriya, Hawks answered. Thank you, ma'am. No, thank you. Your order will be ready shortly, she replied. Hawks led Izuku over to a table in the corner of the cafe, and Izuku scanned the place, taking it in. It was small, but it was taken care of. It had muted, pastel colors, browns and blues and pinks all mixing together. A slow, calming tune played in the background, further pushing the aesthetic of the place. Nice, isn't it? Hawks remarked, also looking more relaxed. It's quiet too. Yeah, Izuku agreed. He almost felt out of place with his own vibrant color scheme. Bright, attention-grabbing greens and teals stood out among the lighter, softer colors. They didn't talk much after that, but their silence wasn't uncomfortable. Neither felt the obligation to talk, and they respected that. Even with all of Izuku's energy and Hawk's persona, a little quiet was nice too. Midoriya, the lady called, and Izuku quickly retrieved their drinks. As he sat down again, handing Hawks his drink, a different woman approached them. She had long black hair tied back in a wavy ponytail and a significant amount of makeup on. Maybe she needed it for her quirk. Izuku genuinely couldn't think of another reason to have so much. You're Hawks, right? She asked, her eyes glittering eagerly. It was more of a predatory eagerness, though, instead of an innocent fangirlish fascination. Wow, you're even more charming up close. Thank you. Hawks chuckled lightly, though he subtly leaned away from her, picking up on the same thing Izuku had. I hate to be rude, but do you think we could do a rain check on this? I'm not the only one here. Oh, dear, I am so sorry. The woman apologized, feigning surprise at Izuku's presence. It was so clearly a facade that Izuku didn't even entertain the thought of overthinking it. Hey, you have wings too. Are you two related? No, ma'am, Hawks answered, sitting up straight. Again, can we put this off for another time? You're adorable, the woman interrupted, uncaring of Hawks' attempts to get her to leave. Is he yours? Izuku flushed, reddening all the way to his hairline. What? I'm not related to Hawks. Oh, no need to be shy, darling, the woman cooed, finding Izuku's energetic denials amusing. I won't tell. Izuku paused in his stammering, noticing the phone in the woman's hand. It was on, open to the camera app. It was recording. Izuku went to point out the discrepancy between her words and actions when she shushed him, saying, the adults are speaking, dear. Ma'am, Hawks sighed, his voice tightening as he realized she wouldn't leave of her own accord anytime soon. I think you're overstepping a bit. I don't have a son, especially not one of the kid's age. Oh, just admit it. The woman goaded, her own voice tightening. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's only natural to want to spend time with someone you relate to. Miss, Izuku blurted, his resolve hardening for just a moment. If you're not going to tell anyone, why's your phone recording? The woman froze, paling when she felt the weight of the hero's glare on her. It wasn't an outright scowl, but Hawks certainly didn't look friendly right now. The woman stuttered, scrambling for an excuse. That's a good question, Hawks hummed with a false thoughtfulness in his tone. I'll delete it, the woman exclaimed, holding her phone up so they could see the screen. See, look, it's gone. Now you know I won't tell a soul. Hardly matters now, Hawks huffed, his feathers ruffling agitatedly. Even if the fledgling was my son, which he's not, it wouldn't concern you or anyone else at all. That's my business and his business. This is what you signed up for when you became a hero. The woman argued, irrationally upset at them for having the audacity to want privacy. As a public figure, we have a right to. Hawks cut her off, unimpressed with the argument. My personal life, my relationships, that's unfounded and invasive, and all three of us know it. Surely you were aware. The woman began to defend, but Izuku had had enough. Of what? He spat, his own feathers ruffling. Of the lack of privacy he'd have. Of the way that everyone would assume that they're entitled to everything he is. Of the way that he'd be treated like a character in a show or a doll in a dollhouse. How would you feel if everyone in Japan watched your every move? If your relationships, romantic and platonic, were bare for the world to see and judge and talk about? It's not a matter of being a public figure. It's a matter of being human. The cafe was silent, the background music more mocking than calming now. Izuku hated when people did this. When they dehumanized someone because of who they were or what they did. Public figures were human. Heroes were human. Mutants were human. Villains were human. Izuku was human. Suddenly, the woman's face twisted into a scowl, and her lips tugged down into a sneer. You brat, I don't see how Hawks could raise such a. Finish that, Hawks challenged, his voice quieter and so much angrier. Do it. The woman froze again, her words catching up to her. She cleared her throat, trying to compose herself. She straightened, turned on her heel, and left without another word. She didn't have an argument, and this was a fight she couldn't win. Izuku relaxed, feeling safer with the seclusion. Thanks, kiddo, Hawks said gratefully, prompting Izuku to squeak in surprise. What? I didn't do anything, Izuku dismissed, waving his arms around as though to physically bat away the gratefulness. You're the one who made her leave. Hawks sighed, leaning back in his chair. Maybe, but you made her aware of exactly what she was insinuating. It was a big push. Speaking of, I didn't know you had talons, kid. Izuku trailed off, his eyes listing to the side. I just really don't like it when people try to frame others in a way that's inhuman. You're a person, I'm a person, we're all people, even villains. Hawks didn't have anything to say to that. The conversation wasn't picked back up again. It left behind a silence that allowed both of them to think a bit. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it wasn't quite comfortable either. It was just there. And that was okay. So, I had just dropped off our drinks, and this lady came over to us, Izuku started. Kacchan was listening with full attention, knowing full well that Izuku would spiral into a rant later in it. They were under the lunch tree, as they'd so creatively named it, chatting and such as they waited for the bell to ring. She started talking about how nice Hawks looked, and then she turns to me and claims I'm related to Hawks somehow. Kacchan snorted, not seeing the resemblance. Sure, they both have wings, but there's no similarities outside of that. When Hawks tries to politely get her to leave, she doubles down on the whole I'm his son thing, and she won't listen when we tell her I'm not. She was recording the conversation too, which is weird. I pointed it out and she got all upset when she had to delete it. Izuku huffed, his arms gesturing wildly every time he got worked up. She then said that the public was entitled to Hawk's private life, and we both got upset at that point. When I told her that's not how it works, she got mad at me. You know how I feel when people just, gah. I haven't seen you this worked up in months, nerd, Kacchan laughed, finding mirth in Izuku's frustration. Where would you be without me to rant to? There'd be a lot more weaknesses and takedown strategies in my notebooks, that's for sure, Izuku admitted, leaning against the trunk of the tree as he calmed down. I'm glad you listened to me, Kacchan. You hated her, though, huh? Kacchan cackled, really tore into her in front of the bird. I didn't hate her, Izuku sighed. She just riled me up a little. A little, Kacchan echoed with a disbelieving snort. Sure, Izuku. Really, Izuku claimed, his cheeks heating up. You should see some of the pages on boulders and fingers. Well, now you have to show me. Kacchan demanded, reaching for Izuku's bag. Hand it over. What? No, Izuku squeaked, shoving his bag out of reach. Those are for my eyes only. You can't say some trash like that and then not show me. Kacchan argued, leaning forward to reach further. Get your darn diary out. It's not a diary, Kacchan, Izuku retorted, trying to shove Kacchan back. You wouldn't be able to read it anyway. It's in code. You're the one who suggested that. You dimwit. Kacchan spat, but he sat back down, giving up the fight. Never giving you ideas again. Kacchan, Izuku whined, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Come on. No, you can be a gosh darn brat, Kacchan huffed, looking away. You're so mean, Izuku exclaimed. I'm going to grind you into dust during training today, Kacchan threatened. Okay, Kacchan, Izuku chuckled. Izuku sagged as the bell cut off any retort Kacchan might have had. Another couple hours of school. It can't be that bad. Izuku sighed as he felt the brunt of his exhaustion hit him with the dread pooling in his stomach. He had felt this nearly every day around this time, the reluctance to actually continue with school when he's just hurt and picked on the whole time. It sucked. He got up anyway. He had training with Kacchan later, so there was something to look forward to, at least. June. Month 3. Izuku stared blankly at the phone in his hand, hardly registering the persistent vibrating, letting him know that it was time for a break. He closed his eyes and sighed, dismissing the alarm and heading towards the truck. He grabbed the megaphone once it was in reach, immediately pressing it up to his face. Kacchan, Izuku shouted, but it wasn't amplified by the device. He blinked, taken off guard by the quiet. Oh, he'd forgotten to turn it on. Izuku pressed the little button near the handle and tried again. Kacchan, it's time for a break. Izuku nodded to himself, satisfied with the now functioning megaphone. He turned it off and set it down just as explosions in the distance alerted him to Kacchan's presence. Izuku closed his eyes to avoid looking at the bright lights of his friend's quirk. He only opened them once the popping stopped. It was harder than Izuku would have liked to admit. What's up with you, nerd? Kacchan demanded, his face twisted into a sneer. It was a concerned sneer, but it was still a sneer. I'm fine, Izuku replied. Nothing's up. Kacchan glared at Izuku, crossing his arms stubbornly. I don't believe that for a dang second. You're not fine. Really, Kacchan, I am. Izuku protested, standing up straight from where he'd been leaning against the truck bed. Another buzz from his phone reminded him that he had training with Hawks today. I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow. A hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him back to the truck before he could leave. You're not serious. You're obviously freaking out of it. I'm sure the bird will understand. Izuku shook his head, ignoring the way it made his head spin. No, it's fine. I'll be fine. There is no fine in training, idiot. You're all in or all out, Kacchan argued, but he let go of Izuku's wrist. I'm sure that Birdbrain will call you out too. I have to go, Izuku sighed, backing away from his friend. Bye, Kacchan. Don't come crying once you find out I'm right. Kacchan yelled after him. Izuku didn't acknowledge it. Izuku ignored the way colors blurred together as he leaned out of the way of another hit. He spun around a follow-up, further disorienting himself, but he wasn't quick enough to duck the elbow flying at him. He went down, and Izuku couldn't find the will to get back up and assure the hero he was fine. He just stared at the ceiling, his brain trying to catch up with what had just happened. Kid, Hawks exclaimed, kneeling next to Izuku. Hey, what was that just now? Oh, he looked really worried. Izuku should probably do something. Reluctantly, Izuku pulled himself into a sitting position, ignoring the way he swayed slightly. Fine. Clearly not, Hawks huffed, his brows furrowing. You've dodged that move several times. Maybe you're just clever, Izuku suggested, his mouth twitching up into a tired smirk before falling again. Clever my butt, Hawks muttered, annoyed. Can you stand? Izuku nodded, dragging himself to his feet, ignoring the overwhelming desire to just flop down on the mat again and take a nap. Come on, Hawks sighed, concern and frustration and something else in his voice. Izuku almost thought it was self-loathing, but he must have imagined it. Hawks was the number 3 hero. Why would he be upset with himself like that? We're going to the lounge. Izuku nodded, too tired to think about protesting. Sitting on one of those beanbags sounded awesome, actually. When Hawks had finally escorted Izuku to the aforementioned place, Izuku plopped down into one of the beanbags and sighed at the relief it gave him. "Drink some water, Midoriya," Hawks all but ordered, handing Izuku a water bottle. "What's going on?" Izuku took a long draught of water, an excuse to stall for just a moment. "Nothing. I'm having trouble believing this is nothing," Hawks replied, sitting in a chair in front of Izuku. He turned it around so the back was facing Izuku and rested his arms on the makeshift barrier. "So what's really up?" Izuku shrugged, taking another sip of water. "I'm feeling a lot better now. Can we go back to training, please?" Hawks frowned at that, sighing at Izuku's stubbornness. "No, we are not training until we fix whatever's sapping at your energy right now." "I'm fine," Izuku argued, his eyes narrowing slightly. It would be all too easy to just let them slip closed, but he couldn't. He had a point to prove. "I didn't get much sleep last night, that's it." "It wasn't just last night, chickadee," Hawks retorted, leaning forward to press himself further against the back of the chair. "What about the night before that? And before that? What about the last few weeks? You've been taking easily dodgeable hits for a while now, kid, and it's only getting worse." Izuku lowered his gaze, staring at his hands now. "I'm just a little busy right now." "Was it me?" Hawks asked, his face falling into outright concern. "Am I pushing you too hard?" "I can." "No," Izuku blurted, lurching forward. "No, it's not. There's a lot going on between school and here in this community service project I'm working on with my friend and reteaching him everything you've been teaching me." I'm fine." Hawks blinked, stunned by the load of information just dumped on him. He shook his head and sagged, looking both relieved and worried. Okay, Izuku echoed, confused by the lackluster reaction. "I have a deal for you," Hawks offered, causing Izuku to perk up a little. "A deal?" Izuku hummed. "What is it?" "I'll help train your friend as well," Hawks answered, further exciting Izuku. "Kacchan could come." "What do I have to do?" Izuku pressed, leaning forward. "You have to take one day off each week," Hawks replied, his eyes narrowing when Izuku began to protest. "Non-negotiable. You aren't working 7 days a week every week. That's too much. In addition, you can't parrot my lessons back to your friend anymore. It explains how you've been grasping them so quickly, but I don't care if we go slower to accommodate your health. I'd prefer it, actually. On the days we have private sessions, we'll practice using our wings in combat." Izuku mentally pored over the parameters, looking for what Hawks got out of it. Even after thoroughly dissecting it, he couldn't see how Hawks would benefit. "What's in it for you?" Izuku asked. "Peace of mind, I guess," Hawks shrugged. "I can't be training someone who's half dead all the time. It doesn't do anything. Besides, I care about your health, believe it or not." Izuku stared at the hero, looking for any hint of dishonesty, but he could only find genuine concern and hints of impatience. Hawks never did like going slow, and Izuku was taking his sweet time. "Okay," Izuku agreed. "I'll let him know." "Awesome," Hawks grinned, satisfied with the outcome. "I'll give him your number. His name's Bakugo, but I call him Kacchan," Izuku informed the hero. "While we're on the subject," Hawks hummed, scanning Izuku again, "is there anything else I should be worried about?" Izuku heard the mocking shouts and derisive words echoing through his head, and he felt the bruises on his arms and the burns and scratches he was covered in. "No, that's all." "Ha!" Kacchan exclaimed, shocked by the news. "How do you manage that, you dang nerd?" "Well," Izuku trailed off, nervous to admit it. "He noticed that I was getting tired lately, so he offered to take a few things off of my hands. I just have to take 1 day off a week." "Really?" Kacchan questioned, his eyes still blown wide with disbelief. "You haggler." I didn't haggle him, Kacchan," Izuku squeaked, waving his arms wildly in denial. "He's the one who offered." Yeah, Kacchan rolled his eyes, clearly not believing Izuku for a second. "And the old hag's the Queen of England. Sounds like you're a prince, then," Izuku huffed, his cheeks puffing out indignantly. "I can give you Hawk's number. Just tell him your name." Kacchan gaped at Izuku. "You have his number?" "Yeah," Izuku snorted, How else would we communicate? A fax machine. Kacchan sighed, done with Izuku's retorts now. Whatever. Just hand it over. As Kacchan punched the number into his phone, he stated, and don't think I've forgotten for a moment what you pulled. As he shoved Izuku's phone back at him, Kacchan started, what were you thinking, idiot? All this training's going to do squat if you don't rest. You can't do a darn thing if you can't keep your eyes open for longer than half a minute. Honestly, of all the stupid, hair-brained things to do. Izuku couldn't help but feel fondness warm his chest as his friend ranted about his stupidity. Sure, he wasn't exactly being nice about it, but he cared. And that's all that really mattered to Izuku. July, month 4. Here, Birdie, someone jeered, laughing at his own joke. Come on, I'll be nice. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Someone else mocked, snickering as well. Hey, I'm talking to you. You think you're too good for these guys. A familiar voice snarled, quickly followed by a large hand pinning Izuku against the lockers. Thankfully, his wings were trapped underneath him. It wasn't comfortable, but it was preferable to them being splayed for the world to harm. Izuku looked up to see boulders sneering at him. They're talking. Izuku wriggled, uncomfortable with the close proximity. I'm sorry, he gasped, finding it a little harder to breathe with the rocky hand pressing down on his chest. Oh, shut up, Fingers groaned, making himself known. No one wants to hear your stupid, lying excuses. Honestly, just make it easier for all of us and die already. Goodness knows Bakugo would be so much better. Izuku flinched. Hard enough to dislodge boulders, grip enough for him to escape. He ducked under the hand and backed away from the duo. I'm no OTH hurting Kacchan, Izuku claimed, frowning slightly. You're the bad eye influences. Sounds like glass bones. Got a mouth on him, Boulders scoffed. We're gonna have to fix that problem. A good beating usually keeps. I am down, Fingers suggested, a cruel smirk on his face. After all, he just got a bit of an ego boost from that new muscle he's sporting. Must still think he can be a hero. How pathetic, Boulders mocked. Maybe you're right. Izuku felt his body crumple in on itself when he realized there was no way out of this. Struggling would only make it worse. They would even target his wings if he wasn't careful. It's happened before. Hey, chickadee, Hawks greeted Midoriya, staring at the kid's face with concern. That's, quite the shiner you have there. That wasn't an understatement. A large, purple bruise mottled the area around the fledgling's left eye, glistening sickeningly in the fluorescent light. It made Hawks cringe just from looking at it. It looked like it hurt. Yet the kid seemed surprised by Hawks' observation. It was like he'd forgotten about it somehow. And didn't that just paint an awful picture? Oh, Midoriya replied eloquently as he raised a hand to poke at it. Hawks instinctively grabbed the offending wrist before the kid could touch it. Yeah, I guess. How'd it get there? Hawks asked, trying to forget about the last training session. He'd been demonstrating a new maneuver using Midoriya, and he'd ended up nailing the kid in the face. He'd immediately called a break and iced it, but I tripped, Midoriya shrugged, gently extricating his hand from Hawks' grip. It's fine. You say that a lot, Hawks hummed, but I'm starting to doubt how truthful that really is. Kacchan's nearly here, the kid deflected. He wasn't even trying to be subtle. I'm sure he'll back me up, Hawks claimed, backing up a step. His expression tugged into a frown. What if the fledgling was lying to spare Hawks' feelings? Are you sure it wasn't from last session? Midoriya's head shot up, his eyes wide. No, Hawks, it wasn't, I swear. You didn't hit me that hard. Are you sure? Hawks pressed, his eyes pleading with the kid to be honest. I'm not going too hard, am I? Don't lie. Please, kid, just don't lie to me. Hawks couldn't be like the commission. He couldn't. He wouldn't do that to Midoriya or Bakugo. He wouldn't do that to anyone. He wouldn't push them to the point that they broke. He can't. He wasn't like the commission, was he? No, I promise, Midoriya swore, his face deathly serious. It wasn't you. Hawks believed him. Okay. Hey, glass bones, Boulders sneered, shoulder checking Izuku. He immediately pivoted and shoved an arm across Izuku's collar, pinning him against the wall. When Izuku didn't respond to the taunt, boulders slammed him against the wall again, harder this time. I'm talking to you, Birdie. You think you're better than me. Izuku really didn't want this to escalate. He didn't want to have to sit out of training again. I'm sorry. Oh, you'll be sorry, alright, boulders threatened, raising a fist to give Izuku a matching black eye. You're gonna be black and blue when I'm done teaching you a lesson. Izuku's eyes widened, and he jerked out of the trapped position he'd been in. He ducked under boulders, arm, rolling and pivoting so he was in a defensive crouch behind the bully. The punch dented the lockers Izuku had been shoved against, and boulders turned to look at Izuku. Someone's getting cocky, the boy scoffed, his quirk activating again. Looks like a good old beating wasn't good enough for you. Boulders pulled out a pair of scissors, and Izuku felt his blood freeze in his veins. Those wings make you better than us. How much better will you be when you can't fly, huh? He was going to clip Izuku's feathers. He would cripple Izuku just to prove a point. Izuku's mind went into overdrive as the bully lunged. Izuku launched himself to the side, shivering as the cold metal brushed against his wing. He stared at the scissors, glaring at them venomously. When boulders lunged again, Izuku rolled under his arm, scratching his palms on the dirty floor. He pivoted again and faced an infuriated and embarrassed boulders. When do you grow a backbone, birdbrain? Boulders demanded, his face twisted into a condescending scowl. You really think you can get into the hero course with nothing but wings? Izuku didn't respond, only frowning harder. When boulders prepared to attack again, Izuku's wings flared out, puffed up and larger than they actually were. Combined with Izuku's murderous glare, Izuku made an intimidating figure. Boulders lost his nerve, backing off with a grumble and a threat. Izuku wouldn't have his wings clipped. Not again. Do you think you could tell me what's going on, fledgling? Hawks asked as he patched up the scrapes he got from his tussle with boulders and a later encounter with fingers. I could help this time too. Just like I did before. Izuku sighed, ignoring the urge to give in to the hero's request. I keep telling you nothing's up. I'm just clumsy. And I keep getting the impression you're lying, Hawks retorted, backing away from Izuku. So we're at an impasse. There's no way for you to get hurt so often to this degree. Especially not with the deep scratches I keep seeing. Really, Hawks, I'm fine, Izuku tried to assure him. Emphasis on tried. What's hurting you? Hawks pleaded, trying to glean it from Izuku's expression alone. Who's hurting you? No one's hurting me, Izuku answered, waving his hands. I really am fine. Both of them knew he was lying. But Izuku wouldn't open up. Not about this. Kacchan, look, Izuku exclaimed, pointing out at the large gap in the middle of the heaps of trash. You can see the ocean now. It was bound to happen at some point. Dingus, Kacchan rolled his eyes, but Izuku could hear the inkling of pride in his voice. We've been working on this trash dump for months. They were practicing flying again, and they'd made a lot of progress. It was easier to see how much they'd done for the beach in the air, but they'd also made a significant amount of progress in how long they could fly. Kacchan could hold himself up for about 5 minutes before he began to really feel the strain of it, and Izuku could hold him in the air for about 15 minutes by the same standard. They both recovered faster now, completely regaining their strength in less than an hour if they didn't push themselves too far. If they got in another situation like the sludge villain, Izuku had confidence that they'd be able to hold out until the heroes got there. Hey, Kacchan shouted, and that was all the warning Izuku got before the sound of explosions abruptly stopped and his friend plummeted like a stone. Kacchan, Izuku cried, diving to catch the reckless jerk. He collided with Kacchan's back, which was not fun for his nose, wrapping his arms around his friend in a death grip. His wings began buzzing faster, the dull hum that usually filled the air when Izuku flew increasing in volume. Izuku took a few deep breaths, calming himself down before glaring at his unapologetic friend. What was that, Kacchan? You scared the life out of me. Maybe under different circumstances, Izuku would marvel at the display of trust, but right now he was really upset. It was scary to think that if he'd been any slower his friend could have gotten really hurt. If you're going to be on the field as an aerial hero, Kacchan defended, rolling his eyes at the question, then you've gotta be prepared to catch your teammates. You might not even get a noise, feathers. Still. Izuku squeaked, his cheeks puffing out indignantly. What if I couldn't catch you? I can catch my dang self, jerk. Kacchan shouted, beginning to squirm in Izuku's hold. Let go of me, idiot. No. Izuku refused, tightening his grip around Kacchan's waist. I'm landing for both of us today since you decided to spontaneously fall out of the sky. Were you getting tired or something? Ha! Kacchan exclaimed, outraged at the accusation. I don't get tired, dimwit. Let me go. I can land by myself. No, this is how you get to suffer for giving me a heart attack, Izuku huffed, annoyed at his friend. I'll show you. I'll be the best darn flyer out there. Kacchan protested, still trying to break out, but he didn't fight as hard. I'm sure you will, Kacchan, Izuku indulged him. Just not right now. August. Month 5. How? Kacchan panted, gasping for breath while Izuku's was only labored. How are you so dang good at this, nerd? Practice, Izuku shrugged, his breath easing up now that he had been standing still for a bit. It helps with running from bullies. Kacchan froze, his eyes wide and staring at Izuku, who was also frozen at the realization of what he'd just said. Ah, please don't tell Hawks, Izuku squeaked, his face heating up at his own slip of the tongue. Kacchan's eyes narrowed, and they swirled with anger as he demanded, why not, ha? That darn bird's gonna tear the place to shreds if you tell him. Exactly, Izuku argued, his wings fluffing up as he became irritated. He'll tear down the school. And, Kacchan prompted, also upset by the conversation. Argument. You won't be getting hurt anymore. I don't see why you're being so dang stubborn. What about Mom? Izuku countered, his fists curling as he stressed himself out more. What about everyone else in this stupid school? What if we have to relocate to find a school? Mom works 2 jobs to pay for us. Aldair is the cheapest option. Izuku looked up to meet Kacchan's shocked and downtrodden gaze. I can't say anything, Kacchan. Not yet. The other boy nodded, accepting this reason as somewhat valid, at least. And what about you? What about me? Izuku asked, confused about where his friend was going with this. What do I have to do with this? You're the one getting hurt by all of this, Kacchan elaborated, saying it as if it was obvious. Who cares about your dang money when you can't take 2 steps in school without some extra out to get you? Izuku's eyes widened, taken aback by the response. It's really not a problem, Kacchan. It definitely freaking is, Kacchan argued, glaring at the sheepish winged boy. Birdbrain would agree, I'm sure. Don't tell him, Izuku squeaked, urgency leaking into his face and tone. He can't know. Why not? Ha, Kacchan scoffed, looking frustrated with Izuku. I already said, Izuku huffed, also frustrated. But, Izuku took a deep breath, calming himself down, I'll tell him after we get our results from the entrance exam. Kacchan leaned back, a little shocked at Izuku's compliance. Okay, Izuku echoed, surprised by the quick de-escalation. I'll tell him if you don't, got it? Kacchan threatened, but if you're going to tell that idiot eventually, then I won't get in your way. Thank you, Izuku muttered, smiling a little bit. Whatever, Kacchan grumbled, annoyed but accepting. Just don't make me regret this. We're halfway done, Izuku cheered, grinning at the significantly cleaner but not quite clean beach. Look, Kacchan, you can see most of the ocean from here. I'm not blind, dingus. Kacchan rolled his eyes, but he didn't sound offended at all. We might finish just before the exam at this rate. But we'll finish, Izuku grinned, proud of their progress. And, even if we don't finish in time, we still grew a lot. We're both so much stronger now. Hawks has also been super helpful, and we grew. Kacchan asked, a deliberately false note of confusion in his voice. He pointedly looked down at Izuku and smirked. I couldn't tell. Izuku squawked, an embarrassing noise, really. He immediately flushed, covering his mouth sheepishly while Kacchan cackled. I'm not that short, I'm only 157 centimeters. Exactly, Kacchan agreed, much to Izuku's confusion. Only. Kacchan. Izuku admonished, his cheeks growing redder as his friend laughed harder. It's not my fault my quirk makes me short. Hummingbirds are the smallest birds, barring any quirk-related reasons. Still genetics, loser, Kacchan snickered. Stop making excuses. At least I can fly, Izuku retorted with a grin. I can fly, Kacchan replied, raising an eyebrow at the comeback. He was doing it on purpose too. Izuku couldn't do that, and he knew it. Can you fly upside down and do complicated aerial maneuvers? Izuku countered with his own smirk. Can you stop and start whenever you like? Not yet, Kacchan admitted, his smirk falling. I will one day, though, and I'll be coming for you, Feathers. I'm sure, Izuku hummed, humoring him. Besides, your quirk has so many more uses than flight. You can go on the offensive and the defensive, and you can destroy rubble. There's also smoking out a room or blowing gas away to disperse it. You can light fires, though you'd have to be cautious doing that, and that could save someone from hypothermia. Your quirk is so versatile. Ha, Kacchan exclaimed, frowning at Izuku. You can go on the offensive too, nerd. How? Izuku asked. My wings are good for mobility and that's it. How else could I use them? Are you that dense? Kacchan sneered before dragging Izuku over to the tree they took their breaks under. Look at this. Izuku stared at the phone shoved in his face, scanning the article that was pulled up. He wrinkled his nose, shocked at the implication. Swans. I'm not a swan, Kacchan. Kacchan rolled his eyes, returning his phone to his pocket with a huff. I know, idiot, you're better than a swan. You're a human with wings. Humans are definitely smarter than swans, though I'm beginning to doubt that looking at your absolute idiocy. How can someone so dang analytical be so simple when it comes to his own quirk, huh? Are you suggesting that I break people's bones with my wings? Izuku exclaimed, startled by the violent idea. I'm not going to break people's bones, Kacchan. You don't have to, Kacchan growled, his scowl forming again. It's like having 2 extra arms to fight with. You can punch people without breaking them, can't you? I know Birdbrain's been teaching you to fight while in the air, but that dimwit doesn't use his wings as literal weapons since he can just sharpen and control the feathers. Izuku gaped at his surprisingly insightful friend, much to his indignance. Kacchan, that's so smart. It doesn't take a genius to see this stuff, Kacchan dismissed, waving his hand idly. Start thinking about your own quirk instead of writing about everyone else's. You're so cool, Kacchan. Izuku grinned, hugging his friend. Thank you. Let go of me, Kacchan shouted, pushing at Izuku's arms and wings, both of which were wrapped around his midsection. Dang it, Izuku, if I'd known you'd be a clingy jerk about it, I wouldn't have said a darn thing. They both knew that was a lie. Kacchan, Izuku whined, looking up at his friend. Get off me, Kacchan protested, squirming a little. We have a beach to clean, and you being thankful doesn't do squat for it. You're right, Izuku agreed, shooting off of Kacchan and towards the beach. Come on, Kacchan. You darn nerd, get back here, Kacchan demanded, taking off after Izuku. Izuku found that even though the entrance exam for UA was in 5 months, he didn't really feel all that nervous. Well, that was a lie. However, he felt happier, more prepared than he had for a long time. Maybe Izuku really could be a hero, just like All Might said. Chapter text. September. Month 6. Izuku ducked, a sheen of sweat covering his face as he moved to dodge and counter his friend's attacks. They weren't allowed to use quirks, so Izuku couldn't use his wings and Kacchan couldn't use his explosions. Hawks had expressed that he didn't feel comfortable with monitoring a quirk like Kacchan's. There was just too much that could go wrong. Kacchan hadn't taken it to heart, understanding that his quirk was volatile and dangerous. Hawks wasn't the person to go to for controlling an explosive emitter like his. Izuku's just glad Kacchan hadn't turned and chastised himself for having the quirk. That would be irrational. Izuku lunged back, watching a punch sail in front of his face. He didn't have the balance to avoid the follow-up kick entirely. It was meant for his chin, but Izuku managed to barely swerve so it made contact with his shoulder instead. His shoulder which had a large gash in it from school today. Izuku's eyes widened at the sudden burst of pain, crying out at the feeling of the wound opening again. He stumbled, regaining his balance quickly. Izuku braced for another hit, his own clumsiness providing an opening for Kacchan. However, when no such thing came, he focused on Kacchan's face, which had an expression of anger, though not aimed at Izuku himself, fear, and a touch of sadness. "Hey, fledglings," Hawks called, jogging over to them. "What's the matter? Midoriya, did you get hurt or something? Why is that the immediate first guess?" Izuku grumbled, idly holding his shoulder now that the spar had effectively ended. "This idiot's gotten himself hurt again," Kacchan confirmed, ignoring Izuku's indignation. "I got him in the shoulder, and he cried out. All of us know the nerd doesn't make a peep unless it's bad." Hawks nodded, his eyes narrowing at the assessment. "Come on, Midoriya, let's go treat that injury of yours." What?" Izuku exclaimed, letting go of his shoulder. "I can still fight. It doesn't hurt that bad. Honest." "You're bleeding," Kacchan pointed out blandly, glaring at Izuku. "Dang it, Izuku." Izuku looked down at his shoulder and saw that, yes, there was a red patch there. Ah, he should have worn a darker shirt today. Izuku sighed, aware that, now that he was bleeding, he wasn't going to worm his way out of this one. Fine. Izuku trudged to the infirmary room with Hawks and Kacchan, pouting the whole time. He hated being so weak. He didn't like how much time it sapped from his training. "All right, show me the injury, Midoriya," Hawks ordered, pulling out a first aid kit. "We're going to patch this thing up, and then we're going to the cafe." Izuku huffed as he lifted his shirt over his head, wincing when part of the shirt got caught on the gash, but he quickly tugged it off. He stared at the injury, wincing at how much worse it looked because of the dried and fresh blood around it. "Oh, chickadee," Hawks hummed sadly, taking an alcohol wipe and cleaning off the blood. "Who did this?" Izuku didn't respond. Was it? Izuku's head snapped up, and Kacchan clamped his mouth shut, but he didn't look happy about it. "We're talking about this later. Later being after Birdbrains fixed you up." "Okay," Izuku agreed, watching as the hero gently began applying something else to it. It took a bit of convincing, but after Izuku had finished being tended to, Hawks left the room. He definitely didn't look happy about it. "If you left any gosh dang feathers in here, I'm skinning you alive and stuffing you with them, you hear?" Kacchan threatened, glaring at the hero through the window into the main part of the warehouse. Immediately, about 5 feathers slipped under the door and returned to Hawk's wings. Izuku huffed, amused by his mentor's antics. "All of them," Izuku said, as if he was talking to a misbehaving child. Another feather slipped out of the room. "Was it fingers?" Kacchan demanded, whirling around to face Izuku head-on. Izuku looked away, telling Kacchan the answer clear as day. "I'm going to snap those stupid," Kacchan muttered, his hands clenching into tight fists as he began to go into detail about how the bully was going to pay for his actions. Kacchan," Izuku stammered, taken aback by the violent speech. Though, maybe he shouldn't have been considering how Kacchan was. You can't remove his fingers and feed them to his dog. "You're right, he might not have pets," Kacchan agreed, and Izuku squawked. "I'll feed them to the strays. Throw them out into a particularly wild neck of the woods." "Kacchan, that's so violent," Izuku exclaimed. "It's not that bad, really. Birdbrain barely determined that you wouldn't need stitches for this, Izuku." Kacchan argued, glaring at the other. "You're darn lucky that it was longer than it was deep." Izuku cut himself off, chewing on his lip. "Why'd he do it?" Kacchan asked, leaning against the counter across from Izuku. "Why'd fingers decide to go crazy on you?" "I bumped into him this morning," Izuku explained, his own hands clenching as he recalled the incident from before. "And he thought I shoulder-checked him. No one will ever find his ashes," Kacchan growled, his glare intensifying as he all but burned holes in the ground. "I'll blow him to smithereens." "It's fine, Kacchan," Izuku tried to assure his friend. "Nothing I'm not used to by now." "That doesn't make it any better," Kacchan scoffed. "I'm talking to Sensei about this. If something else like this happens, I'm not holding back from the idiot outside, got it?" "Yes, Kacchan," Izuku squeaked, nodding quickly. I'll try to avoid them better. You better, nerd, Kacchan grumbled. Come on, we have a bird to assure. Okay, Izuku replied as he followed his friend out the door. Maybe when this injury healed, Izuku could fly hawks somewhere. Hey, old man, Katsuki called, ignoring the dirty look he got from the nerd at his rudeness. Freaking goody two-shoes, wait up for me. Once everyone had cleared out of the room, including Izuku, who was slow as heck, Sensei asked, is there something you need from me, Bakugo? Yeah, there is, Katsuki snarled, walking up to the podium the man was leaning against. Why won't you ever help him? Who? Sensei had the audacity to pretend he had no idea who Katsuki was referring to. As if there wasn't someone being hurt and screamed at every day. You know who I'm talking about, Katsuki huffed, crossing his arms with a scowl. Izuku, Midoriya, whatever. Midoriya, Sensei echoed slowly, leaning back from the podium and standing up straight. Why would I need to help something like that? Katsuki's eye twitched. That, yes, Bakugo, Sensei sighed, as if this wasn't a glaring issue that needed to be dealt with. What would I even help it with? As far as I'm aware, it's somehow rivaling you with its grades. Your request, if I may remind you. Stop, Katsuki shouted, slamming his hands down on the podium. He resisted the urge to set off his quirk as he did so. It'd only dig a deeper hole. Izuku's a person, you balding trash rat. He is freaking shoved and scratched and burned every stupid day that we're in this run-down excuse for a school building. He's not some thing or animal. Bakugo. Sensei's voice was strained, as if his patience was tried by the things he was being told. I don't know if being in such a close friendship with something like that boy has shifted your views on how this place is run, but talking to me like that will earn you no favors. Ha! Katsuki exclaimed, his glare burning holes into the man's head. You're chatting at me about disrespect when you treat Izuku like he's a particularly annoying bird. He is a bird, Bakugo, Sensei informed him, slowly, as if Katsuki was stupid. His quirk is Hummingbird. No, he's freaking not. Katsuki roared, shoving himself away from the awful excuse for a teacher. He's a human with a few feathers tacked on his face and a pair of wings. Hawks has wings, and I don't hear anyone spouting this trash about him. Hawks can telekinetically form wings with and control his feathers, Sensei argued, his mouth twitching into a frown. He doesn't have feathers on his face, and he certainly doesn't have a second eyelid. Sensei shivered at the thought of the admittedly useful perk of Izuku's quirk. Nothing like Midoriya. Katsuki couldn't help but let a few pops go as his anger rose. So how deeply a mutation goes affects how your idiot pea-brain sees them? He asked quietly, dangerously so. He slung his bag over his shoulder, his insides feeling like bubbling lava. It was slow going right now, but it would fire up soon enough. If it did, Katsuki's not sure he'd be the only one to take the hit. That sounds like villain talk. Sorry. Sensei leaned forward, trying to make out what he'd said. Sounds like villain talk, Katsuki growled, marginally louder. And I'm going to be a hero. Someone who protects people from scum like you. If you ever so much as touch Izuku again, I'm going to make any class you have me in your worst. That's not a threat, old man, it's a promise. Bakugo Katsuki, Sensei shouted, angry, but Katsuki was already out the door. He knew the bigot's thoughts on their friendship, but Katsuki had all but exploded when he'd tried to encourage him to distance himself from Izuku. This place will be ashes soon enough, Katsuki thought vindictively, smirking as he walked out of the building. Later, when Birdbrain knows, this old junkyard is tumbling to the ground. But later is not now, so Katsuki moved on. But he certainly never forgot. Does he do that every time you talk to him? Kacchan exploded as soon as he was in a comfortable vicinity to have a conversation with. Izuku didn't have to ask what. He knew exactly what his teacher thought of him and his quirk. Yeah, I've gotten pretty used to it, though. It's not so bad once you're used to it. You shouldn't be used to it, Kacchan argued, sitting on the door of the truck bed next to Izuku, both of their legs dangling from the edge of it. That good-for-nothing, bigoted, trash-eating rat doesn't know what he's talking about, Izuku, you hear. You're just as much a human as the rest of this dang planet. Don't insult Nezu like that, Kacchan, Izuku chided as he lightly bumped the other's shoulder. He deserves better. Nezu's not a rat, dingus, Kacchan rolled his eyes, annoyed by Izuku's comment. You're the one who told me that when we were, like, 8. No, he's not, Izuku agreed. But I've heard people liken him to one. Like who? Kacchan snorted, disbelieving. Villains, Izuku shrugged, low lives, jerks on the internet, basically anyone who's somewhat intimidated by the guy. Kacchan huffed, saying, they'd have to be worse than stupid not to be. I don't think he's scary, Izuku admitted sheepishly, weathering the bewildered expression from Kacchan. I just think he's smart, and he likes to show that sometimes. It's his quirk, after all. We all like to show off our quirks from time to time. Ha, Kacchan hummed. What does that even mean? Well, it's like how I enjoy flying and doing fancy tricks in the air and you like blowing stuff up and figuring out more about your own quirk. Nezu's only asset is that he's smart, and there's a lot to play around with in that, Izuku explained. His mouth tugged down into a frown, as a heavy weight was set on his heart. And, people haven't been all that nice to him, you know. It's no secret. From the media outburst when he became the principal of UA, or even just a hero in general, to the scar over his eye, well, I just think he wants to remind us how kind he's being sometimes, by giving humanity another chance. By choosing to help save people from hurt rather than to make people feel the pain he did. You have a point, but I still think he's creepy as heck, Kacchan replied simply. He never was one to go into great, unnecessary detail as Izuku was prone to. I don't expect to change your opinion on him, Kacchan, Izuku shrugged. I wasn't even trying to. I just wanted you to know my take on it and help you understand. I know that's not a strong point of yours. Screw you, nerd. Kacchan shoved a giggling Izuku off of the truck and onto the pavement. He ignored the new scratches on his palms and the twinge of old and new bruises being jostled as he laughed. I only have strong points. Of course, Izuku conceded patronizingly. One of your less strong points, then. I hate you, Kacchan seethed, glaring at a very amused Izuku. They both knew he didn't mean it one bit. October, month 7. I think I can fly you somewhere today, Izuku informed Hawks as soon as he was in hearing range. The hero startled, whirling around to face Izuku. What? Hawks chuckled, confused. I have no clue what you're talking about. Remember when you flew me to that coffee shop back at the beginning of all this? Izuku asked. When he got a nod, he continued, well, it's an experience. Being flown somewhere, that is. And you want me to experience it? Hawks teased, an amused smirk on his face. Sure, chickadee, knock yourself out. Wait, no, don't do that. You might take that literally. Hey, I'm not that bad, Izuku squawked, circling behind Hawks. He hugged the hero from the back, arms slipping under the hero's wings. Is this okay? Sure, Hawks shrugged with false nonchalance. Izuku could feel the unnatural tension in his frame and the slightly faster than normal heartbeat under his fingers. I'm fine. I'm not going to drop you, Izuku assured him, fighting back his own amusement at Hawks' hesitance. Calm down. Trust me. Yeah, Hawks breathed, forcefully relaxing his own muscles. Yeah, I'm calm. Izuku didn't hesitate any longer, unwilling to torture his mentor with questions of when. He launched into the air, the hum of his wings drowning out the sounds of Musudafu. He felt Hawks grip his arms, probably confused by the parallel to but not quite feeling of flying. Izuku let out a laugh as he was filled with the euphoria that came from flying. You weren't kidding, Hawks muttered, his grip on Izuku's arms relaxing a little. Geez, kiddo, no wonder you wanted to show me. Yeah, it's different, Izuku agreed. His arms were beginning to ache, though, and he knew he'd have to land soon before they either fell out of the sky or he dropped Hawks. Do you have any places in mind? I thought you had one. Hawks exclaimed, craning his neck to look at Izuku. You're the one who wanted to fly us. Yeah, Izuku huffed, conceding the point. I know a pretty good ice cream parlor. Kacchan and I get ice cream from it a lot. Sounds good, Hawks remarked, observing the city below them. Where is it? It's not far from here, Izuku answered vaguely. It shouldn't take long. After a couple of minutes, Hawks pointed at a building to Izuku's right. Is that it? Yeah, landing now, Izuku confirmed. He slowly descended, letting go of the hero as soon as they were both stable. How was it? It was odd, Hawks admitted. It's so different, being the passenger. I know, Izuku chirped, excited to talk about the odd shift in perspective. You don't have to try and describe it. I already know. Hawks shot him a grateful look and sent a considering look at the building beneath them. How do you feel about getting ice cream, chickadee? Silly question, Izuku snorted. Yeah, Hawks nodded with a smirk. Here's my card. I want 2 scoops of Rocky Road. Izuku saluted, earning a huff of laughter from the hero, before he jumped over the side of the building, easily catching himself before he hit the ground. He had a mission now. How did you manage to sprain your dang ankle, nerd? Kacchan sighed, staring at the offending joint. Izuku was hovering above the ground to avoid putting weight on it. He was a bit tired after about an hour of doing this, but he kept it up. I was pushed down the stairs. Kacchan's mildly annoyed gaze turned into a molten glare, and he bared his teeth angrily. Ha, who the heck did it? I'll explode their skulls to smithereens and spread what little remains across Japan. Kacchan, Izuku squeaked, lurching back a little bit. That's so mean. Kacchan gaped at Izuku as if he'd just grown a 3rd wing. Mean. They're the ones who are freaking mean. They shoved you down the stairs and... It's fine, Izuku placated, hands waving nervously. Really, I'll just keep my weight off of it today and go see a doctor tomorrow to get... Are you implying you're doing a darn thing tomorrow? Kacchan growled, looking up from Izuku's ankle. You're not training. Not with that thing. What? Izuku whined. Why, you know what? Kacchan huffed. We're going to see Birdbrain early. The moment he's there, he's going to figure out what in the world's up with your ankle, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Izuku conceded, slouching disappointedly. When we get there, I'm carrying you. Got it? Kacchan demanded. What? I can fly by myself. Izuku argued. I don't need to be carried. So what? Kacchan challenged. You've been flying in place for the last hour and a half. I know that's at least got you a little winded. Izuku pouted, knowing his friend was right. That's what I thought. Kacchan rolled his eyes. Come on. What happened? Hawks sighed, staring at Izuku, who was reluctantly piggybacked by Kacchan. You're not training today if you have to be carried. Izuku squawked indignantly while Kacchan's face expanded into a vindicated smile. Darn right. No, Izuku whined into his friend's shoulder. You two are so mean. You're the one with the messed up ankle, loser, Kacchan snorted. Izuku settled on the little table, not unlike that in a doctor's office. This is unnecessary. Unnecessary my butt, Kacchan mocked, clearly not accepting that narrative. Don't move your leg, okay. Hawks ordered gently, looking up at Izuku. If it's more than a sprain, it could make this worse. Fine, Izuku huffed, upset to have to be coddled like this. Hawks poked around the area, applying pressure as he got closer to the injury. Eventually, Izuku began to feel a twinge of pain from his hand just being there. He pressed down, and Izuku yelped, his leg twitching in surprise. He barely repressed the urge to kick the hero. Hawks let go, jolting back. He stared at Izuku apologetically. Sorry, kid, it might be worse than I thought. It's fine, Izuku chuckled breathlessly, wincing as he shifted his leg again. Nothing new, right, it's just a little broken bone. Bakugo, Hawks sighed, staring at Izuku. Can you leave us be for a second? After I'm done, we're going to the hospital to get this checked out. Shouldn't take too long. Don't dawdle, Birdbrain, Kacchan demanded, but he left without much of a fight anyway. Hawks sat in the chair across from the table, a backless, uncomfortable-looking thing. It's not like they ever stayed in the medical room for long. What's going on? Hawks asked, slumping in his chair in an oddly defeated manner. This isn't, it's getting worse. I've been content to let you keep your secrets, but you haven't come in with broken bones before. It's nothing, Izuku assured him, a grin on his face. I'll be better in no time. Kid, I'm not sure how much longer I can passively watch you get hurt, Hawks said, looking up to meet Izuku's eyes with a firm gaze. Can you promise me something? What? Izuku prompted, leaning forward slightly. If something like this happens again, tell me, Hawks replied, a swirl of emotions in his eyes. Anger and sadness and a little fear, but not for himself. Please. It's fine. Izuku tried, but he was tearing up and he didn't know how much longer he could hold out without giving into that earnest, concerned stare. Izuku took a deep, calming breath, forcing the tears to recede. I'll tell you in 3.5 months. Hawks blinked, taken aback by the oddly specific length of time. That's so specific, chickadee. Yeah, Izuku shrugged. I have a plan. A plan, Hawks echoed uncertainly. Izuku nodded. I promise you that if something like this happens again, though, I'll tell you no matter how much time is left. Hawks relaxed, assured by the promise. Thanks, kid. I'm sorry I worry you, Izuku muttered, looking down at his hands. I don't mean to get hurt so much. I believe you, Hawks hummed. Come on, we have to go get that ankle of yours checked out. I'm carrying you. What? My wings aren't broken, Izuku argued as Hawks carried him out of the room. I can fly. I can't in good conscience allow you to fly with a broken ankle, Hawks huffed. I'm flying you. Hawks, Izuku protested, but he knew this was a losing battle. I can train, Izuku claimed, ignoring the fact that he had a medical boot on his left foot. Really, I can. Hawks looked at the boot, unimpressed by Izuku's attempts. And I'm the President of the United States. You're not training today. But, Izuku began to argue, before Kacchan nudged his shoulder, silencing him. How are you even planning to spar like that? He asked, staring disappointedly at Izuku. You going to throw the boot at one of us? No, Izuku pouted. Well, what if I only fought in the air? I won't use my legs. Just punches, I swear. That's still a no, kid, Hawks snorted. You can watch us train or you can go to the lounge, but you're not training, and you're definitely not sparring. But, what if? Izuku started to suggest, but Kacchan cut him off. Listen to feathers, nerd. Kacchan ordered. Let me have a one-on-one session for once. Izuku froze. He didn't want to impede Kacchan's time with Hawks. That wasn't fair. Sure, Izuku was the one who was initially invited to all of this, but he didn't want to take away from his friend regardless. You've been neglecting your stalker books because of this, Kacchan shrugged. Go work on those. Good idea, Hawks agreed. Yeah, you can watch us fight and do whatever it is you do with those. Okay, Izuku conceded reluctantly. His eye twitched as he heard them whispering to each other behind him. How did you do that? Hawks muttered, awe and disbelief in his voice. I've been doing this since we were in diapers, feathers, Kacchan huffed. It's not all about him anymore. You're a bird whisperer, Hawks stated. I can hear you, Izuku shouted, annoyed and indignant. Go give yourself a writing cramp, idiot. Kacchan retorted, uncaring of being caught in the act. Izuku grumbled about mean friends all the way to the lounge. Chapter text. November. Month 8. Izuku had never felt so relieved as he did right now. His boot was off, though he still had to be careful with it for a little bit, and he could train again. Freedom, he cried, racing down to the beach. Don't work yourself to death trying to play catch-up, idiot. Kacchan shouted after him, explosions telling Izuku that he was launching himself down the beach as well. Izuku bit back and, I make no promises. That wouldn't have helped his case at all. As if knowing what Izuku was thinking, Kacchan continued, Birdbrain backed me up on this. Why? Izuku whined, glaring half-heartedly at his friend. Because you're too bull-headed to actually consider yourself, apparently, Kacchan rolled his eyes, irritated by the question. So, if I see you working your butt off to the point of exhaustion, you're sitting out for a week. Kacchan, Izuku protested. Don't. Kacchan. Me, the blonde spat. You know I'm right. Izuku pouted, but he simply turned back to working. What Kacchan didn't know wouldn't hurt him. You really are stupid, Katsuki remarked, staring at the exhausted dimwit lying in the sand. I told you not to pull this, didn't I? Maybe. Izuku slurred, his cheek pressed against the sand. He was going to regret that later when he found grains of sand in his feathers. Katsuki reveled in the cosmic justice. He also knew that Izuku would whine at him about it. Katsuki looked over at the side Izuku had been working on. It was nearly as clean as his own. The nerd really put the muscle in, catching up in a fraction of the time. Of course, it was at a cost like this, so. You're not working today, Katsuki informed his friend. You can't even stand. Yes I can, the idiot argued, trying to lift himself on shaking arms before flopping down again. Whatever. Katsuki nudged feathers, sighed with the toe of his shoe, ignoring the groan of protest at it. How do you even manage this, huh? It took me 6 weeks to do all of this, and I'm no slacker. Came every day, Izuku answered, peering up at Katsuki. After training and after our usual cleanup time. Huh, Katsuki exclaimed. Did you use your day off, too? Nah. The boy sluggishly shook his head, getting sand all the more tangled up in his hair and feathers. Break the deal. The deal, Katsuki echoed before realizing with a jolt. That deal, you know Birdbrain wouldn't drop me if you broke it, right? Can't risk it, Izuku muttered, shifting to look away from Katsuki. Don't wanna try. Katsuki ultimately decided that the deal's effect on the jerk wasn't terrible. It kept him from overworking for the most part. It's something. You're not doing a dang thing for the next 3 days, though. No, Izuku whined, but Katsuki was set in his decision. It's your fault, Katsuki shrugged, relishing in his friend's consequences. Birdbrain had a similar conversation with the nerd once he found out as well. How'd you get those bruises, kiddo? Hawks asked with feigned nonchalance. Izuku glanced up from his water bottle, surprised by the question. What bruises? Izuku asked, confused. Hawk's brow furrowed, and he gestured to Izuku's wrist. Izuku's wrist which had large, ugly, hand-shaped bruises around it. Oh, Izuku hummed. Forgot those were there. They look painful, chickadee, Hawks noted, concerned. How did you forget they were there? Izuku shrugged, having grown used to suppressing the injuries from school a while ago. Hawks didn't like that response very much. You're such a mama bird, Izuku snorted as the thought came into his head. And he was. A mama bird, Hawks squawked, indignant. I am not. You are, though, Izuku chuckled. You're so worried about me all the time. It's just a few bruises. Hawks didn't look like he agreed with that description. Those are not just a few bruises. See, mama bird, Izuku stated as though this fact had been proven irrevocably. That makes me sound old, though. Hawks protested. I'm 22, there's no way I'm old enough to be a mama bird. Brother bird. Then, Izuku compromised, grinning when Hawks looked more satisfied with the solution. I'm all right with that, the hero said consideringly. You're still a baby bird. A chickadee. A fledgling. I'm not a baby bird. Izuku flushed at the nicknames. That's not fair. Why do you have so many nicknames for me? There's a lot of words for a young bird, kid, Hawks pointed out. It's just too easy. I'll have to come up with my own, Izuku mused. Brother bird is one, I suppose. Mother hen, maybe. I'm not a hen, Hawks grumbled. Why do you have so many nicknames for me, but you call Kacchan Bakugo most of the time? Izuku asked. I don't know, honestly, Hawks replied thoughtfully. He's hard to come up with nicknames for. I can't exactly call him Explodo Boy or Boom Spark or something. Those are terrible, Izuku snorted. What about the nicknames you call me by? Izuku suggested. He might not have wings, but I like to think he's a part of this all the same. He is, Hawks assured him. Bakugo most definitely is a part of this. I'm sure he'd be really happy to hear that, Izuku smiled at his hands. Even if he wouldn't admit it. Maybe I'll just call him a Tsunere, Hawks hummed. Izuku snorted, and Hawks latched onto the idea. What do you think, Midoriya? Izuku. His mouth moved on its own. What? I want you to call me Izuku. December. Month 9. So, why are you in Musudafu? Izuku asked, curiosity overtaking any social graces. You're stationed in Fukuoka, right? Why are you here? Why am I? Hawks blinked, taken aback by the sudden questioning. Right, Answer the question, Birdbrain, Kacchan demanded, hands stuffed in his pockets as he glared at the hero. Well, Hawks stammered, his wings puffing up a little as he worked himself up. I might have convinced the commission to let me stay here for a bit to boost my ratings. Boost your ratings, Izuku echoed, frowning thoughtfully. How? I told them I was scouting for interns, Hawks admitted, and that being in the same city as the #1 hero would increase my presence. Hawks, Kacchan was shaking with repressed laughter, did you lie to the commission? Hawks, Izuku squawked incredulously, noticing the guilty expression on the hero's face. I know, Hawks exclaimed, his cheeks flushing at being called out. How'd you get away with that, huh? Kacchan cackled, taking great amusement from Hawks' dishonesty. I couldn't help it, Hawks whined, disregarding Kacchan's question. I saw a fellow bird boy who wanted to be a hero, and I couldn't stand by without being a part of it. Is that all we are to you, Hawks? Izuku sniffled, playing up the theatrics. Interns, tools to further your career. I can't believe this. What? No, of course not, fledglings. Hawks scrambled, arms waving as if to dispel the accusations. Izuku noted that was something he did when frantic as well. No, believe me, I would never use you for something like that, I swear. You two are very dear to me, and I'm so glad to be able to train you. Calm down, Spaz, Kacchan rolled his eyes, smirking at the frazzled hero. This idiot was teasing you. Didn't know you'd freak out like that, though. Hawks visibly relaxed, assured by the rough condolences from Kacchan. Really scared me there, chickadee. We know you would never, Izuku shrugged. Besides, it's a plausible reason, however false it may be. Thanks, Hawks grinned. Are we going to actually do anything today, or are we going to talk about how Birdbrain outright lied to the government all day? Kacchan snarked, moving to set up the mats. Get a move on, losers. Kacchan, Izuku protested. You can't call Hawks a loser. Watch me, nerd. Kacchan, I want to learn how to fall right, Izuku stated, completely out of nowhere. Ha, Kacchan exclaimed, taken aback by the suddenness of the statement. What does that even mean? Like, Izuku searched for the words to voice his thoughts. Like when a hero takes a large fall. They roll to dispel the momentum. I want to learn how to do that. You have wings, Kacchan pointed out dryly. They didn't help me a couple of months ago, Izuku retorted, glaring at the ankle that had been broken not too long ago. If I'm caught off guard or my wings are hindered, I want to be able to fall without worrying about my health. Kacchan shrugged, seeing the merit in Izuku's idea. Well, why are you telling me, nerd? I don't know how to do that stuff. I was suggesting that you'd learn with me. Izuku explained. It's not just useful to me. Well, who are you going to learn from? Kacchan asked, turning to pick up a broken microwave. Izuku had been shadowing him for about 5 minutes. It was break time, and Kacchan had wanted to wrap up real quick. We don't have a parkour specialist on hand, idiot. Maybe not, Izuku conceded, but we do have Hawks. Ha, Kacchan quirked an eyebrow, turning to look at Izuku out of the corner of his eye. How do you know he'll help us? Maybe if I ask really nicely, Izuku hummed, he'll say yes. What if it doesn't work? Kacchan grilled him, setting the microwave down and turning to face Izuku. Do you think Hawks has an immunity to puppy eyes? Izuku mused aloud. Kacchan barked out a laugh, cackling, Birdbrain has no chance. Alright, dweeb, I'm in. January, month 10, look, Izuku chirped, pointing at the small hills of trash on either end of the beach. We're almost done, Kacchan. We might be able to do this. Ha, Kacchan exclaimed, whirling to look at Izuku. What do you mean, we might? Of course we did this, dingus. We're no slackers. We're going to finish before the entrance exams, Izuku gasped, his eyes widening with the realization. Kacchan, we're going to pass my goal. I can't believe it. We're going to do this. Are you doubting me, Feathers? Kacchan asked, smirking confidently. Of course we will. It'll be the gosh darn best start a hero could ask for. What? Izuku hummed, curious. What does this have to do with us being a hero? Aside from the strength training, that is. Once people know we did this, even before we were heroes, they're going to flip. We're going to get a huge jumpstart in our ratings, Kacchan explained, staring at Izuku like he was the one who was off. What? Are you telling me you didn't do this to help boost our public opinion? Izuku shuffled, his fingers twisting together nervously. Ah, that's, Kacchan's eyes widened. No, you're a lying bag of trash, you know that. Izuku mumbled, I'm not lying. I really did think we would keep this anonymous. Ha, Kacchan raised an eyebrow at his friend. You aren't suggesting we did this for nothing? No, of course not. Izuku shook his head. We're a lot stronger than we were before, and we'll be bringing one of the most popular public spots back to its former glory. That's a benefit in itself. I know Mom loves this place. Well, she loved it when it was clean, at least. That's not what I meant, stupid, Kacchan groaned. I mean, why remain anonymous when we can be revered as public servants? We'll reach the top 10 in no time. Kacchan, Izuku admonished. Did you only do this for the popularity it'd give you? What? Kacchan huffed. Not only for that, but it was a pretty big part. Oh, Izuku looked down at his feet. I didn't. What? You did this out of the goodness of your heart? Kacchan scoffed, disbelieving. Yeah, Izuku nodded, grinning at his own plan. I wanted to find a way to train that would not only benefit us but everyone else, too. You're a goody two-shoes, you know that. Kacchan grumbled, shame leaking into his voice. But if, Izuku took a deep breath and looked at his friend resolutely. But if you want to tell everyone that we did this, I'll be with you. I won't stop you or contradict you, even if I don't want that kind of attention. You can even take all of the credit, and I won't have to deal with it all. Kacchan stared back at Izuku, his eyes flashing with several emotions all at once. You don't have to keep this from the world if you don't want to, Izuku muttered, shuffling uncomfortably. It's okay. Dang it, Izuku, Kacchan blurted, kicking at the sand frustratedly. You can't say stuff like that and expect me to go against you. What? Izuku gaped at the angry blonde. You really? Yeah, if you want this whole shtick to be, Kacchan huffed, irritated at the situation. Anonymous or whatever. I won't say anything. You're amazing, Kacchan, Izuku cheered, hugging his friend. Thank you. Get off me, you clingy jerk. Kacchan roared, shoving Izuku half-heartedly. We won't finish at all if you don't stop pulling this stuff every 2 seconds. Right, Izuku agreed, springing back. We're so close. We went over this, Kacchan snarked, but Izuku was already halfway down the beach. Hawk's eyes bored into Izuku's soul, pleading with him to shorten the time span that he'd decided on. No, Izuku said flatly. Wait the 3 weeks. Come on, Hawks whined. It's only 3 weeks. Exactly, Izuku agreed, his tone lightening into something more cheerful. It quickly deepened into an impatient, you can wait 3 more weeks. You had to sit out of training again because of this stupid secret, Hawks argued, knowing that it was a sore spot. Maybe if you told me, I could do something about it, and you wouldn't have to skip anymore. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That's why I haven't told you. You'd do something about it, and I don't want to deal with that. Why don't you want me to fix your problem? Hawks asked. There are no downsides. You just get one less problem. There are, actually, Izuku retorted. And you'll learn what they are, in 3 weeks. Quote. Come on, Izuku, Hawks groaned, pouting at him. I just want you to stop getting hurt. Why are you so stubborn? I get it from my dad, Izuku shrugged. You never talk about your parents, Hawks noted. What's with that? You never talk about your civilian life, Izuku parroted, taking a slightly higher, more mocking pitch. What's with that? Fair enough, Hawks conceded. Well, since we're on a first-name basis, or at least I can use your first name, I think it's only fair that you learn my civilian name. Izuku perked up, leaning forward excitedly. No one knew Hawk's real name. All Might's was also a mystery, even though Izuku knew of his other form. They were both very secretive heroes with very outgoing personas to cover it up. Hardly anyone even considered the lack of information available about either of them outside of their hero personas. In 3 weeks, Hawks finished smugly. Okay. Izuku nodded, seeing the hero's point. That's fair. Dang it, kid, Hawks huffed, glaring lightly at Izuku. That was an incentive to tell me sooner. Unlike someone, am willing to wait 3 weeks, Izuku teased, grinning lightly. Fledgling, Hawks sighed half-heartedly, flopping backward onto a bean bag. You can wait, Izuku chuckled. It's really not that long. Oh my goodness, Izuku muttered, awed. We did it, Kacchan. We actually did it. It's clean. We did it. Of course we did, nerd. Kacchan shoved Izuku half-heartedly. We aren't weak, and we sure as heck aren't lazy. Kacchan, I didn't, Izuku stuttered, eyes wider than dinner plates. They'd done it, and that fact was catching up to him. Ha, Kacchan exclaimed. You didn't what? You had us try to clean the beach without expecting success. Idiot. Kacchan, we did it, Izuku breathed. We did it. Yeah, I heard you the first 2 times, Kacchan grumbled. Come on, we can. Hello, a feminine voice called. Hey, you two. Is that a camera? Izuku asked in a whisper. The press. I thought they'd wait until tomorrow. Sounds like we're owning up whether we like it or not, Kacchan replied quietly. To his credit, Kacchan did sound somewhat remorseful about this, despite his arguments against it being anonymous. You two did this, didn't you? The woman asked, but it sounded more like a statement. It's incredible what youths these days can do when they put their mind to it. Ah, I'm afraid you're mistaken, miss, Izuku chuckled sheepishly. Kacchan stared at him incredulously. Izuku ignored it, knowing that he thought Izuku was fighting a losing battle. Sorry. The woman looked confused. I saw you picking stuff up around here. We were picking up the smaller stuff to help out. We didn't do most of this, Izuku lied, wringing his hands together. Now that it's clean, we just wanted to take advantage of the beach as soon as we could. It's clear of people now, but for how long, you know? No, I've been watching you two specifically clean this beach for months. The woman argued, her brows furrowing. Izuku was confusing her. Good. That's really creepy, ma'am, Izuku mumbled, shifting uncomfortably. Despite his success in undermining her certainty, it was still really weird that she'd been watching them for months. It wasn't us. Why are you shying away from the truth? The woman demanded, her voice raising slightly. Izuku flinched into Kacchan, rearing back from the slightly hostile probably reporter. You'd get so much publicity if you admitted it. Whoever did this was amazing, I'm sure, Izuku started, looking pointedly up at Kacchan. He was assuring the blonde, making sure that he knew that his efforts weren't being discarded. Izuku knew, but it really wasn't us. I have proof, the woman cried, waving her phone in Izuku's face. Just own up. I'm not taking the credit for someone else's work, miss, Izuku stated firmly. Also, without their consent. That's not okay. You're Hawk's kid, right? The woman asked desperately, causing Izuku to jolt. And you're the slime villain's victim. Kacchan stiffened, glaring at the rude woman. She shouldn't have said that. It was a sore spot for the blonde. Ha, what's it to you, hag? Kacchan, Izuku hissed, bumping his shoulder lightly. He knew she'd overstepped, but Izuku didn't want to make a show of it. Whatever, Kacchan grumbled. You are. The woman exclaimed triumphantly. Her phone was shoved under Kacchan's nose, causing him to rear back from it as well. Please, say something for the camera. Ma'am, we'd really rather you left us alone, Izuku stepped in front of Kacchan protectively. It was odd, considering how often Kacchan protected Izuku from bullies and the like, but it didn't put a damper on Izuku's need to help. Come on, the woman whined childishly. Please, I need this for a promotion. It'll make the news. Your faces will be everywhere. Stop. Izuku's voice wavered. He couldn't tell if it was from anger or anxiety. Oi, Kacchan growled, glaring venomously at the woman. He must have noticed that Izuku was getting nervous and chose to intervene. Back off. We didn't do anything. Stop trying to shove it on us because we were conveniently here. I won't even release your names, the woman offered. Just faces. Easy to disguise. No. We don't want this publicized. Kacchan shouted, angry at her annoying persistence. A voice in Izuku's head that sounded a lot like the blonde likened her to a cockroach. Stop pestering us, extra. Just a little statement. The woman nagged them. A sentence, that's all. Ma'am. Izuku's voice was dangerously low. His eyes briefly flickered to the van by the road, reading the name of the company on the side. You work for Hero News, yes. Of course. The woman beamed proudly. Are you? So it'd be a shame if someone's reputation was brought down by a video of this encounter being sent to their higher-ups, Izuku pressed on ruthlessly. Maybe it will be if you don't back off. This is blackmail, the woman claimed. Would you prefer I sent it anyway? Izuku asked, innocently tilting his head to the side. Of course it was blackmail. Because I can do that if you want me to. It'd be less illegal. Fine. The woman huffed. You brats don't understand the true importance of a good reputation. Neither do you, apparently, Izuku shot back, pulling up his email. To the Hero News Administration. I'll go. The woman yelped, turning tail and fleeing. Dang it, Izuku, Kacchan muttered. You can get fined for that stuff. Oh no, Izuku droned sarcastically. Not a fine. 2 years of jail, even, Kacchan continued. I'm a minor, Izuku countered with a huff. Even Izuku didn't know whether it was amused or exasperated. Maybe it was both. It's my word against hers, and everyone knows how pushy the press is. You idiot, Kacchan spat. Izuku could hear the undercurrent of concern and repressed a fond smile. What if she reports you? Then I'll send the draft, Izuku shrugged. You're a menace, you know that. Kacchan grumbled. Absolutely feral. Absolutely. Izuku grinned playfully. I get it from Dad. Shut up about your stupid dad, idiot. Katsuki roared. You don't have one. The next hour was spent playing around the beach, just enjoying the rare quiet the place would have once someone found out. It was their beach for now. Something only for the two of them. It was special. Sure, maybe the UA entrance exam was just around the corner. Maybe he'd have to tell Hawks about how he was treated at school soon. Maybe he'd have to put on a brave face and push through. But he didn't have to do that until later. But since later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Chapter text. Hawks. Izuku started, eyes darting around nervously. Hawks. I don't. This is it, Hawks. Chill out, Izuku. Hawks chuckled over the phone. You'll be fine. Remember what I taught you, and use your new strength to kill it. Hawks. What if I fail? Izuku mumbled. What if I fail and don't get into UA? You're acting like UA's the only school with a hero course, chickadee, Hawks pointed out with another huff of laughter. Izuku didn't appreciate how lightly his nerves were being taken. Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu have pretty good ones. Point is, if you don't get into the top hero school, then find another way. UA isn't the be-all, end-all, kid. Besides, UA probably has another way into the hero course. Yeah. Izuku confirmed. They do. Sports festival. See. Hawks agreed. You won't fail, and if you do, hardly anything will change. Go be a hero, fledgling. Hawks. I can't. Izuku panicked. Well, not with that mindset you can't, Hawks interrupted. If you decide you can't do it, then there's no chance, kid. Don't be so pessimistic. Keep your spirits high. That's one of the most important parts of being a hero. Civilians can tell if your heart's not in it, you know. Sorry, Hawks, Izuku apologized, shuffling awkwardly. I know you're on patrol right now, but I was really nervous and... Don't worry about it, Izuku, Hawks assured him, his voice softening with what Izuku hesitates to label as fondness. You're good. Call me after exams, and we'll meet up, okay? You can bring the other fledgling as well if you want. Okay. Izuku nodded. Okay. That sounds good. Thank you. Anytime, kid, Hawks chirped. Oh, there's an incident on my end. Sorry to cut this convo short, chickadee. Duty calls. Talk to you later. Bye. Izuku was cut off by the sound of Hawks hanging up. He sighed, pocketing his phone, and looked to see which train was coming next. It was his. He would have had to hang up soon anyway. Izuku took a deep, calming breath and stared resolutely at the tracks. He can do this. Hawks said he could. Kacchan said he could. Mom had hesitantly agreed that Izuku had a shot. Izuku knew he could. He'd be fine. Right. Whoa, Izuku gasped, staring up at the imposing gates of Ua. It's amazing. From the bold letters at the top to the simple stone the school used to make the arch, Izuku was taking it all in. After all, he might get to see it every day after. I can't believe I'm trying out for a school like this, Izuku muttered, looking around the campus from outside. Time to take that first step, Izuku. He thought determinedly, stepping through the gates. He took in all of the scenery and the distant outlines of large buildings. UA was huge, and he couldn't help but be fascinated by its grandeur. Thanks to Hawks and Kacchan, I'm going to be a hero. Izuku was, in fact, so fascinated that he didn't notice the slightly raised brick in his path before it tripped him. He stared at the ground, already mourning his death. Or, not. Guess I'll die. Suddenly, Izuku's collar was seized, and he gagged as it abruptly pressed into his neck. He was lifted up and set back down on his feet past the brick so he wouldn't trip again. You idiot, Kacchan sneered. You haven't even been here for 5 seconds, and you're already stumbling over everything. Sorry, Kacchan, Izuku stuttered, waving his arms nervously. IUC. Whatever, nerd, Kacchan grumbled, taking hold of Izuku's collar again. We need to go find the testing room before we're too late. Knowing you'd get hopelessly lost. Kacchan, Izuku protested, struggling half-heartedly against the boy dragging him. I can walk. Didn't you hear me, dimwit? Kacchan shouted, glaring at the pouting boy. You'd just get lost. Shut up. Izuku huffed and crossed his arms, resigning himself to being dragged halfway across the school. It's not like anyone would remember him for this embarrassing moment anyway. Hopefully. Neither boy noticed the brunette with her hand outstretched, taken off guard by the scene that had unfolded. Surely the winged boy would be okay. The blonde boy had looked so angry and handled the other so roughly. If Ochako saw them in Ua and it was a problem, she'd step in. However, right now she had an exam to worry about. She could fret over the pair later. But later is not now, so Ochako moved on. We're being proctored by ectoplasm. Izuku whisper yelled, shaking Kacchan's shoulder excitedly. I can see that, dweeb. Kacchan muttered back with no little amount of irritation, sparks flying from his palms. Shut up. Izuku huffed but drew his hand back. You will have 3 hours to complete this exam, ectoplasm. Started, looking around the room. It will contain a. Izuku listened intently to the hero's words, enraptured by the fact that he was here at UA. Even if he didn't make it in, this was still a once-in-a-lifetime experience. When you receive an exam, you may begin, ectoplasm finished, creating 4 clones to walk up the aisles and hand out tests. Izuku nodded, muttering thanks as he took an exam sheet and skimmed through it. Everything was like ectoplasm had said. Izuku did fine in the math section, only having to really pause for a few questions. The English section was a breeze. He'd wanted to learn so he could understand the English in a lot of All Might's early videos. The history section would have tripped Izuku up if he hadn't been so focused on heroes his entire life. It was entirely on the rise of heroes. Science was relatively difficult, but it was similar enough to math that Izuku managed. Eventually, there was a law and ethics section. Izuku thought this section would be the easiest. He'd been researching this stuff for as long as he could read. What is a vigilante? Izuku huffed, writing the exact definition of it from memory. Vigilantes were people who used their quirks illegally. That was the gist of it, anyway. So why did it feel like that wasn't it? Should he put a personal definition? What if he gets points taken off for it? Izuku put his own definition in parentheses. He hoped the correct answer would be the one the graders picked. When is it okay to use your quirk in public? When is it legal? They felt suspiciously like opinion questions. Shouldn't a hero school regard those 2 questions as the same? Shouldn't that be redundant? What is the proper course of action to take when a hero performs an illegal act in front of you? In this scenario, You have video and audio evidence that you have backed up, so the hero can't stop you by getting rid of it. Izuku stiffened, unsure how to proceed. What was the right answer? Was there a right answer at all? Why are there questions like these on a test for the hero course? Is this to evaluate an examinee's morals? This was confusing. Izuku loved it. Katsuki breezed through the exam, barely pausing to think deeper. The school-taught sections were easy. He was at the top of his class in Aldera, so he didn't struggle in the slightest. Until he reached the law and ethics section. Why are vigilantes illegal? Katsuki paused, staring at the question. He'd already answered what they were with Izuku's definition. He'd listened to too many rants from the nerd. Why are they illegal? Were the heroes scared they'd go rogue? Was it a deterrent so the faint of heart wouldn't even try? Was it for protection? Katsuki pursed his lips at the question after it. What is the proper course of action when you witness a crime? In this scenario, a man is robbing a store, and the heroes have not arrived yet. You don't know whether they've been called or not. If they haven't, the man will get away if no one interferes. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the scenario. It was weird, that's for sure. He sees why ethics were such a big part of it. If Katsuki interfered, he'd probably use his quirk, and he'd be deemed a vigilante who illegally used his quirk. If he doesn't interfere, then the villain gets away with no repercussions after possibly hurting someone. If the heroes weren't called, they wouldn't get there on time. He scribbled down an answer and moved on. He'd come back to elaborate on it later. The analysis section. He figured that this would be a part of the exam if Nezu had anything to do with it, and by he, Katsuki meant Izuku. To the best of your ability, weigh the strengths and weaknesses of Gang Orca. How can he improve? How could these be exploited or taken advantage of? Katsuki smirked at the questions. He'd listened to so many nerd rants, that all of this was practically a given. Izuku had ranted about Gang Orca for months after he participated in that human trafficking ring raid when they were 10. Katsuki knew the hero inside and out. Izuku knew him even better. Create a hero with a telekinesis quirk. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? How could they cover those weak spots? What's their hero name? What field would they specialize in? What would their costume look like? Tap your foot twice for spare paper. Izuku grinned excitedly at the question. His mom had a telekinesis quirk, and he'd spent years analyzing it. She was his personal hero. So, he'd write his ideas and thoughts down. He had years of notebooks to jot down, after all. The attraction of small things might seem useless and weak at first, but few people realized what small things could mean. Knives, hands, guns, bullets, and organs were included in these. Maybe if she learned how to wield these weapons, she could bring them back after throwing them, doubling an attack. His mom could be so cool if only she'd trained her quirk. Not that she wasn't cool already, she just wasn't a pro hero. She could specialize in anything she put her mind to. Underground would work well if she had night vision goggles. Most nighttime criminals wouldn't be able to see what she was using very well, especially if the objects were small. She'd have a huge advantage there. If she specialized in daylight heroics, she'd have a flashy enough quirk to do so. Izuku couldn't imagine someone not finding it cool to watch a hero make weapons fly around the villain. She was plenty friendly enough for it too. She could specialize in rescue with ease. Debris would be no match for her, and she could pull people to her if she built up her quirk. She'd be especially amazing in this field. Izuku's mind swirled with ideas, and his foot seemed to be tapping constantly as page after page was filled with them. He didn't notice the small sigh ectoplasm gave as Izuku tapped his foot for the umpteenth time. The exam question was fun. Could you blame him? Oi, nerd, Kacchan called as he squeezed into the aisle. Why were you tapping your foot so darn loud, huh? Sorry, Kacchan, Izuku apologized. That was so I could get spare paper. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed. What question did you need spare paper for, idiot? I had to make a hero who had a telekinesis quirk. Izuku chirped. Doesn't Andy have telekinesis? Kacchan asked, finally sitting down. Yeah, Izuku affirmed. I basically wrote about her as a hero. I've been thinking about that for years. Of course, You'd get a question like that, Kacchan huffed. Izuku giggled and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I got pretty lucky. Hello, listeners. Present Mike's voice greeted loudly, cutting off their conversation. Can I hear you say, yeah? Silence had never been so loud. Izuku swore he could hear crickets in the background. Kacchan leaned over, seizing Izuku's attention momentarily. Awkward. Izuku covered his mouth to stifle a laugh at his friend's antics. A blue-haired boy with glasses closer to the front whirled around and glared at Izuku. Izuku smiled sheepishly at the upset examinee. Oops. All right. Present Mike moved on gracefully, ignoring the awkward silence. Izuku had no idea how he did it. Are you ready for me to explain the exam? More awkward silence. Present Mike shrugged it off again, unaffected by the lack of response. It was admirable, almost. Izuku grinned, leaning forward in his seat eagerly. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. I listen to his radio show, Put Your Hands Up, every week. This is so cool. Hey, you're distracting me, Kacchan muttered, nudging his shoulder. Izuku jolted and lowered his head sheepishly, prompting an exasperated huff from his friend. There are 3 kinds of robots, each giving you a different amount of points. Present Mike explained, gesturing animatedly. You need enough points to get into the top 36 to pass the exam. You get points by destroying the robots. We're at different testing sites, Kacchan noted. Guess I can't crush you now, nerd. As if, Izuku scoffed lightly. His eyes caught on the ID numbers and their school name. Even though our numbers are consecutive, we're in different locations. I think it's to prevent people from the same school from working together. Kacchan hummed noncommittally, accepting the answer. But don't get too violent. Present Mike warned with an edge to his voice. If you show any uncool behavior, like attacking other exam takers, you lose points. Heroes can't act like that, you dig? Suddenly, a loud, bold voice asked, May I ask a question? Izuku watched as a spotlight shone on the examinee who spoke. It was the boy with glasses who'd taken offense to Izuku's amusement earlier. If Izuku got a spotlight on him like the boy did, he's pretty sure he'd faint. Go ahead, listener. Present Mike accepted. On the handout, it says there are 4 types of villains, the examinee started, disapproval and confusion evident in his tone. However, you told us there were 3. If this is a misprint on the handout, then UA, the most prestigious hero school, should be ashamed of such a careless slip. Izuku had no idea how the boy spoke so confidently to the hero, not to mention in front of hundreds of kids like him. He was so bold and unashamed. It was pretty cool. Also, the boy whirled around, facing Izuku. Now he could see the frown on the boy's face, conveying the same emotions his voice held. You, with the wings. A spotlight lit up Izuku, much to his dismay and embarrassment. Izuku briefly wondered if he could trade his wings for a quirk that allowed him to disappear. Me, he squeaked. He heard a muffled snort come from Kacchan. He resisted the urge to glare at his friend, sure that he would get called out for that too. You've been muttering throughout the entire explanation. You also laughed earlier in the presentation. The boy declared, clearly frustrated with Izuku's habit. If you won't take this seriously, then I suggest you leave. Izuku sunk in his seat, trying to make himself as small as possible. I'm sorry. The spotlights turned off, allowing Izuku to relax a little as he ignored the snickers from the other kids. Excellent point, examinee 7111. Present Mike boomed, drawing the attention away from the 2 boys. There is, in fact, a 4th kind of robot. It's not worth any points, and it's more of a distraction than anything. There's no point in attacking it. Thank you for clarifying. The boy bowed before sitting down again. That's everything, Present Mike announced. We have a motto here at UA. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Good luck with your exams, everyone. Izuku grinned again, his interaction with the boy forgotten in favor of his nerves about the exam. Meet me at the gates after you're done, idiot, Kacchan murmured before slouching away to his test site. Izuku nodded and headed off to his own. After everything Hawks and Kacchan had done for him, the last thing he was going to do was fail. He couldn't disappoint them like that. Izuku shuffled anxiously, his wings ruffling with his nerves. He felt like he was pumped with electricity, energy flowing through his veins. He resisted flapping his wings a few times to alleviate some of the jittery feelings, but he could see that boy, and he knew that he'd be reprimanded again. He didn't want to make himself look more foolish than he had to. Izuku spotted a short brunette fidgeting with her fingers as well. She was probably nervous too. Well, at least she wasn't getting stared at, unlike Izuku. Everyone was looking at him, the muttering kid, with amusement and arrogance. As though, because they weren't called out during the explanation, they were better than him. A small part of Izuku whispered that maybe they were right. A larger part of Izuku, one that sounded suspiciously like Kacchan, aggressively told that whisper to shut up. Izuku shrank under the weight of their gazes, trying to ignore the giggles and mutters that we got off lucky getting someone as weak as him in our group. Izuku's been weak for too long, he thinks. He's kind of tired of being weak. Start. Present Mike shouted, jolting Izuku out of his thoughts. What, you think battles have countdowns? Go, go, go. The examinees surged ahead, leaving a disoriented Izuku in their dust. Izuku shook his head and frowned determinedly, zipping forward. He might have lagged behind initially, but his wings gave him a huge speed advantage. He easily overtook most of the examinees, holding back a gleeful giggle at their exclamations of surprise. He almost wanted to taunt them, but that'd be both rude and arrogant. There'd be no guarantee that he'd pass, and if he did, he'd have enemies in his class for certain. Izuku's keen eyes swept the streets, looking for robots that weren't engaged with an examinee already. There, Izuku darted forward, a blur of green against the sky, and dived feet first into a three-pointer. Yes, into. Izuku's speed and his oddly sturdy shoes plowed through its head, deactivating it instantly. It fell to the ground, almost taking Izuku with it. He launched into the air, wincing at the pain in his ankles as they scraped against the sharp metal around the hole in the robot's head. It didn't draw blood, but it was a brief annoyance. It jarred his ankle that had been broken not too long ago. Hopefully, it'd be fine throughout the exam. Izuku locked onto a one-pointer not far away, and he treated it the same way. It was even less difficult to shut down. 4 points. Izuku leapt off of the fallen robot, gaining altitude quickly. He looked around again, his aerial view giving him the advantage, as well as his enhanced senses. His quirk was useful for this test. He spotted a two-pointer rolling into an alley, out of sight from the other test takers. Izuku kicked it too, knocking off its head entirely. 6 points. Either the robots were incredibly weak, or Izuku's dive kicks were incredibly strong. Izuku would like to believe the latter, but that meant he'd have to be careful when using it against people. People are far less durable than metal. Izuku heard a strangled cry from his left, and his body moved before his mind caught up. Again, he needs to stop doing this, probably. At least, while he's not a pro hero. A boy with gravity-defying purple hair was backed up against a building, a three-pointer rolling up to him. Izuku flew above it, unaware of the sun behind him, making him a winged silhouette to the examinee. Suddenly, he dropped, impaling the head and destroying the robot. Izuku pried his legs out of the three-pointer and grinned at the boy before taking flight again. Izuku didn't know that the boy would later liken him to an angel in a hallway confrontation. But later is not now, so Izuku and the boy moved on. 9 points. Izuku looked at the clock and noticed that time had barely gone by. He was only 2 minutes in. He was faster than he thought he was. Izuku flew around destroying unoccupied robots left and right. 10 points. 12 points. 13. 15. 18. He didn't pick and choose. There was no time for that. Points were points. Izuku heard a pained groan come from an alley behind him after he impaled another one-pointer. 19. He whirled around, surprised to see a sparkly blonde boy curled into himself, holding his stomach. He noticed the pained boy had a support belt for his quirk, so the cause was likely quirk overuse. Izuku also noticed the two-pointer rolling up behind him, its movements masked by the odd shimmering quality of the boy. He darted forward, flying above the robot before dropping onto it, treating it like every other robot he'd encountered thus far. 21. The boy yelped, slowly turning to look over his shoulder. Izuku kicked the robot with his good leg so it wouldn't fall onto the boy and turned to check on him. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, fretting over him. "Do you need to get somewhere safe?" "That would be good, Mon Ami," the boy agreed. Izuku nodded and scooped the boy up, ignoring the height difference. It didn't particularly matter because Izuku was doing a bridal carry. It was his preferred method because he was shorter than almost everybody. It sucked to be short sometimes. Izuku quickly dropped the boy off on a roof at the edge of the city. "I hope you feel better soon." He waved, shooting off once more. As Izuku left, Yuga couldn't help but hope they both got into the hero course. He would be an excellent ally and friend. As he flew, he checked the timer. 3 minutes left. Izuku worked faster, dive-kicking robots left and right. 22, 24, 26. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Izuku was about to drop onto a three-pointer when he heard a cry of pain. He didn't even have to think about it. He darted in the direction of the examinee, eyes moving rapidly to locate them. The boy who called him out earlier in the auditorium was clutching his calf, kneeling in front of a two-pointer. He had smoke pouring out of his engines, so he probably also succumbed to quirk overuse. That or the robot got a lucky hit. Izuku quickly disposed of the robot and turned to check on the boy. 28. "Hey, do you need any help?" "I'm all right," the boy muttered, frustration evident in his tone and body language. "My engine's overheated." "Okay. Good luck, then," Izuku chirped, shooting away once more. He found a couple of one-pointers in the middle of a deserted street. 29, 30. Izuku felt his ankle throb. It sort of felt like when he'd broken it not too long ago. Shoot, had he broken his ankle again? Suddenly, the entire city started shaking, and Izuku quickly lifted into the air once more. He watched in silent shock and horror as the largest robot he'd ever seen rose from the middle of the arena. It was larger than the tallest building in the mock city. It was the zero-pointer. Everyone started running, panicking at the sight of such a large metal threat. Izuku couldn't help but think this was a bit over the top, even for Ua. "Less than 2 minutes, examinees." Present Mike announced cheerfully, barely audible over the sound of panicking teenagers and the thudding footsteps of the behemoth in the center. He didn't sound like he cared one bit about the robot wreaking havoc in the exam site. Izuku was startled out of his frozen state when he heard the update. He didn't have much time left. He had to go get more points. He turned to fly away and search for more robots when he heard a pained, terrified shout. It was from behind him. It was from just in front of the zero-pointer. Izuku's eyes widened, and he turned to see the nervous brunette from before trapped beneath a rock. She was right in the zero-pointer's path. And Izuku's body moved before he could think. He surged forward, grateful the sun wasn't in his face as he flew. He didn't need to worry about his sight while he was saving someone. Izuku examined the rock that was crushing the girl's ankle. He could move it, but it'd take some time. "Hey, what's your quirk?" Izuku asked, kneeling next to the girl. "Zero gravity," the girl grunted, her voice strained as she tried to pull herself out. "I'm too weak to lift it, though. I exhausted my quirk too fast." Izuku hummed sympathetically as he noticed frustrated and terrified tears in her eyes. "I think I can alleviate enough of the pressure to free your ankle, but we'll have to be fast." "I'm only so strong," Izuku mumbled. "Can you partially nullify its gravity? Can you make it a little lighter?" The girl stared at Izuku like he just destroyed her entire perspective on her quirk. "I've never tried that." Izuku stared at her for a second but gestured at the rock. They were running out of time. The girl swung her hand back and tapped the rock, her face contorting as she focused. I think it worked." Izuku nodded. "Let's get you out of here." He flew above the rock, grabbed the edge, and lifted it, flying so he didn't weigh it down. It shifted, lighter than it usually would be. Their plan worked. "It worked," the girl exclaimed, staring at the rock amazedly. Izuku let go of the rock, noting how it fell a little slower than he thought it would. It had still been heavy, but Izuku wouldn't have been able to carry it as long if she hadn't done that. The girl tapped her fingers together, releasing her quirk before she turned to the side and threw up rainbows. Huh. Izuku grimaced, but they were out of time. He rushed forward, scooping the girl up in a similar manner to the blonde boy he'd saved earlier, and flew away, watching as the rock was crushed beneath the robot. The girl threw up again, but thankfully it wasn't on him. They were also thankfully not hovering over the crowd yet, so it didn't land on an unsuspecting examinee. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, landing carefully. "Do you need help standing?" The girl looked up at him and nodded weakly, squirming to be let down. Why was he so nervous if he was so strong? Someone whispered as Izuku carefully slung her arm over his shoulder. He ignored the biting pain in his ankle as he supported her. With a quirk like his, he had no problem saving her. Another agreed. "Don't they see?" the boy with the engines muttered. He was aware of the time constraint, how dangerous it was, and how many points he had, and he rushed out with no hesitation. Izuku huffed, ignoring their whispers, but the boy's loud musing couldn't be dismissed. "If this was not an exam, I would have done the same." That annoyed Izuku a little bit, so if it was of no significant cost to him, he'd help. Izuku hoped that if the boy got in, the teachers would set him straight. Heroics is entirely about sacrifice. They sacrificed their lives daily to save civilians. "Okay, you all did well," an elderly woman congratulated them, handing out gummies to the examinees. "Oh, you're hurt, dear. Come here." Izuku helped the girl to sit down and waved goodbye. He had to go meet up with Kacchan, after all. "I hope you got in." The girl smiled weakly, accepting the gummies from the woman. "You too." "Wait 1 second, young man," recovery girl ordered, staring at the ankle Izuku had probably broken. "Don't think you'll be leaving without me fixing up that ankle of yours." "I know it's broken." Izuku repressed a sigh as the hero led him over to somewhere to sit down. At least it'd be healed all the way instead of recovering slowly over several weeks. Yes, I know," the hero huffed, rolling her eyes at Izuku's impatience. "It's just so horrible that your ankle has to be treated. I'll have to set this before I heal it. Stay still." Izuku hoped Kacchan would be patient and wait for him. "What took you so long, nerd?" Kacchan demanded, leaning against the gates. "You get hurt or something?" "Yeah," Izuku sighed. "I broke my ankle again. I also helped some other girl get back to the nurse safe." "Don't tell me you wasted time on saving extras, idiot." Kacchan wrinkled his nose in distaste. "You better not fail because of this. Also, that ankle better be good as new, or I swear." "I'm fine," Izuku shrugged, silently disagreeing with Kacchan's previous statements. "It's fine. I got 30 points, you." 69, Kacchan huffed, shoving his hands in his pockets. "You better get in, got it?" "Understood, Kacchan," Izuku chirped, grinning. "Though, it's out of my hands now. They'd be a bunch of idiots if they didn't let you in." Kacchan declared, scowling at the sky. "You took time to save other candidates even though it took up your points." "Ah, thanks," Izuku cooed, wings fluffing in a mix of embarrassment and pleasure. "You're going to get in too, Kacchan. I just know it." "Whatever, nerd," Kacchan grumbled, looking away. "I need to have some real competition out there, okay? It's got nothing to do with you." "I'm sure," Izuku hummed disbelievingly. "Shut up." Izuku found that, as they walked home, he wouldn't be totally devastated if he didn't get in. Like Hawks had said, he could apply elsewhere or get in through the festival. Izuku was satisfied with how he'd done, and he would have done it all again if he had the choice. Chapter text. A week later. Today's the day. That's what Izuku had been telling himself on loop as he went through his daily routine. He was on autopilot, hardly responding to the taunts and pranks of his classmates. They didn't like that very much. Izuku had more injuries to show for his inattention. Today's the day. Izuku walked to Dagoba on instinct, blinking at the spotless beach. It had so many people on it, taking advantage of the beautiful scenery. He spotted a bottle left in the sand, but before he could go grab it, someone else scooped it up with a scoff. He wasn't the only one who didn't appreciate people marring his hard work. Izuku didn't have a reason to be here, though. He turned and left, going back to his house like he'd planned to initially. Izuku, Mom called as Izuku slipped off his shoes. Izuku, sunshine, where were you? Sorry, Mom, Izuku chuckled nervously. His nerves weren't from the fact that he was home late, but the fact that today was the day. I went to Dagoba on accident. I guess my feet just moved on their own. It's all right, Mom sighed, smiling wearily at Izuku. He didn't notice the way her eyes lingered on the charred patch of his uniform. It had been burned through when the girl who could summon and control small amounts of fire had gotten offended by Izuku, ignoring her. Izuku didn't even remember what she'd wanted from him in the first place. Maybe she hadn't wanted anything. He hardly paid any mind to the bruises and scratches littering his body. It had gotten better since he'd worked out more often, but not by much. Are you going to tell him today? She asked softly. Izuku held back a wince. Yeah, Izuku confirmed, resigned. This was a good thing, he told himself. The next year wouldn't be so bad for the other mutant quirked people in Aldera. Hawks would help. Today's the day. Mom walked up to him, and Izuku tiredly looked up at her. She pulled him down into a hug, squeezing him tightly. I'm so proud of you, baby. Mom, Izuku muttered, hesitantly hugging her back. His wings enveloped both of them, isolating them in a swath of soft feathers and vibrant greens. What? Izuku, I know this is scary. Izuku's breath hitched. He shouldn't have been surprised that his mom knew how he felt about this. Yet here he was, shocked at his mother's intuition. I know you don't want to do this. I am so proud of you for pushing through that. Izuku felt tears come to his eyes. He wasn't the only one crying if the wet spot growing on his shoulder was any indication. Thank you, Izuku muttered, collapsing into the hug. Thank you. I love you, sunshine, Mom muttered. I love you too, Mom, Izuku replied in kind. He meant it. You're the coolest, you know that. I was going to say that, Mom chuckled wetly. Then they both fell to the ground, still clutching each other as they sobbed their hearts out. One sobbed of relief, of knowledge that her child was safe. The other sobbed of fear that he would be rejected, called a liar. And maybe, Izuku was a little relieved too. Are you sure you want to do this today? As if Izuku hadn't been asking himself that question every day up to now. If you're not ready, then I'll never be ready, Izuku finished quietly. He looked up at Kacchan, who was staring at him with understanding and confidence. Confidence in Izuku. I'm terrified, Kacchan, but I'll always be terrified if I don't say something now. Kacchan nodded, and he opened the doors to the training area. Izuku felt like every step that echoed through the building was ringing in his ears, a march to an event that even he didn't realize the significance of. Hey, chickadee, Hawks chirped. Izuku turned to face him, surprised that he'd been snuck up on like that. Hawks seemed to read the younger's mood, his cheerful demeanor sinking into a more solemn stature. Today's the day. Yeah, Izuku croaked, already fighting back tears. Listen, we don't. Hawks tried to assure Izuku, but he couldn't. No, Izuku stared Hawks in the eye, trying to convey with just his expression that he could not be told to hold off another day if he wasn't ready. Okay, Hawks agreed, and they headed toward the lounge. Izuku sat on a bright sky blue bean bag in the corner. It was fluffy with synthetic fur, the type where you could run your hands over it and it'd turn a darker shade. It was Izuku's favorite. Kacchan sat in one of the chairs around the conference-like table. They were more of a darker blue, and Izuku knew that they were very comfortable. A couple of them were backless to accommodate people with mutations like Izuku's and Hawks. Hawks sat in a back chair, but he turned it around so he was leaning against the back of it. It was one of the more comfortable ways to sit in a chair, honestly. How do you want to start this, Izuku? Hawks asked. No hint of nonchalance or lightheartedness in his expression or body language. Do you want to start at the beginning? Is there a beginning? Do you want me to ask you a question to start us off? What? Can you? Izuku interrupted, immediately flushing. Sorry. At Hawk's patient gesture to go on, Izuku continued, can you ask me a question? Hawks nodded, and he stayed silent for a bit. Izuku felt himself begin to fidget, but the hero had perked up, eventually settling on what to ask. Why do you keep getting hurt? Hawk's hands dug into the wooden back of the chair. Izuku could faintly hear a rip as the fabric on the other side tore. Izuku was suddenly acutely aware of every bruise, scratch, burn, and other injury on his person, regardless of if it was visible or not. "Who's hurting you?" Izuku bit his lip, looking to Kacchan for support. The blonde had a look of anger and sadness, but he gave Izuku a thumbs up anyway. "I'm getting bullied." Hawks deflated with a sigh of relief, and Izuku blinked at the reaction. That was not what he'd expected. "Sorry, fledgling," Hawks huffed, but there was no amusement in it. "I was worried it was abuse. It's a lot easier if it's just your school, though." Izuku hummed. Maybe he would have defended his mom, but all of them already knew she wouldn't hurt him. After a few seconds of silence in which Hawks realized that Izuku wouldn't elaborate without prompting, he pressed, "What's the name of your school?" "Kacchan and I go to Aldera Junior High," Izuku answered almost robotically. Kacchan huffed at the detached tone. "What?" Hawks trailed off, reconsidering his own question. "You can ask what they did know, do to me, Hawks," Izuku assured him. Hawks winced, which told Izuku all he needed to know. "If I recall correctly, they've burned me, bruised me, scratched me, rigged my grades so that I wouldn't beat Kacchan in class, falsified disciplinary records, made implausible additions to my disciplinary records, dehumanized me, likened me to an animal." Izuku's voice cracked, but as tears began to drip down his face, he continued regardless, "Destroyed my things, told me to kill myself, actively encouraged bullying, verbally abused me, tried to clip my feathers." "Stop." Hawk's voice came out strained, tense. "Just, kid." Izuku looked up to see Hawks staring at him with the most distraught look he'd seen on his face thus far. This was the most solemn conversation he'd had with the hero, so it made sense. Kacchan looked like he was 2 seconds from blowing the roof off of their school. That was fair, if only it was legal. "Why didn't you tell me?" Hawks all but whispered. He didn't look like he could manage anything higher than a whisper, honestly. What made you wait so long? What are you going to do with what I just told you?" Izuku asked quietly. Kacchan scoffed and looked away, but Hawks just looked confused. "I'm going to tear that school to the ground," Hawks stated. It was cold, his anger coming more gradually and slower than Kacchan's hot, fiery temper. It was a fact. Aldera would not live to stand another year if the number 3 hero had anything to say about it. That school and every teacher and child in it will own up to every single thing they did to you. "That's why I didn't tell you," Izuku replied. Hawks froze, shocked by the response. Izuku elaborated, "I don't want to uproot all of those people's lives, including moms and aunties, just because I was being bullied. I could stick it out for another year. It was all the same to me. Think of the costs and the emotional and physical disruption it'll cause for those families and others. I wanted it to be set so that when you did take action, it'd be over break or at the beginning of the year." Kacchan rolled his eyes, having heard all of this before. Hawks looked like he'd just been slapped in the face. "You're too selfless," Kacchan eventually grumbled. "Thinking about all of those useless, villain extras instead of your own dang self. If their kid has any problems with this aside from having to move schools, I think it's deserved for letting their brat hurt another person like that. I do have to warn you about something, though," Izuku told him, pulling Hawk's attention away from Kacchan. "They have an IT worker whose quirk erases footage without a trace. There is no way to recover it once it's gone." Izuku leaned forward, looking at Hawks in the eye. "If you want any form of evidence, Hawks, you're going to have to pretend you think the way they treated me was right and to be encouraged." Hawks' eyes widened, and he seemed to revolt at the mere idea of pretending like Izuku's treatment was okay. "What? I can give you a few pointers," Kacchan volunteered. "I talked with Sensei, so I have a few things for you to say for you to really convince him." "Wait, no, I can't," Hawks protested, but he cut himself off when Izuku smiled wryly at him. "If you want to take down Aldera, this is an all but necessary step," Izuku informed him. "I know you don't agree with them. That's why I told you. Kacchan knows you don't agree with them. You know you don't agree with them. If you're going to do this, Hawks, I want you to do this as easily as you can." Izuku looked away, freeing Hawks from his intense gaze. There's no easier way than literal hours of footage of abuse, is there? Faces, names, voices, who did what, all of that's covered. Kid, Hawks sighed. Is there anything else you wanted to know? Izuku asked. No, Hawks answered, shaking his head. That's it. Are we still training today? Izuku hummed curiously. Hawks stared at him like he was insane and very stupid. Izuku was going to take that as a no. Hawks sighed again, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, I guess I should probably hold up my end of the deal now. What deal? Izuku frowned, trying to remember any deal he'd made with Hawks that the hero hadn't been upholding. I told you I'd give you my civilian name, didn't I? Hawks chuckled. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh. They sat in silence, Izuku and Kacchan waiting for Hawks to reveal his name. Did you want us to ask you what it was? Izuku suggested tentatively. Hawks jolted, as if he was summoned out of deep thought. No, I was just trying to play up the dramatics. That's what it was. Izuku's eyes widened even more, and he shared a look with Kacchan. Remember his name. Why would Hawks forget his name? How did he forget? My name is Takami Keigo. Hawks eventually chirped. Izuku put on a grin that only showed the joy he felt from earning this kind of trust from the hero. He suppressed the concern and confusion. There'd been enough of that for one day. He'd try and puzzle it out later. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Mr. Takami, Izuku began, but Hawks wrinkled his nose in disgust, physically recoiling from the name. Kacchan snorted at the visceral reaction. No, Izuku, Hawks protested. Just, no, you two can call me Keigo, okay. Keigo. Izuku rolled the name over his tongue, trying it out. Mr. Keigo. No, just Keigo, Hawks Keigo. Huffed, amusement taking over his previous revulsion. If we're going around spouting first names, you can call me Katsuki, Birdbrain, Kacchan shrugged. Izuku smiled delightedly at him, proud of his friend for reaching out like that, even if it was just in a small way. I see that, even with real names out, I still have a nickname, Hawks Keigo observed. Did you expect anything else? Izuku asked dryly. I guess not, Hawks Keigo conceded. So, what now? Izuku hummed. We can go get ice cream. Keigo answered uncertainly. Sounds good to me, Kacchan smirked, getting out of his chair and stalking out of the room. Are you idiots coming or not? Sorry, Izuku squeaked, scrambling out of the bean bag. Hey, wait for the guy who's paying, why don't you? Keigo teased, strolling out of the room. For the fastest hero, you're slower than a man without legs stuck in a tar pit. Kacchan retorted, already halfway out of the training facility. Kacchan, Izuku admonished, running after him. That's so rude. Fine, I'll pick it up, Keigo chuckled. We'll see who can't catch up. 1 week later, Hawks, Izuku cried, running up to him in the warehouse. The hero reared back, not expecting Izuku to sprint full speed at him. Wait, no, Keigo. Anyway, we got our results. Calm down, Spaz, Kacchan droned, strolling into the building behind Izuku. Don't rush him. Wait, did you guys get in? Keigo asked, grinning. Come on, tell me. We haven't opened them yet, Izuku answered, all but dragging the hero to the lounge. We wanted to look at them with you. Wait, what? Keigo exclaimed, shocked at the admission. You guys waited for me. Of course we did, Kacchan scoffed. Izuku plopped down in a backless chair and set his envelope on the table, all but vibrating with excitement. Kacchan sat down calmly, but Izuku could see the excitement in his eyes. Keigo sat across from both of them in another backless chair, staring at the envelopes. Well, are you two going to open them or not? Izuku and Kacchan tore open the tops of the envelopes simultaneously. Instead of paper in the packages, there was a clatter as 2 round discs fell onto the table, surprising the trio. The discs both projected an image of All Might above them, further shocking the onlookers. Hello, aspiring hero. The hologram All Mights greeted them just out of sync. You may be wondering what I'm doing here, announcing your results. Izuku hummed irritatedly at the double voice and looked for a pause button on his disc. On the bottom, a small black button lay, presumably just what he was looking for. He clicked it, pausing his video. Young Bakugo, you passed the written exam with flying colors. Congratulations. All Might cheered, this time with only one voice. Kacchan leaned forward, curious as to where the hero was going. In the practical, you received 69 villain points. Izuku stared at the hologram eagerly, sensing a twist. Kacchan's attention was solely on the slightly see-through number 1 hero. However, that wasn't the only part of the practical exam scores. Izuku and Kacchan shared a look before looking back at the hologram. You helped 3 candidates during the exam, despite it being of no known benefit to you at all. All Might paused dramatically. With such heroic actions, we'd be fools here at UA if we didn't reward you. A scoreboard replaced the image of All Might, showing the top 10 examinees. It was there for barely a second, but it lasted long enough for them to see Kacchan's name highlighted one spot from the top. With 84 total points in the practical, you have landed in 2nd place and have been accepted into UA's hero course. Welcome, young Bakugo, to your hero academia. Izuku cheered as Kacchan grinned proudly. You got in, Kacchan. Izuku exclaimed, punching the air victoriously. You even got in 2nd place. You're amazing. Heck yeah, I am, nerd. Kacchan agreed enthusiastically, still grinning widely. Start your disc again. I want to know how many points I beat you by. Even with the pseudo-challenge, Izuku knew that it didn't matter so long as they both got in. You did good, Katsuki, Keigo congratulated him. This is awesome. Both of you did so well. How do you know I did well? Izuku asked. How could you not? Keigo shrugged. You're strong and you sure as heck helped someone during that exam. Stop dawdling and turn on your disc, dang it. Kacchan roared, glaring at both of them. Izuku nodded and pressed the button again, playing his video once more. Young Midoriya, you passed the written exam with an astounding 96% accuracy rate, the highest in UA in several years. All Might exclaimed, causing Kacchan to gawk at the screen with Izuku. Several years. Geez, Izuku, Hawks remarked with pride in his tone. You never told me you were this smart. UA's entrance exam is one of the hardest exams out there, you know. Izuku flushed and ducked his head in embarrassment. In the practical exam, you scored 30 villain points. All Might announced. Izuku sucked in a nervous breath. It didn't sound like enough to pass. This would have put you at the bottom of the passing examinees, number 36 exactly. However, those are not all the points you were awarded. Izuku sighed in relief, sagging in his chair. He would have passed either way. That's assuring. Kacchan knocked his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. Izuku shook his head to clear it and started listening to the projection again. You used up valuable time that could have been spent getting more villain points and saved other examinees, All Might continued. We would be fools if we didn't award heroic actions in a hero exam. Izuku huffed a laugh at the repetitive nature of All Might's speech. He idly wondered if there was a set script. Young Midoriya, you earned 5 points for each of the 3 examinees you saved and another 60 rescue points for saving young Uraraka from the zero-pointer. All Might explained. Kacchan stared wide-eyed at the projection, mirroring Izuku's own expression. That was a lot of points for saving one examinee. A video popped up on the projection, showing a brunette who Izuku recognized as the girl he saved walking up to present Mike. She offered to divvy up her points with Izuku as a thanks to him. After the exam was over, young Uraraka approached an exam proctor to transfer some of her points. All Might's voice played over the video. As the video came to an end, the hero continued, you inspired others to move with your actions, young Midoriya. With that, I'm proud to tell you that you received 1st place in the exam with 105 total points. Welcome to your hero academia. Izuku gasped, glancing at Kacchan, who'd received 2nd by over 20 points. You did it, nerd. Kacchan laughed, punching Izuku lightly on the shoulder. I knew you'd get in. You really showed those extras what a real hero did. Izuku gaped at his friend, who he'd thought would be at least a little ticked, and broke into a beaming smile. I did it. We did it. Heck yeah, we did, Izuku. Kacchan shouted triumphantly. We dominated that exam. Izuku felt like he'd been pumped with electricity and he had nowhere to expend it. He stood up and paced around the room, his wings flapping and his face still fixed in that victorious smile. We did it, Kacchan. We did it, Izuku mumbled excitedly, his wings flapping more as the mumbling got faster. They didn't lift him off of the ground, though. They weren't going nearly fast enough for that. Suddenly, a wall of red feathers blocked his path. Izuku's eyes followed the wing until he was looking at an amused Kago. You did it, chickadee. Izuku nodded, tears welling in his eyes. I did it. You were so nervous that day, too, Kago chuckled, retracting his wing. You called me on patrol and everything. I'm sorry for that, Izuku squeaked, bowing at a 90-degree angle. I shouldn't have distracted you from your work, even though I was nervous. That was selfish of me. Whoa, calm down, kiddo, Kago assured him. Stand up. I'm proud to be someone you can speak with to alleviate your nerves. Kacchan huffed and nudged Izuku's shoulder. Calm down, nerd. Birdbrain wouldn't have answered if he hadn't decided you were worth interrupting work for. Izuku's excited energy drained from his body, and he stood still again. He realized that everything on the agenda had been finished. What now? You tell me, fledgling, Kago agreed, standing to face Izuku. What do you two want to do? It's your big day, after all. Remember that arcade we used to go to in our second year, Kacchan? Izuku asked. Oh, heck yeah, Kacchan smirked ferally. I'm going to destroy you in DDR, loser. He challenged the hero. Oh, Kago chuckled. Is that a challenge, Katsuki? Don't start something you can't finish, now. What else would it be, Kago? Kacchan affirmed. Get ready to eat my musical dust. You're on, kid, Kago declared, his feathers fluffed excitedly. Izuku smiled as the two started bantering back and forth over who would win. He could already hear the music with the shouted challenges back and forth. Dinner's ready, Mom's voice called from the kitchen. Izuku shot up from his reclined position on his bean bag with Kacchan close behind. She was making spicy katsudon, a mix of the boys' favorites. Coming, Izuku replied as he opened the door. Kacchan shoved him to make him go faster, prompting a startled squawk. Speed up, nerd, Kacchan grumbled, pushing him again. Calm down, Kacchan, Izuku hissed, but he obliged. How was the arcade, boys? Mom asked as she set the katsudon on the table. Izuku grinned as he relived the arcade, remembering the trip fondly. It was a lot of fun, Mom. Mr. Kago came with us, and he had never been to an arcade before. Mr. Kago, Mom inquired, raising an eyebrow at the unfamiliar name. You've never mentioned him before. Birdbrain, Kacchan clarified, and Mom's face morphed into surprise. Oh, she hummed. Well, that's certainly something. I'm glad you had a fun time. Kacchan smirked. I destroyed him at DDR. Oh, whatever, Kacchan. Izuku rolled his eyes playfully. It's the only game you're good at. Mr. Kago destroyed you in the accuracy ones. I beat both of you in all the other ones. I'm pretty sure you just cheat at all of the other ones, Kacchan argued, crossing his arms. There is no way you can get a prize from a crane machine on your first try. Boys, Mom admonished playfully, pulling the bowl of katsudon to serve onto her plate. No bickering at the table. You know this. Sorry, Mom, Izuku giggled. Kacchan huffed and looked away, but Izuku knew he was sorry too. They stole a glance at each other and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Eventually, Mom was chuckling too, finding amusement in their shenanigans. Sure, attending UA was just around the corner, but Izuku couldn't find a single dot of nervousness in his body right now. Not when he had Kacchan and Kago and Mom by his side. And he'd never felt so happy. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.